By Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, receive us into your eternal presence and grant us the discernment of your direction and the peace of your purpose for the deliberations of this day. Silence, if only for a moment, all voices but your own, that we would hear your counsel and receive your instruction without the echoes of competing opinion or the whispers of our own self-desire. Speak in words that we can hear, whether in a still small voice of encouragement or a clarion call to action. May we receive your message for us today. Sway our hearts to your desire that in all we say and do, we would strive to live into your will. Then share with us the blessing of the sacrament of human encounter, that in the outward visible signs you provide, a stranger's selfless service, shared laughter with a friend, or a random glimpse of the pure beauty of your creation, we would experience the inward, invisible grace you offer us in each moment. Would that your eyes be open and your ears attentive to the prayers we offer in this place, for it is in the promise of your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 2 of House Resolution 1289, the Journal of the Last Day's proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives. I have the honor to transmit herewith a scanned copy of a letter received from Mr. Steve Simon, Secretary of State of Minnesota, indicating that according to the unofficial results for the special election held August 9th, 2022, the Honorable Brad Finstad was elected for Representative to Congress for the 1st Congressional District, State of Minnesota. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Minnesota, the Honorable Brad Finstad, be permitted to take the oath of office today. His certificate of election has not yet arrived, but there is no contest, no question that has been raised regard to this election.
Without objection, will the Representative-elect Finstad and the members of the Minnesota delegation present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representative-elect will please raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office into which you are about to enter, so help you God. Congratulations, you are now a member of the 117th Congress. Without objection, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of myself and the entire delegation from Minnesota, I would like to welcome Representative Brad Finstad to the House of Representatives. Hailing from New Ulm, Minnesota, Representative Finstad continues a proud tradition within the Minnesota congressional delegation of a life of public service and a commitment to agricultural issues and rural development. From 2003 to 2009, he served as a member of the Minnesota House of Representatives, including a term as Assistant Minority Leader. In a previous administration, Representative Finstad served as a Minnesota Director of USDA Rural Development. He's also held leadership positions in the Center for Rural Policy and Development and the Minnesota Turkey Growers Association. And I'll brag for a second that Minnesota is the largest turkey producer in the United States. You don't have Thanksgiving without us. Today, Representative Finstead continues a proud generational tradition with his wife, Jackie, of running their family farm in New Ulm area, and I'm sure all the children pitch in and help with chores. We look forward to welcoming Representative Finstead, warmly welcoming him and his family to Congress, and I'd now like to yield my time to my colleague, my friend, Representative Emmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative McCollum. We come together once again to honor a friend and colleague who we lost earlier this year, and to welcome a new member into the House of Representatives, our friend, Mr. Brad Finstead. 6 months have passed since we lost our friend Jim Hagedorn to cancer, and his absence continues to be felt in this chamber and throughout southern Minnesota. Our thoughts remain with his family, as we all know how significant a loss it has been for them and for all of us. Earlier this week, however, the residents of Minnesota's 1st Congressional District elected Brad Finstead to carry out Congressman Hagedorn's legacy of relentless representation in the House of Representatives. They could not have made a better choice. As a 4th-generation Minnesotan, Brad truly represents the best values of our state: honesty, integrity, and the willingness to answer the call to serve. Born and raised on his family farm in New Ulm, Minnesota, Brad grew up understanding the importance of a hard day's work, a trait he still appreciates and carries with him every single day. After graduating from the University of Minnesota, his work on the family farm led Brad to join the Minnesota Farm Bureau and eventually to serve 3 terms in the Minnesota House of Representatives. In 2017, Brad was appointed by President Trump as the Director of Rural Development for the USDA in the state of Minnesota. While there, he worked to improve the lives of farmers throughout our home state. That earned him the respect and admiration of his community in southern Minnesota. Even through his successful election to the House of Representatives, Brad, his wife Jacqueline, and their 7 children continue to operate the family farm in New Ulm. He and his wife met on a school bus in the 2nd grade. And as a husband and father of 7, Brad and Jackie have raised their children on the values of faith, family, and hard work. On behalf of the entire Minnesota delegation, please join us in welcoming Representative Brad Finstead, his wife Jacqueline, and their 7 wonderful children to the United States Congress. And Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to yield to the new Representative Brad Finstead.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Leader McCarthy. Thank you to the Minnesota delegation. It's an extraordinary honor to be here and to be chosen by my southern Minnesota friends, families, and neighbors to serve in this Congress. First, let us take time to remember my predecessor, the late Congressman Hagedorn. He was a true fighter for southern Minnesota, and he was a great example of hard work and what we strive to be in Minnesota. I'd like to thank my wife, Jackie. And these hooligans up front, my 7 kids. Thank you, guys. My parents, my brother, sister-in-law, everyone, just thank you so much. We really couldn't do this without you. So just appreciate you being here and the support and love that you've given us our entire life. People in my district sent a farmer to Congress. I tell people, I wake up, I have dirt under my fingernails. Sorry, Jackie. I don't clean up that well. But I drive a John Deere tractor, and on the farm, when we wake up in the morning, we know something will be broke. And so we wake up trying to figure out, how am I going to fix things? And so really, to me, serving in Congress is all about that. Rolling up my sleeves, taking that farmer mentality, figuring out what's broke and how we're going to fix it and move on. And that's the farmer in me, that's the southern Minnesotan in me, and that's born and raised, and the DNA that Jackie and I have had and our generations of families that have built farm and agribusiness in south central Minnesota. So we inherited the best country on earth from the last generation. And I think quite often of those that have, given blood, sweat, and tears to give us the greatest country in the world. And as I look at my 7 children and children across southern Minnesota and across this country, I know that we can do better. And it's up to us to make sure that we're leaving them a better country than we've been left. So with that attitude, with that work ethic, and with my, compassion and hope to meet all of you and work with you, I just very humbly say thank you, and I'm ready to get to work.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath to the gentleman from Minnesota, the whole number of the House is 431. Congratulations, Mr. Feinstein.
Pursuant to Clause 4 of Rule 1, the following enrolled bills were signed by the Speaker on the following dates.
Friday, August 5th, 2022, Senate 3373, a bill to improve the Iraq and Afghanistan Service Grant and the Children of Fallen Heroes Grant. Wednesday, August 10th, 2022. H.R. 2992, H.R. 5313, H.R. 6943, and Senate 3451.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a privilege report from the Committee on Rules for filing under the rule.
The clerk will report the title.
Report to accompany House Resolution 1316, resolution providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 5376 to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 14.
Referred to the House calendar. Referred to the House calendar and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1316 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 96, House Resolution 1316, resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to take from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 5376 to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 14 with the Senate amendment thereto, and to consider in the House, without intervention of any point of order, a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on the Budget or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment. The Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The motion shall be debatable for 3 hours, equally divided among and controlled by the respective chairs and ranking minority members of the committees on the Budget, Energy, and Commerce, and Ways and Means, or their respective designees. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the motion to its adoption without intervening motion.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, pending which I yield myself such time as they may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only, and I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1316. The rule provides for consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376, the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. It makes in order a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on the Budget or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376. Finally, It provides 3 hours of debate on the motion, equally divided among and controlled by the respective chairs and ranking minority members of the Committees on Budget, Energy and Commerce, and Ways and Means, or their respective designees. Mr. Speaker, for too long, too many people in this country have felt like the work that happens in Washington isn't meant to help them. Like the people who work in the city are not on their side. And you know what? For a long time, they've been right. For decades, corporate special interests and their out-of-touch friends in the Republican Party have blocked progress in Washington. They got what was good for the rich and powerful, not what was right for working families and the middle class. No more. That time is over. President Biden and Democrats are putting people over politics. We're fighting to create better jobs, safer communities, and a brighter future for our planet. This historic bill, this is a historic bill, Mr. Speaker, and at the end of the day, it is not a complicated vote. It all comes down to what your values are. Democrats have been fighting for years to lower drug prices, and this bill lets Medicare negotiate with drug companies to lower the price of prescription drugs. It caps the out-of-pocket cost of insulin at $35 for people on Medicare. It stops excessive price hikes on drugs and says if you're on Medicare, you won't have to pay more than $2,000 a year for your prescriptions. Meanwhile, Republicans oppose this bill because it will cut into big farmers' corporate profits. Boo-hoo. I mean, really? They oppose this bill because they want to let pharmaceutical companies continue price gouging. Give me a break. This bill listens to the climate experts who tell us that melting glaciers and record heat are not normal. It puts us on a path to cutting carbon emissions 40% by 2030, helping create millions of new jobs along the way. This is a huge investment in energy security made in America by American workers that lowers energy costs for working families. It is the biggest investment in fighting climate change in history, ever. This is a turning point in the fight to protect our planet. Republicans oppose this bill because they've never given a damn about pollution or climate change. They're more interested in protecting big oil's bottom line. That's whose side they're on. Now, let's look at health care costs. This bill cuts health care costs for millions of people by locking in lower Affordable Care Act premiums, saving people $800 a year on average. Republicans oppose it because they want insurance companies to make more money by ripping people off. Now, you can't make this stuff up. Democrats want a tax code that's fair, where rich and powerful people pay what they owe, just like everyone else. Honest, hardworking middle-class families have to pay their fair share, but the top 1% dodge $160 billion in taxes each year. The Republican answer? They want to make it easier for the rich and powerful to cheat. I mean, whose side are they on? Mr. Speaker, this is historic. It is bold. And just so everyone understands, it lowers the deficit, and it is fully paid for with no new taxes on families making $400,000 per year or less, and no new taxes on small businesses. Those who oppose this bill don't want to talk about how it will help people, so instead, they're pushing total made-up BS. The money in this bill for the IRS isn't going to result in increased audits on anyone making under $400,000 a year. Don't take my word for it. Who appointed Charles Reddick, the current commissioner of the IRS? Oh, it was Donald Trump. Charles Reddick, Trump's appointee, says the money in this bill will go towards better customer support, quicker turnaround times so that people can get long overdue refunds, and enforcing tax laws against rich people cheating on their taxes. So don't take it from me, take it from Trump's own hand-picked IRS commissioner. I get calls into my district office every day from people who are frustrated that their calls to the IRS go unanswered and their tax returns are late. This bill will help fix it. Look, here's the truth. This bill puts our government back on the side of working people in this country. Now, like I said earlier, this is about values. Democrats put people over politics. We're fighting to reduce inflation for the people, lower the cost of health care and prescription drugs, make heating, cooling, and electricity bills cheaper, combat climate change with green energy, and lower the deficit. And let's just tell the truth. Republicans are cheering for inflation. Every day they come to this floor cheering for us to fail. In my opinion, they're cheering for this administration and this country to fail because they think it will help them politically. They don't put people over politics. They put big pharma, oil CEOs, corporate tax evaders, and greedy insurance companies over everything else. It's rotten, it's wrong, and it's hurting America. Enough with the cynicism. This is a great day for America. I am proud to be here. It's not very often we get to pass bills that are going to change the course of history for generations to come. I will sleep better tonight knowing that when we pass this bill, we are putting people over politics to leave a better world for our kids and our grandkids. This is a historic moment. Let's get this bill passed and to the President's desk. I urge all of my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
And to the chairman, while I recognize we are engaged in a very, very partisan exercise and a harsh partisan debate, I do want to acknowledge the loss from our congressional family of our representative from Indiana, Ms. Walorski, and I so appreciated your presence at her funeral yesterday. I know it was a difficult time for many of us, and we lost two of our congressional staffers who in many ways are like family. Emma Thompson, who used to work in my office as my communications director. So it has been a tough week, and now we end it with today's rule, providing for the consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. And I say the so-called Inflation Reduction Act because you would almost need a degree in nanometrology. You'd almost need a micrometer to be able to measure the amount of deficit reduction that is included in this failed legislation that we have in front of us. In fact, this is the second time we've seen this legislative vehicle. The Democrats try to push through partisan budget reconciliation. Now, what does that mean? That means that there is zero input from the Republican side of the aisle. And why is that important? You have a House and a Senate that are almost evenly divided. It's 50-50 in the Senate. They relied on the vice president's vote to get this across the finish line. And as we heard this morning at the swearing in of our new member, you have a bare majority in the House of Representatives. So don't try to tell people that this has been an exercise that is well thought out, that has come through the committees of jurisdiction, where people have had input. No Republican has had any input into this travesty that we have in front of us today. Mr. Speaker, I sit on the Budget Committee. We did not mark up a budget resolution for fiscal year 2022. Instead, what happened? The budget was deemed passed in a rule vote without zero floor consideration. This bill is a reconfigured Build Back Better Act that the House passed last October that didn't really have the breath to rise up off the floor, but somehow, senators cut a deal, Democratic senators cut a deal with themselves, and now we have it on the floor today. But I stress again, this bill had no Republican input, and it will have a negligible effect on inflation. Now, President Biden, has stated that this bill will reduce inflationary pressures. Oh my God, just make stuff up. What do you mean inflationary pressures? That's not the same thing as actually reducing inflation. In fact, when you look at this bill, when you look at the language of this bill, and recognize that there are things started, but they're only for a short period of time, but in reality, we know that once something started, it never stops up here. So if you remove the sunset provisions from the bill and assume that all spending in this bill is going to be extended through the 10-year budget window, This bill actually spends $745 billion and adds $148 billion to the national debt. After Democrats pushed through a $1.9 trillion reconciliation package, and we all remember when that happened, February, March of 2021, billions of dollars more in spending is the last thing that American consumers need in the middle of record high inflation. To combat inflation, the Federal Reserve has had to raise interest rates. They were late in starting. They dismissed inflation. They said it was transitory, wasn't really happening, figment of your imagination. But then, since March, they've raised interest rates by 2.25%, the fastest cumulative rate hike in over 10 years. Now, according to the Congressional Budget Office, and we really haven't heard from them much this Congress, but according to the Congressional Budget Office, the increase in interest rates will cost taxpayers an extra $100 billion this year alone. So let me describe for you what is costing Americans so much. There are severe negative impacts in implementing government drug price controls, which are included in this bill. However, what most people do not understand is the effect this reconciliation package will have on health care and doctors' practices in America. At the end of this year, docs are expecting a payment update in Medicare that is now calculated to be 0%. Anywhere else in this town, a 0% update is viewed as a pay cut because we have 8 to 9% inflation. And guess what? That same inflation affecting household budgets affects your budget running a medical practice. But in addition to that, there's a 4.5% Medicare conversion factor, which is reduced, and the adoption of several changes to the evaluation and management current procedural technology codes. The net effect is a big cut to the nation's doctors. That's really where we should have been focusing some of our efforts. But instead, we tell our doctors and our nurses, you're our heroes. You got us through the coronavirus pandemic, the worst pandemic in 100 years. So thank you, heroes. Here's your pay cut. And the doctors go, wait, what? Under this legislation, we'll see changes to Part B drug reimbursements that would lead to an average of a 40% cut for healthcare providers. Wednesday, during the Rules Committee hearing, I offered an amendment with Dr. Murphy to actually fix this problem. I thought, well, maybe it's just an oversight. Maybe they didn't really mean to do this. Unfortunately, it was rejected in the Rules Committee by a party line vote. The confluence of these cuts threatens the sustainability of medical practices and will lead to physicians closing their doors. So let me be quite clear about that. A vote for this bill is a vote to close medical practices. To make matters worse, the providers that would be affected work in fields such as oncology, rheumatology, interventional pain management, hematology, internal medicine, and gastroenterology. I never thought I would be up here fighting to save specialty practices, especially oncology, community oncology, which focuses on the treatment of cancer. But as these practices close, and they will close, care will shift to hospitals. And what happens when the care shifts to hospitals from the doctor's office? Oh, it goes up by a factor of about 66%. So instead of saving money, we're actually costing money. Ultimately, the combined financial pressures will result in limited access to treatment for patients, including those in rural areas. Following a major pandemic and a healthcare workforce shortage, we should be encouraging physicians to keep their practices open in order to have a more stable healthcare system that would benefit patients, but instead we do exactly the opposite. If this bill is signed into law, millions of patients could die waiting for those new drugs and cures that will no longer be developed in their lifetime. The last bill signed into law by President Obama at the end of 2016 was the Cures for the 21st Century Act, something that our committee, Energy and Commerce, worked on, this House passed. Everyone was proud of the Cures for the 21st Century Act. We wanted to deliver those cures for the 21st century to patients who had been long suffering. We wanted to get them there faster. We wanted to get them there at lower cost. But now we're doing exactly the opposite. millions of patients could die waiting for new drugs and new cures. I've heard directly from providers that potentially millions of patients will be affected if docs close their doors. This bill is anti-doctor and anti-patient, and we will unfortunately see those consequences after final passage. This reconciliation bill also includes numerous new Green Deal provisions. There is a tax on natural gas production that will be passed on to consumers. Make no mistake about it. It's going to make it harder and more expensive to heat homes, to buy groceries, to farm the land. This bill establishes a Department of Energy loan guarantee at $250 billion to support greenhouse gas reduction projects. You know, I've been here long enough that I remember Solyndra in the Obama administration. This was a failed investment that cost the American taxpayer $500 million. There is also an energy efficiency home appliance rebate program to allow wealthy Americans to update their homes to the tune of $9 billion, and a $1 billion program to electrify garbage trucks and school buses. The bill includes $27 billion in a greenhouse gas reduction fund at the Environmental Protection Agency that will be a slush fund for greenhouse projects. $27 billion to the Environmental Protection Agency with no guardrails, with no oversight, and we just hope that they're going to fix problems. Good luck with that. It also reinstates the Superfund excise tax on crude oil and imported petroleum, and this will result in an additional $11 billion tax burden on our oil and gas industry in the midst of record high gas prices. You know, it's a telling mental image that the president was forced to go hat in hand over to the Middle East, over to Saudi Arabia, and ask them to pump more oil. It's not like we ran out here, but the president went over to Saudi Arabia, hat in hand, and how embarrassing. They told him they actually weren't able to produce any more than they were right now. And last but not least, this bill contains a $7,500 tax credit for electric vehicles that must be made with a certain percentage of minerals mined in the United States or countries with U.S. free trade agreements. Most of the minerals come from China and Russia. There is not a single electric vehicle currently on the market that complies with this provision, and the European Union recently warned that this may violate World Trade Organization domestic content and local assembly rules. I could continue, but let me highlight some of the tax increases that average Americans will face. This bill creates a 15% minimum book tax on companies, but it includes exclusions for Green New Deal tax credits. A fix to the carried interest loophole was axed in the Senate to by one vote and replaced with a one-year extension of the state and local salt tax cap. This was done to appease one senator. It was removed and replaced with a pass-through loss limitation, which will prohibit pass-throughs from claiming a certain amount of after loss. Democrats have chosen to protect individuals in high-tax states over Main Street businesses. There's also a 1% excise tax on stock buybacks, which will harm retirement investments. There are extensions of production tax credits for renewables, like we haven't subsidized them enough already, and $80 billion for the Internal Revenue Service, including 87,000 new agents who will all be members of a federal employees union, likely contribute to Democratic campaigns, but are not required to be CPAs. I mean, where in the world do you go to make stuff like this up? Oh yes, the United States House of Representatives run by Democrats. This is a 600% IRS funding increase over last year and a doubling of the number of employees. Man, wouldn't it be great to double the number of employees of the FAA? How many people have recently been stuck trying to get from one place to another with air travel in this country? And instead, we're expanding the IRS. Currently, the best accounting firms are struggling to hire CPAs. How is the IRS going to attract qualified individuals? We'll only create tax technicians who could be injurious to citizens if not properly trained. Americans deserve better. With that, I urge opposition to the rule, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I feel like I just walked into the Festivus celebration, the annual airing of grievances. There's so much that needs to be responded to, but let me just say two things. On inflation, last week, 5 former Treasury secretaries issued a statement, 5 former Treasury secretaries, urging us to pass this critical legislation to, quote, help increase American competitiveness, address our climate crisis, lower costs for families, and fight inflation. Larry Summers was among those former Treasury secretaries who said that this bill helps fight inflation. My Republican colleagues love to cite Mr. Summers, but it seems as though they only like acknowledging his analysis when he agrees with the point that they're trying to make. And just on process, I just have to say this. Perhaps my friends are forgetting the extensive hearings and markups that we held during consideration of Build Back Better. The Energy and Commerce markup alone took 3 days. Almost every piece of the Inflation Reduction Act was included in some form in the original House bill. Of course, it's not identical. Unfortunately, we had to let the Senate work its will, too. Believe me, I wish we could send the House-passed bill straight to the President's desk. But I don't have the time to go through an exhaustive list. But let me just remind my colleagues of just a few of the many provisions that this body already considered through regular order. The ACA premium reduction, prescription drug pricing reform, clean energy tax credits, energy efficiency rebates, funds to fight wildfires, rural energy programs, clean vehicle manufacturing, funds to reduce air pollution, drought assistance, and a lot more. Now, I understand that my colleagues don't like this bill, but it's gone through regular order, and it's way past time that we send it to the President's desk for his signature. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, a member of the House Rules Committee, Mrs. Torres.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin my comments by thanking President Biden for doing what he actually has said that he's going to do and delivering for the people. I also want to thank our Vice President from California, Kamala Harris, for being courageous and splitting that 50-50 Senate. I want to also recognize the leadership of both houses that have brought us to where we are today. To consider a Senate amendment to H.R. 5376, Inflation Reduction Act, IRA of 2022. This is a critical piece of legislation that will help reduce the federal deficit and tackle inflation, lower health care and prescription drug costs, and address the climate crisis. The Inflation Reduction Act will also help lower energy bills for working families, all while changing the tax code to ensure the corporations, the ones that can donate politically and be considered as if they were humans, well, if they're able to give money politically, they should be able to also pay their own fair share of taxes. And the filthy rich should also pay their fair share. Many families are still struggling to make ends meet with the cost of goods on the rise, forcing many to choose between basic necessities like food and life-saving medication to stay healthy. Let us not forget that we shut down our economy as a result of a massive world pandemic. Let us not forget that Russia, the bully, has declared war on their neighbor. And yes, China continues to shut down many other communities as a result of high coronavirus infections. So inflation is high. It is disappointing to see that American families pay nearly twice as much for their prescription drugs in comparison to other developed countries. And why is that? Because we had been handcuffed, because we are not able to negotiate fair pharmaceutical prices. I have even heard from my constituents that medication can be so expensive that in many cases they decide to reduce the recommended dosage
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
to decline
Yield the
medication
lady another 30 seconds.
altogether. This is unacceptable. The Inflation Reduction Act will allow Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices with pharmaceutical companies. The cost to seniors per year will not exceed $2,000. It also caps insulin for them at $35 per month. This is a game changer for the working class people, not only in my community, but across America. I urge everyone to support this bill and to be proud to help American families move forward.
Gentlewoman's
Thank you.
time has expired. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. At this time, I would like to recognize the ranking member of the House Rules Committee, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, for 4 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my good friend from Texas for yielding. And, Mr. Speaker, I ask permission that I could submit my remarks in written form for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's worth asking why we're here at all right now, quite frankly. We face no emergency. The government's not about to shut down. Nothing in this bill is actually going to take effect in the immediate future. We're simply here because my friends on the other side want to create the illusion that they're doing something positive before the midterm elections. I think they also fear that the American people will actually have a chance to look at this monstrosity over a month, and their own members would then have to go home and give a full accounting of what they've done here. Sadly, we're going to rush this through without appropriate consideration. It's worth noting, Mr. Speaker, 180 of our own members plus are not even here. They're not here because they've submitted a declaration because we're in a health emergency. What health emergency? We have vaccines, we have therapeutics, the airports are full of people. People are traveling pretty easy, but 180 members won't be here, both parties. Again, that's a sad commentary on the manner in which we're operating this House. This bill comes before us in a process that I can only describe as lousy. No committee of jurisdiction in either the Senate or the House has dealt with this bill as written. No House member has had any meaningful input in this legislation. The reality is this bill was negotiated in back rooms by 2 senators, rammed through the Senate on a partisan vote. My friends have picked it up without changing it, without considering it, and they're going to ram it through here today. That's a process that they ought to be embarrassed by. There are 2 reasons to oppose the legislation itself, Mr. Speaker. The first is simply because of what's in it. The Democrats are repeating the mistake they made last year. They're going to try and spin their way out of inflation, a novel approach. We saw how well that worked when they rammed through the American Rescue Plan under reconciliation. It's going to work exactly the same way again. And on top of that, we're going to try and tax our way out of a recession. That's a novel new economic idea. Raise taxes while you're in a recession, something other administrations of both parties have always rejected as a bad idea. But my friends, feverishly intent upon action, are going to do it here. We are going to do one thing, and I guess that could start immediately. We are going to hire, as my friend from Texas suggested, 87,000 new IRS employees. Only my friends on the other side think that's a good idea. Nobody thinks 87,000 new IRS agents are going to do anything to help us with inflation or to help us with the problems that we have in energy or to help us in any meaningful way improve the economy or the lives of the average American. But what's not in this bill is another reason to vote against it. It does nothing to deal with inflation. Indeed, during the Rules Committee, we submitted a letter from 280 economists that said this is going to make it worse, not better. 280. They can rely on Mr. Summers. I'll rely on the 280 economists from both parties, every point of view that said this is not going to work when it comes to inflation. There's nothing in this bill that's going to increase energy production in the United States. Nothing at all. And finally, there's nothing meaningful, as my friend from Texas pointed out, that will actually reduce the deficit. That deficit doesn't begin to come down until 7 years from now under this legislation. That assumes everything stays the same for 7 years. That's not going to happen. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, we ought to reject this rule. We ought to submit this bill to the appropriate committees of jurisdiction in this House, allow them to do their work, continue to negotiate with the Senate. There's no emergency. There's no hurry here. We don't need to ram this through. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I urge the rejection of the rule and the rejection of the underlying legislation. And with that, I again thank my friend, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, my friend asked why are we here in August and what's the emergency? Well, the Inflation Reduction Act actually addresses an emergency that a lot of families are faced with right now. Rising grocery costs, rising fuel costs. Those things are emergencies. Maybe not to people on the other side of the aisle here, but they are to a lot of families in my district and across the country. Rising prescription drug prices are an emergency. And if that's not enough, addressing the issue of the climate crisis. I mean, the front page of the Washington Post, as U.S. prepares for climate action, planet isn't waiting around. The planet's literally on fire. And we are actually addressing that in a meaningful way with this bill. The biggest investment ever to combat the climate crisis. That is an emergency. You should talk to young people in your district who have been fighting passionately to try to get Congress to finally address this issue. Talk to your farmers in your district. They'll tell you that climate change is real. So maybe my friends would rather be on vacation, but we are here in August to do something meaningful for the American people and for this planet. Happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Inflation Reduction Act represents the biggest climate action in history and rightfully boosts offshore wind production to meet our renewable energy goals. First, the bill provides a $10 billion investment tax credit for clean energy manufacturing facilities. This will benefit wind turbine manufacturers, propelling a nascent industry that will create jobs and clean energy both in Massachusetts and across the country. Further, the bill provides additional tax support to manufacturing projects located in energy communities, including those that previously housed coal power plants, like Brayton Point in my district. Offshore wind farms that connect to wholesale electric grids in such communities should be eligible for this additional support as well to maximize these credits' impact. The Inflation Reduction Act is a generational step forward in taking on big oil and gas and driving our nation towards a clean energy future. I urge the House to join me in passing this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to recognize a fellow member of the House Committee on Rules, Representative Fishbach from Minnesota, for 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to comment, I do talk to farmers. And what farmers are talking to me about is they're talking about the incredible costs of their inputs this year. That's what they're talking about. They're not coming to me about climate change. They're coming to me about the cost it is for them to do business and the inflation they're facing. Last year, my Democratic colleagues slingshotted us into a record inflation with trillions in reckless spending. And now they have the audacity to use that very crisis to justify doing it again. They call this bill the Inflation Reduction Act. In reality, this is just another installation of their tax and spend agenda that got us here in the first place. This time, they are spending $80 billion in funding to send 87,000 new IRS agents to shake loose change from Americans to pay for their spending spree. With this new staff, the IRS will be bigger than the Pentagon, State Department, FBI, and Border Patrol. This new IRS army will increase audits on individuals by more than 1.2 million, nearly half of which will be on Americans making $75,000 per year or less. You don't have to take my word for it. This is according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. And what do Americans get in return? $3 billion in grants to promote climate justice, $7.5 billion for wealthy families to purchase their next Tesla, $1.3 billion for those same families to boost the sale value of their old Tesla, and $1 billion for electric garbage trucks. This bill is riddled with provisions that carry the Green New Deal stamp of approval. This bill is not designed to help the country recover. It is not going to help American families pay for groceries. It's not designed to help American families. It is designed to send an army of IRS agents after low and middle income Americans so Democrats can pay for their Green New Deal. I yield back. Thank you.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Lamb.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you were in Western Pennsylvania for the 2020 campaign season, you would have seen a lot of commercials about what Republicans were going to do on the issue of energy and for energy workers and what Democrats were going to do. And the contention was that Republicans were going to make us energy dominant and they were going to help all these workers and give them more job opportunities, and the Democrats were going to take all that away. So here today we have a bill that is all about energy dominance and energy jobs. If you build pipelines, this bill is for you because of the increased money for carbon capture and hydrogen. If you make the steel tube that goes into those pipelines, if you work at a nuclear power plant, or you build things for the nuclear power plant, this bill is for all of you. It strengthens and widens our energy portfolio and gives us more options at a better price. And yet today's bill is not a Republican bill, it's a Democratic bill. I wish it wasn't only a Democratic bill, but it will be, because when it comes to the needs of these workers and the true need for our country to be energy secure, we are the ones doing the job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler, another valuable member of the House Republican Committee on Rules.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend and fellow Rules Committee member for the time. Mr. Speaker, 61% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. 61%. And yet here we are today considering another reckless tax and spend bill that doubles down on the same failed economic policies that brought us to the current situation in the first place. Under Democrats' one-party rule, inflation has increased nearly 550%. Let me repeat that. Inflation has increased nearly 550%. Americans are spending over $2,000 more a year on gas, and our economy, despite the new definition, is actually in a recession. So despite what the majority claims, this bill will do nothing to reduce the record high inflation that is forcing Americans to pay more for just about everything. But just don't take my word for it. Analysis from the Wharton School found this bill will actually increase inflation through 2024. This bill will also increase taxes on individuals earning under $400,000 a year while funneling taxpayer dollars to the wealthiest Americans. Under this bill, coastal elites, members from the ruling class, will receive $7,500 to buy electric vehicles, while everyday Americans will have to pay more at the pump thanks to $12 billion in taxes on American energy producers. Unsurprisingly, this legislation is stuffed full of socialist big government handouts, including more than $400 billion for the radical, dangerous Green New Deal policy. It also provides the IRS with $80 billion for 87,000 new agents to apparently audit just 700 billionaires. The IRS doesn't need 87,000 agents to audit the rich. They need 87,000 agents to harass the working class and pay for their far-left handouts. Ultimately, this bill will push our nation deeper into recession and make life even more unaffordable for American families. I urge my colleagues to oppose this rule, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a New York Times article entitled, "The IRS Says New Funding Won't Mean More Audits for Middle-Class Americans."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to insert into the record an AP article entitled, "IRS Plans to Hire 10,000 Workers to Relieve Massive Backlog."
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a CNN report entitled, "Trump Allies Are Attacking Biden for a Plan to Hire 87,000 New IRS Agents That Doesn't Exist."
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a New York Times article entitled, "For Older Americans, Health Bill Will Bring Savings and Peace of Mind."
Without objection.
Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, you know, seniors know that this bill will help bring down their health care and prescription drug costs dramatically. Passing this bill will be a huge sigh of relief for 34 million Americans covered by Medicare. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, the distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American people asked, and Democrats are delivering. I am proud to join my colleagues in moving this historic effort to fight climate change, lower prescription drug prices, and reduce the deficit. Every district in our country has felt the pain of inaction on the growing climate crisis, from forest fires in the West to unprecedented flooding in the Midwest and Northeast. My district is no exception. Just this week, I visited the Brandywine Museum, home of Andrew Wyeth's masterpieces, which 1 year ago experienced devastating damage when extreme weather caused the nearby river to rise over 18 feet. Yesterday, I toured the wetlands at John Hines National Wildlife Refuge to discuss measures to address the ever more frequent flooding being experienced in the nearby Eastwick neighborhood. From one end of my district to another, my constituents are seeing the devastating impact of climate change every single day. Congress must deliver results for these people, legislation that makes a difference for hard-working Americans. When my Republican colleagues were in the majority, they used their control over this body to pass tax cuts for the wealthy and deny health care to millions of Americans. But Democrats have proven over and over they take seriously their job to deliver results for all of their constituents, and that's why we're here today. Through tax incentives, grants, and loans, the Inflation Reduction Act will reduce CO2 emissions by 40% by 2030. This legislation will invest in our energy sector to promote innovation in renewable energy, and it will do this while supporting workers' unions and creating more than 9 million new jobs over the next decade. The bill will also ensure that vulnerable communities like Eastwick, most likely to feel the impact of the climate crisis, will receive the tools and attention they deserve. Beyond addressing climate, the bill will radically lower the cost of expensive prescription drugs, help 13 million Americans keep their health insurance, and empower the IRS to go after wealthy corporations and tax cheats. Notably, it'll do all this while reducing the budget deficit. I'm proud to support this legislation and urge all of my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's now my pleasure to recognize the gentlelady from the energy state of Oklahoma for 1 minute.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for yielding. I rise in opposition to the rule to consider the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. This partisan legislation is full of new tax hikes, which will negatively impact Oklahomans throughout my district. Sadly, the legislation will only worsen inflation and further the Democrats' Green New Deal priorities. The bill should be instead called the Green New Deal Light. To make matters worse, the bill will not solve our energy crisis the nation is facing currently. It raises the royalty rate for onshore oil and gas leases, imposes a new per-acre fee to nominate leased parcels, and provides billions for so-called environmental justice initiatives. The legislation also includes a natural gas tax, which would make it more expensive to heat homes, cook, and more. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to reject the rule and oppose this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Neguse.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman from yielding. You know, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk a big game about deficit reduction. When they used the same parliamentary procedure, budget reconciliation, when they were in power and in control of this majority, they blew a $2 trillion hole in the deficit. House Democrats here today, putting people over politics, have put a bill on the floor that would reduce the deficit by billions of dollars. And apparently that's not enough for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. This bill will lower costs, it will create better paying jobs for the American people, and it will invest in climate action and the existential threat of our time facing my constituents in Colorado. Since 1982, Colorado has experienced natural disaster after natural disaster that has cost our state over $55 billion, including the most destructive fire in the history of my state just this past December. It is time for us to take this climate crisis seriously, and that's exactly what this bill does, through investments in R&D, through investments in energy storage and battery technology, and so much more to enable our transition to a clean energy future. I'm proud to support this bill because I believe it delivers for the American people, and I certainly urge my colleagues to support it as well. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, Republicans will amend the rule to allow the House to consider an amendment that would stop the IRS from hiring 87,000 new agents to target and harass lower-income Americans. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment into the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. Here to explain the amendment is Representative Adrian Smith of Nebraska, and I yield 3 minutes to Representative Smith.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank my colleague from Texas for the time, and as he pointed out, if we defeat the previous question, I will move to amend the rule to make in order my amendment to strike funding for IRS enforcement activities. The administration's own Treasury Department has said this funding would be used to hire 87,000 new IRS agents. This has been verified. Agents, we know, will be focused on targeting American families, small businesses, farmers, and ranchers with audits. Families and small businesses are struggling. That's no secret. Inflation is at 8.5%. Food and gas prices are at record highs. And despite this bill's name, economists, reasonable economists, agree it will do nearly nothing to actually reduce inflation, especially in the near term. Small business pessimism about costs and access to workers is at all-time highs, and more audits would only compound this misery. Estimates put the starting cost to a small business of being audited in the range of $10,000 to $75,000. Ridiculous. That is the last thing our small businesses need, the vast majority of whom follow the law. They're law-abiding individuals and law-abiding businesses. My amendment makes the following changes to the bill. It strikes the $45 billion for enforcement activities, which include legal and litigation support, digital asset monitoring, and enforcing criminal statutes. Those are audit activities. It strikes $25 billion for operation support, which includes rent payments, printing, postage, and other administrative activities to support the new auditors. It also strikes $104 million for the Office of Tax Policy at IRS, the office which creates new tax regulations. It strikes $153 million for the U.S. Tax Court, where cases related to these new audits would be heard. And it strikes $50 million for Treasury to implement these changes. Now let me tell you what this amendment would not do. This amendment leaves in place $3.2 billion for taxpayer services to help address the backlog of nearly 20 million unprocessed returns. We agree this backlog is a serious problem and taxpayers need better customer service. It leaves in place $4.8 billion for badly needed IRS systems modernization. According to CBO, the bill would still reduce the deficit if we adopt this amendment while leaving every other provision of the package intact. Unless there are Senate Democrats who believe auditing families and small businesses is the single most important part of this bill, they should have no problem expeditiously passing it again. And because we would only make in order this one single amendment if we defeat the previous question, it will only delay final passage of the bill by about 20 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I have many serious concerns about this bill, and the rule makes an order, which I will discuss later. I find it particularly troubling that Democrats think auditing thousands more American families and small businesses is a solution to inflation. Let's defeat the previous question and help assure law-abiding Americans that the IRS isn't going to show up at their door.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Their struggles. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for anybody to suggest that the IRS is somehow coming after people is absurd and it is dangerous. And this fear-mongering has to stop. I mean, yesterday, top Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Chuck Grassley, made this outrageous statement that armed IRS agents will go door to door with assault rifles after this bill passes. All I can say to that is everyone grab your tinfoil hats. I mean, in response, Senate Finance Chairman Ron Wyden said, and I quote, "It's unbelievable that we even need to say this, but there are not going to be 87,000 armed IRS agents going door to door with assault weapons. This is funding for answering phone calls and upgrading computer systems and getting our constituents the refunds that they've been waiting for months and months and months." And I get it. You know, my Republican friends do not want to give the IRS the ability to go after wealthy tax cheats, big corporations that are using every loophole possible to avoid paying taxes. But you know what? Our constituents have to pay their fair share. These rich people ought to be able to pay their fair share as well. So I get it. My Republican friends, when they were in charge, passed a $2 trillion tax cut to make it easier for the rich and powerful to cheat on their taxes. And this Democratic majority is going to make sure they pay their fair share. And with that, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the distinguished chairman, and I rise enthusiastically to support the rule and the underlying bill. As I do so, let me ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join me in asking President Trump to lower the rhetoric so we don't have people dying every day because of his provocative words. But let me say this bill is a miracle of success. It is a miracle because we, the Democrats, are giving back $300 billion to reduce inflation that was created by the Trump tax cut that has been killing us for the last couple of years. I'm excited about the idea that those who are not paying their fair tax, the top 1%, $160 billion they do not pay. But yet, we will raise known taxes on those making $400,000 or less. We will make corporations and ultra-wealthy persons pay their fair share through the IRS, working to help working people. No new taxes on families. That is crucial. Now, in the underlying bill, I would have wanted to offer an amendment dealing with the carried interest, which would have gotten us $14 billion. I would have wanted to make sure that we had the $35 limit on insulin and as well help for Medicaid recipients. This is a great bill. I support the rule and the underlying bill. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purposes of rebuttal, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting in this exchange here, the claims made that this bill will just do so many wonderful things for our country and that they're holding harmless folks making less than $400,000. CBO just reported that at least $20 billion in savings from this bill will come from families making less than $400,000 a year. Hardly what has been stated from the folks advocating for this bill. We know that the facts point out that it's 87,000 new employees, including agents, over at the IRS, and these full-time equivalents would take place by 2031. I'm not sure where those folks come from necessarily. I know that it's been stated that this would fill vacancies or answer retirements for the next few years, but why do we need new money for that? That should already be budgeted. I think that when you look at the claims made, and certainly these agents at the IRS have law enforcement authority. They have badges that let them walk around the magnetometers at the airports. Certainly, I would assume they are armed as well. So fact of the matter is the Joint Committee on Taxation estimates
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman is recognized.
The JCT estimates 78 to 90% of new revenue from unreported income will come from folks earning even less than $200,000 per year. So I think we need to be very cautious as we move forward and grow an agency that even President Clinton pushed back on when he was president, realizing that the agency was harassing the American people. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want to make clear to my colleagues, actually in the Senate bill, there was explicit language that made it very clear that none of this money would be used for audits for people earning $400,000 or less or targeted at small businesses. But Republicans over in the Senate insisted that the language be stripped out, and now they're complaining about it. But you know what? I got good news for you. I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen that makes it crystal clear that that's not what's going to happen. And by the way, a letter from Donald Trump's appointed IRS commissioner who's still there, who made it very clear that it won't be used for that. So stop the misinformation, stop the fear-mongering. You know, I get it. My Republican friends do not want to lower the cost of prescription drugs for senior citizens. They don't want to do anything about climate change. They don't want to pay down the deficit or the debt. I mean, I get it. You know what? But we do, and the American people do, and I'm proud of this legislation. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the distinguished chairwoman of the Committee on Financial Services, Ms. Waters.
Without objection, and the gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in recognition of the very long and difficult negotiations that have taken place following the Build Back Better Act led by President Biden and the Democrats. I applaud all of the beneficiaries of the reconciliation bill and what is now the Inflation Reduction Bill. This act includes historic climate change legislation, will lower prescription drug costs, reduce the cost of Medicare, and will hopefully force major corporations to pay their fair share of taxes. However, as chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee, I work with members of my committee and many members of Congress to confront the housing crisis in this country. We organized a request for $150 billion in the Build Back Better Act, which included rental assistance with Section 8 vouchers, the development of more affordable housing units, support for first-generation home buyers, repairs to fix deteriorating public housing, and fair housing enforcement to eliminate discrimination and unlawful evictions. However, there's not one nickel, not one dime, not $1 for the development of housing in this bill. We can no longer afford to have housing as an afterthought, a nice to have, or simply something that can wait until later. It is foundational to the prosperity of families, key to a healthy economy, and crucial to fighting inflation. Yes, I'm disappointed. I'm going to vote for this bill because so many people are going to benefit in different ways, but I'm disappointed that housing does not show up anywhere in this legislation.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve at this time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, the distinguished chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman McGovern. This is an important bill. And yes, it will bring down inflation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're dealing here with basic economics. And unless we have multiple forces working simultaneously, we will not be able to bring down the cost of particularly food. I want to raise this point because, as Chair Lady Waters pointed out, it does help in terms of prescription drugs. It brings down the cost of health care, but those reflect some of our basic needs. It helps our veterans with their health care. Just as I stepped up and helped to deal with Step Up, we are having a problem with the front end of our food supply chain. We have 17,000 of our ranchers and small farmers going out of business every year. And may I just have 20 seconds, 10 maybe? I
yield the gentleman 15 seconds.
Thank you. Let me just say that this is very important, and it sets the stage for this bill, working with our lower food and fuel costs to continue the process. And finally, we will have a bill in September that addresses the front line of our supply chain that will also bring down the cost and inflation. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For rebuttal, I'll yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I just want to be very clear that, if Secretary Yellen were accurate when she said that inflation was transitory, we would have no reason to be here right now. And obviously, she's backed off of those comments based on realities, and that's what we need to focus on now are the realities and the facts, not what some hopes might be for some legislation on the floor. But I ask unanimous consent to insert for the record documents from the CBO, the JCT, as well as the GAO.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say briefly here, I would urge my colleagues to please stop the fear-mongering and pandering to the extremists. People are listening when people speak on this House floor. We had someone show up at the FBI field office yesterday with a nail gun. So enough of the misinformation. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to just make one point. The extent to which this is a partisan bill is a result of selective memory and a willful refusal on the part of my Republican colleagues to work with us. This legislation is replete with items that I'm proud to have authored with Senator Grassley, the small energy wind tax credit, the 30D in terms of electric vehicles, the 179 building tax credit. These are historically bipartisan in nature. There was a time when the Republicans used to work with us on that. They have chosen to move in the opposite direction to their shame, but we're going to remedy that today.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains on our side?
Gentleman from Texas has 1.5 minutes.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts has 4.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a Washington Post piece entitled "Climate Change's Impact Intensifies as U.S. Prepares to Take Action."
Without objection.
At this point, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to focus, there are a lot of great things in this legislation. I want to focus on one thing that's important for San Antonio. In 2019, my county, Barrett County, had the second highest death toll from diabetes. My grandmother died from diabetes. My mom is diabetic. And I remember going with my grandmother where she would inject insulin into herself. And sometimes she had trouble paying for it and spent days and sometimes several days at the hospital. There are so many people in this country who will benefit from the fact that we're capping, senior citizens, that we're capping insulin costs at $35 a month and prescription drug costs. People who are humble, hardworking people who don't ask a lot from us or their government, but will benefit incredibly from this legislation. And I want to say thank you to everybody who supported it, who is getting it across the finish line. It's going to be great for the country. I yield back, Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I don't see any other speakers on our side, so I would yield to the gentleman for his closing. Not yield, I will reserve my time. The
gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I wanted to close on your time. Mr. Speaker, I will yield myself the balance of our time. And Mr. Speaker, as we close out this debate, once again, I want to acknowledge that I have been aided on the floor during rule debate by the able services of Rachel Huggins, who unfortunately is leaving my office at the end of this month to join the Foreign Service. So our loss is the Foreign Service's gain, but she will continue to serve her country and serve her country well. But we are so grateful for her service that she's provided in both my office and at the Rules Committee. Now, despite the name, this bill will do very little to reduce inflation. According to an analysis by the University of Pennsylvania Wharton School, the bill increases inflation through 2024 while having an overall negligible effect. Look, you'd almost need to be an atomic physicist to be able to measure on a molecular level how much this is going to reduce inflation. But it is going to increase federal spending, and we know already the increase in federal spending is what lit the fire of inflation in the first place. This is a bad bill. Reject the previous question so we can take up Mr. Smith's amendment, reject the underlying bill, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the decision before us is simple. I don't know what my friends across the aisle find so off-putting about making historic investments in healthcare, cutting costs at pharmacy counters, combating climate change, slashing energy prices, and reducing the federal deficit. Maybe they're just angry that we want to lower costs for the American people by making the wealthy pay their fair share. Or maybe it's because they know that this bill will put their big pharma and big oil buddies on notice. But you know what? I am proud of what we are finally, I am proud of what we are doing here. I am proud that we are finally allowing drug prices to be negotiated, to lower those costs. I'm proud that we are extending the biggest expansion in healthcare coverage in a decade. I'm proud that we are reducing future energy costs for thousands of families. And I am proud that we are making the biggest investment to combat climate change ever. Today, we are putting people over politics. People over politics. That's what Democrats are about. Today, we are delivering. Now, I know it took a while to get us to this point. It's a testament to the President and the Vice President. It's a testament to the Speaker of the House and to the Democrats on both sides of the Capitol that we are finally pushing this across the finish line. It is a testament to the climate activists, especially the young people who have been fighting for action. It is a testament to the senior activists, groups like AARP that have been fighting tirelessly to get prescription drug costs down lower so that seniors don't have to choose between their prescription drugs and paying their rent or their utility bills. You know, we have done it. We have moved the ball. I urge all of my colleagues to seize this opportunity before us. Vote for this rule and the underlying legislation so that the American people can truly have a fair shot in the 21st century. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on the rule and the previous question, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote. Purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Kilmer and Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Ronnie Jackson of Texas and Mr. Van Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Dr. Jackson will vote no on the previous question, and Mr. Van Taylor will vote no on the previous question.
Seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smith of New Jersey, I inform the House that Mr. Smith will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mike Thompson, I inform the House that the two following members will vote yes on the previous question, Representative Mike Thompson and Representative Doris Matsui. Thank you.
Purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gottheimer and Mr. Krishnamurthy, I inform the Speaker and distinguished subcommittee chair from the great state of California that these two members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lucas, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Wagner, Mr. Winstrup, Mr. Barr, Mr. Comer, and Mr. Grace, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that all will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, person, as a member designated by Mr. John Carter and Kate Green, will inform the House that they will both vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Jerry McNerney, Grace Napolitano, Jimmy Gomez, Tony Cardenas, Lucille Roybal Allard, Kai Kahili, Jimmy Panetta, Teresa Ledger Fernandez, Seth Moulton, and Andy Levin. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I inform the House that member designated by Mr. Gibbs from Ohio. I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and the Honorable Ms. Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts, I'd like to inform the House that both those members will vote yes on moving the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaMalfa, Mr. Desjardins, Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Garbarino, Mr. Lamburn, Mr. Palazzo, Ms. Lesko, and Mr. Guest and Mr. Green of Tennessee. I inform the House that these members all will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Axtine, Ms. Porter, and Ms. Manning, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Flores of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Flores will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Diana DeGette of Colorado, Mr. Mark DeSaulnier, California, Ms. Linda Sanchez of California, Mr. Tom Suozzi of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the motion, Mr. Bentz from Oregon will vote no.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Letlow of Louisiana, Mr. Van Drew from New Jersey, and Ms. Hartzler from Missouri, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Barragan, Cooper, McBath, Kelly, and Rush, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Curtis and Mr. Moore from Utah and Ms. Jamie Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by David Cicilline of Rhode Island, I inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote yes on moving the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that Chair Johnson will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Wilson and Lawson, I inform the House that these members vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Harrell from New Mexico, and inform the House that she will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan and Mr. Swalwell of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Amadei of Nevada, Dr. Joyce, and Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House those members will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Representative Gonzalez will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Tlaib, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeLauro of Connecticut and Mr. Smith of Washington State, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, Ms. Bush, Ms. Omar, Ms. Presley, Ms. Watson-Coleman, Ms. Schakowsky, and Mr. Doyle, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bouchon of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bouchon will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Christ will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Or gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Pat Fallon from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, Mr. Khanna of California, and Mr. Phillips of Minnesota, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Miller of West Virginia and Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Luckenmeyer, I inform the House that Mr. Luckenmeyer will be voting no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Owens of Utah, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, and Mr. Budd of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Representative Steele, Representative Kim, and Representative Boss, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Steele, Representative Kim, and Representative Boss will vote no on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Calvert of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe and Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe and Mr. Buchanan will vote no on the previous question.
Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Connolly, Mr. Huffman, Mr. McEachin, Mr. Cohen, Ms. Moore, Dr. Barra, Mr. Harder, Mr. Trone, Mr. Sherman, and Ms. Bonamici, I inform the House that these 10 members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Van Dyne of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Van Dyne will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Vargas, Sherfilis McCormick, Doggett, and Mr. Liu, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kathy McMorris Rogers, I inform the House that Ms. Rogers will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albios Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick,
Mr. Peter Welch, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Paul Tonko, and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a designated member by Mr. Hal Rogers of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Rogers will vote no on the previous question. Additionally, as the member designated by Dusty Johnson of South Dakota, Representative Darren LaHood of Illinois, Representative Dr. Paul Gosar of Arizona, and Representative Troy Nels of Texas, I inform the House that they too will also vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Designated by Mr. Sarbanes, I inform the House that these members that he will vote on the previous question. Thank you. John Sarbanes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Wahlberg will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass, Brownlee, Franco, Mang, and Pingree, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Dina Titus, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McHenry and Mr. Dunn of Florida and North Carolina, respectively, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn, Mr. McHenry will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote no on the previous question. Thank you.
On this vote, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 208. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
To speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we rise, and I rise as the Dean of the Indiana delegation, and I am joined by my fellow Hoosiers to recognize our fallen colleague, Jackie Walorski, here on the floor. We also recognize her two staffers, Emma Thompson and Zach Potts, who passed away with her while serving the constituents of the 2nd Congressional District. Hoosiers mourn the loss of a leader known for her kindness, dedicated public service, and strong work ethic. We all stand together to celebrate the generous spirits of Jackie, Emma, and Zach, and their lives of public service. We also uplift their families as they deal with this tragic loss. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield to my colleague, Mr. Banks, for a moment.
I thank my colleague for yielding. Yesterday, many of us celebrated the life of Jackie Walorski at the funeral in her district. Today, we honor her life on the floor of the House of Representatives, where she served for nearly a decade. Jackie was a giant in Indiana politics, and she had a giant impact here in this institution as well. Her lifetime of public service will be long remembered, from her time on the mission field in Romania to her time at the Indiana State House to the time that she spent serving our nation here with all of us. She embodied public service and putting others before herself. Her legacy fighting for the unborn, for our veterans, and for the poor and disabled is a legacy that we will honor here for a long time to come. We also honor the lives of Zach Potts and Emma Thompson, two staffers who should remind all of us of the sacrifices that our staffs make to serve each of us in our important roles. I also want to say to the family of Edith Schmucker, who was involved in this tragedy as well, that we honor her life, the life of your loved one as well. Tragedies like this one remind us of how fleeting and fragile our lives really are. But Jackie's life reminds us that we should live it to the fullest, just as she did. And that's how we can honor her best. With that, thank you. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House take a moment of silence for Congresswoman Walorski, Emma Thompson, and Zach Potts.
The chair asks all members present in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to please rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the late Honorable Jackie Walorski of Indiana, along with her staff members, Zachary Potts and Emma Thompson. say this. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of House Resolution 1316, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The chair will report the title of this resolution.
House Calendar Number 96, House Resolution 1316, resolution providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 5376 to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 14.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Amade of Nevada, Dr. Joyce, and Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that those members will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Rosa DeLauro of Connecticut and Mr. Adam Smith of Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Wagner, Missouri, Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, Mr. Barr and Comer of Kentucky, and Mr. Graves of Missouri, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that they will vote no on the adoption of the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that Chair Johnson will vote yea on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Calvert of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Franco, Pingree, Meng, Bass, and Brownlee, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Smith of New Jersey, I inform the House that Mr. Smith will vote no on Res 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Christian Worthy and Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House and the distinguished speaker from Connecticut that these two members will vote yes on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gibbs from Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on the roll.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, Ms. Bush, Ms. Omar, Ms. Presley, Ms. Watson-Coleman, Ms. Schakowsky, and Mr. Doyle, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yea on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lesko of Arizona, Mr. Lamborn, Mr. Guest, Mr. Palazzo, Mr. Green, Mark Green of Tennessee, Mr. Garbarino, Mr. Jacobs, Mr. LaMalfa, and Mr. Desjardins, I inform the House that all these members will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Vargas, Schumer McCormick, Doggett, and Liu, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H Resolution 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, President, as a member designated by Granger and John Carter of Great State, Texas, inform the House that they will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Axney, Ms. Manning, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and the Honorable Miss Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts, I would like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin and Ms. Trahan will vote yes on House Resolution 1316, the rule providing consideration of the Inflation Reduction Act. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kathy McMorris Rogers from the state of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Rogers will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington State seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Kilmer and Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Resolution 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Van Dyne of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Van Dyne will vote nay on House Resolution 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, Mr. Phillips of Minnesota, and Mr. Khanna of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Flores of Texas, I inform the House Ms. Flores will be a no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by David Cicilline of Rhode Island, I inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote yes on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Thompson and Representative Matsui, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Letlow of Louisiana, Mr. Drew from New Jersey, and Ms. Hartzler from Missouri, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Jerry McNerney, Grace Napolitano, Jimmy Gomez, Tony Cardenas, Lucio Roybal Allard, Kai Kaheli, Jimmy Panetta, Teresa Ledger Fernandez, Seth Moulton, and Andy Levin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote no on House Resolution 1316.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on House Res 1316. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Owens of Utah, Mr. Butt of North Carolina, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, I inform the House that they will all vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Tlaib, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote aye on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cliff Bentz of Oregon, 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House Mr. Bentz will vote no on HR 13.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albios Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Peter Welch, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Paul Tonko, Mr. Hank Johnson, and Ms. Dina Titus, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Wahlberg will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Christ will vote yea on HRES 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by John Sarbanes, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on Resolution 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson and Mrs. Wilson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on Res 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Yvette Harrell from New Mexico, I inform the House that Ms. Harrell will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Barragan, Cooper, McBath, Kelly, and Rush, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on Res 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Pat Fallon, the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan and Mr. Swalwell of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on Res 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Ronnie Jackson and Mr. Van Taylor, both of Texas, I inform the House that Dr. Ronnie Jackson will vote no on the rule and Mr. Van Taylor will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm from Colorado, and as the member designated by Ms. Diana DeGette of Colorado, Mr. Mark DeSagne of California, Ms. Linda Sanchez of California, Mr. Tom Suozzi of New York, I inform the House and you, Mr. Speaker, that these members will vote yes on Res 1316.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will be voting no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonamici, Mr. Trone, Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Harder, Mr. Sherman, Dr. Barra, Ms. Moore, Mr. Cohen, Mr. McKeechin, and Mr. Connolly, and inform the House that these 10 members will vote yes on Res 1316.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote nay on the rule.
Well done. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Curtis and Mr. Moore from Utah and Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a designated member by Mr. Hal Rogers of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Rogers will vote no on on the rule. Additionally, as the member designated by Dusty Johnson of South Dakota, Darren LaHood of Illinois, Paul Gosar of Arizona, and Troy Nels of Texas, I inform the House that they will also vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Representative Still of California, Representative Kim of California, and Representative Bost of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote no on Res 1316.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry, Mr. Dunn will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Miller of West Virginia and Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bouchon of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bouchon will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Yes, as the member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of Florida, I'm informed the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote no on the previous question. Thank you.
On this vote, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 208. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor on H.R. 8525. Thank
The
you.
gentleman's request is accepted. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1316, I call up H.R. 5376 with the Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5376, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 14, Senate Amendment. Mr. Yarmouth moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the motion shall be debatable for 3 hours, equally divided among and controlled by the respective chairs and ranking minority members of the Committee on the Budget, Energy and Commerce, and Ways and Means, or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmouth; the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith; the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone; the gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Rogers; and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal; and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, shall each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376.
Without objection, we'll just pause for a minute. Will the House please come to order? Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, the legislation before us today is a big deal for American families and a big deal for our planet. The Inflation Reduction Act will lower health care costs and energy costs for American families. It will allow Medicare to negotiate lower prescription drug prices and cap drug costs for seniors, saving many Medicare beneficiaries hundreds, if not thousands of dollars each year. This legislation finally makes the biggest corporations start paying their fair share in taxes, and it ensures that rich tax cheats start paying what they owe. The Inflation Reduction Act is fiscally responsible, fully paid for, and has been strongly endorsed by top U.S. economists across the political spectrum. Not one American family making less than $400,000 a year will see their federal tax bill increased by this legislation, not by a penny. The Inflation Reduction Act is also the biggest investment the U.S. government has ever made to combat climate change. It leapfrogs us ahead of nearly every other country in terms of our commitment to tackling this crisis. Now, we've seen a lot of Republicans spreading misinformation about this legislation, and it's for one reason and one reason only. They're scared. They know the provisions of this bill are overwhelmingly popular, yet because they consider it a Democratic bill, every single one of them will be voting against it. This is a crystal clear example of Republicans putting party before country. Just look at the numbers. 77% of Americans support placing caps on prescription drug prices to lower health care costs. That's a key component of this bill. 83% of Americans support allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices to make health care more affordable. That's another key component of this bill. 2/3 of Americans think the government should do more to combat climate change. This bill takes on climate change with the urgency it deserves. By opposing this bill, Republicans are making very clear where they stand, not with the American people, not with their priorities or needs, but with Big Pharma, with corporate lobbyists, with tax cheats. The American people are on our side. They want this bill. And today, in a huge victory for them, we will send it to the President's desk to be signed into law. And let me remind my Republican colleagues what they are voting against. They're voting against cutting prescription drug prices for their constituents, in many cases for life-saving medication. voting against combating inflation and lowering energy costs when American families are desperate for us to take action. And they're voting against providing the largest federal investment ever to combat the climate crisis and its life-threatening consequences. I could not be more proud that I will not only be voting yes on this bill, but that this historic legislation will bear my name. With or without Republican support today, we will make a real difference. We will use the power of the federal government to make American lives better and our country and planet safer. In other words, we will do our job. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such amount of time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to recognize our colleague, Jackie Walorski. We come back to the Capitol with very heavy hearts. And just over a week ago, we lost Miss Jackie and two of her staffers, Emma Thompson and Zachary Potts, while they were in their public service. But I was lucky enough to serve with her on the Ways and Means Committee and worked with her numerous hours. And I know that the Ways and Means Committee, we will miss her dearly. The people of this body will miss her dearly. And I know that the people of Indiana will miss her very dearly. With that, I will say that she was one of the hardest working public servants that I have ever met. And when she gave her your word, it was written and carved in stone. And for that, she will always be in our hearts. As we turn to the legislation before us today, this week we found out inflation remains at a 40-year high, having risen 13.7% since Biden became president. Real wages have decreased by 4.5%. Americans are suffering. Are we here debating how to alleviate that suffering? No. We are debating what Democrats call the Inflation Reduction Act, which everyone from the Congressional Budget Office to 230 different economists, even Senator Bernie Sanders, says will not actually reduce inflation. When you strip away the fake sunset policies, this bill spends $745 billion and adds $146 billion to our debt. It adds $54 billion worth of debt just in the first 5 years. And 80% of their, quote, budget deficits don't even begin until after the year 2029. So lots of spending up front, lots of debt up front, and then maybe savings 8 years from now? How is that going to put out the fire of inflation when the price of groceries is up 13.1% over the past year? Senators Manchin and Schumer, Secretary Yellen, and former President Obama are all on record saying you don't raise taxes during a recession. But that is exactly what this bill does. It includes $599 billion in new taxes and budget gimmicks. Half of the tax burden falls on taxpayers making less than $400,000 a year. The choice this bill puts in front of families making less than $200,000 is clear. Put the government at the center of your health care decisions or face a $10 billion tax burden. But it gets worse. This bill doubles the size of the IRS. It doubles the size of the IRS so it can target and audit more middle-class families and snoop into their bank accounts. Not sure how subjecting Americans to more audits solves the inflation crisis. In my home state of Missouri, this bill would quadruple the number of audits, 18,000 more audits on hard-working Americans who make less than $200,000 a year. Of course, that's not the only point of this bill. This is about Democrats' Green New Deal agenda. My colleagues on the other side will come down here today not to talk about inflation, not to talk about gas prices, but to instead talk about the hundreds of billions of dollars that's being spent on radical environmental projects. And you know what? They will be exactly right. Half of the spending, over $400 billion, goes to things like $3.4 billion for tree equity. Tree equity. That surely is going to bring down the gas prices. $7.5 billion for new luxury electric vehicles, tax credits for families who make up to $300,000 a year. That should definitely curtail inflation. $27 billion for a national climate bank slush fund at the EPA. That should definitely help our supply chain crisis. A $362 million handout to corporate America to make their offices, buildings much greener. That will definitely help secure our southern border. Democrats believe they can spend their way out of inflation and tax their way out of recession. It will only make the suffering Americans face today that much worse. This bill is simple. It is welfare for the wealthy, environmentalists, and big corporations, paid for by increased taxes and audits on middle and low-income taxpayers. These hard-working Americans are the ones that have been forgotten under the one-party Democrat rule in Washington. The Washington and wealthy elite win again. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's now my privilege to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the Assistant Speaker, Ms. Clark.
Gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, and I thank the chairman for yielding. This bill is exactly what the American people need. It lowers costs, it creates great-paying jobs, and it makes our communities safer by addressing the lethal effects of climate change. Seniors won't have to choose between putting food on the table and paying for their prescription drugs. More families are going to be able to afford health care. Homes and cars will be more affordable and efficient. U.S. companies will be able to create great-paying jobs and lead the clean technology revolution. And billionaires and corporations will finally have to pay their fair share, while working people will have more money in their pockets. Costs will be lower, water will be cleaner, green jobs will be plentiful, and our future will be brighter. In every way, this game-changing bill moves America forward. Democrats are lowering costs for everyday Americans. We are standing up to special interests who have blocked cutting the cost of prescription drugs over and over again, and America's critical transition to clean energy. We are rebuilding a stronger, greener economy. We are infusing the tax system with fairness. This is a win for the American people. This is a win for people over politics. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the great gentlewoman from the great state of Iowa.
Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to this so-called Inflation Reduction Act. Last year, we warned that spending trillions of dollars would cause prices to spike, but Democrats did it anyways, ramming through a $1 trillion Washington pork buffet, sticking families with the bill. And now Speaker Pelosi is arguing for yet another tax and spending spree, wasting hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars on Green New Deal priorities and raising taxes on middle-class families. This will worsen inflation. It sicks the IRS on hardworking Iowans, adding 87,000 new IRS agents to target taxpayers. Iowans are begging for us to get prices down, but instead, this bill takes more of their hard-earned paychecks. And for what? So the wealthy can get a discount on their electric vehicles, so we can increase bureaucracy at the EPA to impose new regulations on our farmers. This bill ignores the pain that Iowans are feeling. It's the worst policy at the worst possible time. I urge a no vote on this latest tax and spending spree, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the Democratic Caucus Chair, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the distinguished chair for yielding and for his leadership. Madam Speaker, we are once again getting big things done for everyday Americans. We passed the American Rescue Plan, saved the economy, put shots in arms, money in pockets, and kids back in school, passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to fix our crumbling infrastructure and create millions of good-paying jobs. We passed gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years that will save lives. We passed the CHIPS and Science Act that will bring back domestic manufacturing jobs to the United States of America. I rise today in strong support of the Inflation Reduction Act, another transformative bill brought to you by your friendly neighborhood Democratic Party. The Inflation Reduction Act will lower energy costs, confront the climate crisis with the fierce urgency of now, set our planet forward on a sustainable trajectory, lower healthcare costs by strengthening the Affordable Care Act, as well as reducing the deficit by $300 billion and giving Medicare the ability to use its bulk price purchasing power to drive down the high cost of life-saving prescription drugs. It's a big effing deal. The Inflation Reduction Act is going to dramatically improve the lives of everyday Americans. We are putting people over politics, fighting to lower costs for safer communities and better paying jobs. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Republicans, will oppose this groundbreaking legislation. They'd rather defend Donald Trump than defend the American people. Vote yes on the Inflation Reduction Act so we can continue to put people over politics.
Gentleman from New York yields back.
Sir?
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. We know the real story. We know what happened a year and a half ago when the so-called American Rescue Plan was passed. 40-year high in inflation rates resulted. We see now what the result is from the Build Back Better plan that had no chance of passage in the Senate. This is the offspring of Build Back Better. Even Bernie Sanders, a socialist who can come up with a million flawed excuses to spend your tax dollars, says he can't find a way to even say this would reduce inflation 1 iota. We know that instead of fostering American energy independence, increasing purchasing power for the American family, and reducing inflation, this bill includes $16.5 billion in higher taxes for those making less than $200,000 a year, $38 billion in new taxes on American oil and gas producers, which will be passed along to consumers in the form of even higher costs for heating homes and gas prices, and $480 billion in tax hikes that will hit workers through slashed wages. Half the bill is Green New Deal climate change special interest funding, including taxpayer-funded subsidies on electric vehicle purchases, $80 billion to double the size of the IRS, creating an army of new enforcement agents. I urge a no vote on this horrible legislation. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, the distinguished chair of the Oversight and Reform Committee, Ms. Maloney.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
As chair of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, I rise in strong support of this transformational this reduction bill. Let me tell you, I also would like to revise and extend my remarks. My committee conducted a 3-year investigation of prescription drug prices. Our findings overwhelmingly support the need for this bill's reforms to curb the drug industry's outrageous pricing practices and make prescription drugs more affordable for patients and taxpayers. These reforms include empowering Medicare to negotiate prices for certain drugs, a step that is long overdue. My committee's investigation into the fossil fuel industry showed that big oil is refusing to take adequate steps to cut emissions, even though burning fossil fuels is a primary driver of the climate crisis. This bill will finally bring down emissions from fossil fuels, helping our environment. I'm proud to have championed other provisions in this bill, including a historic investment of $3 billion to electrify the Postal Service delivery fleet. This will replace tens of thousands of gas-guzzling trucks with clean electric vehicles, helping our environment. I'm honored to cast my vote for this reduction action today, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Iowa.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith. And Mr. Speaker, I just want a quick note. I'm highly offended by the use of the foul language by my Democrat colleague. That's completely unacceptable. I rise today in strong opposition to the Democrats' Inflation Expansion Act. This wasteful bill is full of liberal priorities that will continue to fuel inflation, raise taxes on hardworking families, and create an army of 87,000 IRS agents that will go after our families and small business. Democrats claim that only large corporations will be the target of these IRS agents. That's factually false. Families and small businesses who don't have time or the resources will undergo these evasive audits and will bear the brunt of these IRS agents. This radical bill will also supercharge the Democrats' Green New Deal agenda without making our country energy independent again. In fact, they would rather import dirty foreign oil from Venezuela than unleash Americans' energy independence. Sadly, that's the state of today's Democrat Party, failed liberal agenda. As a strong fiscal conservative, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, the distinguished chairman of the Education and Labor Committee and a member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the passage of this bill, Medicare will finally be able to negotiate for lower drug prices. The bill extends the American Rescue Plan's reduction in the cost of insurance under the Affordable Care Act, which has helped us reach the lowest number of uninsured people ever. The bill will make the largest ever investment to address climate change. I'm especially pleased with the bill's provisions to turbocharge the development of offshore wind. And as chairman of the Committee on Education and Labor, I'm encouraged by the permanent extension of the black lung excise tax. The extension will fund future benefits in health care for minors in Southwest Virginia and across coal country who are suffering from black lung disease. And extending the tax will protect the long-term sustainability of the Black Lung Disability Trust Fund while ensuring that the coal industry does not shift the cost of benefits from coal companies to miners, families, or the taxpayer. All of this while simultaneously reducing the federal deficit. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation.
Gentleman's time has expired. Yields back his time. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentle lady from Colorado.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Insanity is doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting a different result. That makes the supporters of this legislation, by definition, insane. Reckless spending in this town is what causes inflation. And we cannot continue to increase taxes on the American people and put a target on American energy production while spending a historic $370 billion on Green New Deal initiatives and expect to lower inflation and improve our economy. Remember that so-called bipartisan infrastructure bill? Yeah, we spent $200 billion on Green New Deal initiatives. I guess that was just a down payment on this never-ending theft of American tax dollars. We are sacrificing, you are sacrificing American families at the altar of climate change. Mr. Speaker, isn't it so? Joe Biden himself said inflation rate is at 0%. So what the heck are we doing here? Why are we passing this so-called Inflation Reduction Act if it's at 0%? Well, in fact, it's the Inflation Enhancement
Gentlewoman's
Act.
time has expired.
And it does the exact opposite of what Americans need right now. This is just another con game by the Democrats, calling something one thing and saying another.
Expired.
This is making the IRS, which
Gentlewoman's
armed
time
agents,
has
larger
expired.
than the Pentagon, the State Department,
Gentlewoman is
the
no
FBI,
longer recognized. The gentleman from Missouri reserves the belt.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do you need?
The gentlewoman is no longer recognized. Her time has expired. The gentleman from Missouri reserves.
I will yield an additional 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Colorado to finish her comments.
Gentlewoman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
This bill hires 87,000 new IRS agents, and they are armed, and the job description tells them that they need to be required to carry a firearm and expect to use deadly force if necessary. Excessive taxation is theft, and the chairman said that we are using the power of the federal government in this bill. You're darn right you're using the power of the federal government for armed robbery on the taxpayers. I can only see why that this was rushed through committee and put on the floor.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentlewoman's time has expired. She is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say in response to the gentlewoman from Colorado, this is typical of what the Republicans are doing. First of all, they're making up numbers. There's nowhere, anywhere that says that 87,000 new IRS agents are going to be hired in this bill. That is a totally fabricated number. And the idea that they're armed, I know that Ms. Boebert would like everybody to be armed, as they are in her restaurant, but that's not what IRS agents do. So I would implore my Republican colleagues to cut out the scare tactics, quit making things up, and debate the substance of this bill. I now yield, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Peters.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we write a bold new chapter on our history by passing the Inflation Reduction Act, which will substantially lower the cost of living for San Diegans and all Americans. We are turning our climate ambition into climate action by establishing a methane fee to reduce harmful emissions, creating a clean energy technology bank, and funding wildfire resiliency efforts and clean energy infrastructure. And together, these investments will cut our greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 and create 1.5 million good-paying jobs. This legislation is also the largest down payment and deficit reduction since I've served in Congress. And importantly, the drug pricing reform framework I helped author will help seniors at the drug counter, protect private sector innovation, and has earned enough votes to pass the Senate. The Inflation Reduction Act is a historic measure, and after months of negotiations and hard work, let's finally get this done. Vote yes, and I yield back.
From California yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record notice from the Congressional Budget Office we received just this morning. As a matter of fact, yes, the bill in front of us and the numbers it claims does include additional audits on individuals making less than $400,000 a year, and I yield 1.5 minutes.
Without objection, the document is admitted, and the gentleman is now recognized from California for 1 minute.
1.5
1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the Democrats printed and spent trillions of dollars we didn't have, and they unleashed the worst inflation in 40 years. They waged war on capitalism and the energy industry and produced an economic recession. Well, now they're doubling down on these foolish policies. The more that some people invest in their mistakes, the less willing they are to admit them. They are adding 87,000 new IRS agents. That's larger than the entire population of Flint, Michigan, in order to collect $200 billion of new taxes, mostly for middle-class families and shopkeepers who don't have the resources to contest expensive audits. They're adding $300 billion in new corporate taxes, which will be passed on to families as higher prices, lower wages, and lower returns. And all of this to give away $750 billion more of your earnings to their green energy cronies and other political supporters. That averages about $6,000 per household. Now, just as you cannot drink yourself sober, you cannot spend your way out of inflation or tax yourself out of recession or borrow your way out of debt. Yet that's exactly what the Democrats claim they can do. What makes them think socialism will work any better here than everywhere else in the world it's ever been tried? This bill takes our country further into this dismal future, and only more suffering and poverty will come of it. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Kildee.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for yielding. I rise in support of the Inflation Reduction Act to help fight inflation and lower costs for the Michigan families and seniors that I represent. With this bill, we'll be able to lower health care costs for Michigan families and seniors. This bill will allow Medicare to negotiate the cost of prescription drugs, including capping the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month. With this bill, we'll create good-paying jobs to combat the climate crisis. This bill will invest in domestic clean energy production and manufacturing facilities to lower costs. It will support making solar panels at companies like Hemlock Semiconductor and electric vehicles in Michigan, not in China. With this bill that's fully paid for, we'll ensure the biggest corporations and the wealthiest individuals pay their fair share of taxes. Right now, 55 of the nation's biggest corporations pay zero in federal taxes while making billions in profits. A Flint nurse, a Saginaw farmer, or a Bay City teacher should not pay more in taxes than the largest, wealthiest, most profitable corporations. I support this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to submit a letter from the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, which confirms that this bill will raise the cost of new prescription drugs for all Americans.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democrats are determined to make inflation worse by continuing their disastrous policies that caused it in the first place. Do they not understand the concept of pouring gas on a fire? Beyond the reckless spending of nearly another $1 trillion on top of the $30 trillion in national debt, there is no climate crisis. It is a hoax. This is the one crisis that even Democrats couldn't create. They've been crying about the climate sky falling for 40 years now, predicting the world would end in 12 years. It is a lie. We are the cleanest large energy producer in the world, and fossil fuels are a wonderful thing. They are essential to our economic and national security. Worse yet, Democrats want to spend $80 billion to hire 87,000 more armed IRS agents to terrorize Americans with 1.2 million more audits of hardworking taxpayers. No one in my district has ever told me that the one thing we need are more IRS agents. The American people will vote against this bill on November 8th, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Well, we've just heard the big lie a couple more times about 87,000 IRS agents that are going to be armed. It's total bunk nonsense. The Republicans should stop it and tell the truth. You all are continuing to say it. And I will say one thing. We were informed just last week by the Commissioner of the IRS, Mr. Reddick, an appointee of former President Trump, that audits would not increase for anybody making under $400,000 a year. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlewoman from Washington State is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Democrats will take unprecedented and urgent action when we pass the Inflation Reduction Act. Today, we make good on our promise to take on climate change and climate justice with historic investments in green technologies that will cut carbon emissions by 40% by 2030, create over 9 million good jobs, put $60 billion into environmental justice, and cut energy costs for the average American family by almost $1,000 a year. And also, for the first time, we take on Big Pharma's price gouging, finally allowing Medicare to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, capping the cost of insulin, and continuing to make healthcare more affordable. And all of it is paid for with taxes on the largest corporations and the wealthiest. We've got more to do to complete the rest of the president's agenda on child care, senior care, expanding Medicare, and investing in housing. And with a few more Democrats in the Senate, we will get that done too. But today, let's celebrate this massive investment for the people over politics.
Expired.
Let's pass this bill.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentlelady from Washington State, and I would just like to point out, by doubling the size of the IRS and adding 87,000 new IRS agents, that will result in more than 20,000 of her families in Washington State who make less than $20,000 a year that will be receiving audits. I would like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. The 87,000 figure is entirely reasonable given we have an $80 billion increase. Now, is it exact? It might be 86,500. I don't know. But it's a big number. First of all, it's that many more people monitoring Americans. And anybody who wants a free society should be afraid of that. But secondly, it means with 86,500 people poking around small business, it means that much more accountant time that has to be paid for by the small businesses. It means that many more lawyers hired by the small businesses. It's really an accountant and legal make-work program. Auditing on this scale will really change the amount of time you have to deal with this. But other things. You're getting rid of the good, I'm very disappointed, the good provision you had with regard to carried interest. You are finally going after some of the billionaires of this country, and I wish you wouldn't have caved into the Senate and removed that provision. That was a very good thing. Next, you've got way too much corporate welfare in here, $134 billion in tax credits for so-called favored green industries. But what is it? It's that much more businesses dependent upon government, and their way to make money is not by providing something the American citizenry wants. They're making money because of tax credits they've been given by Congress. Otherwise, the bill is filled with other big spending as well. 22% upper in Bureau of Indian Affairs, 22%, at a time when we are choking on inflation because of excessive government spending. But it's one more spending program to put in here. Thank you.
Members are reminded to direct comments to the chair. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Lee.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, and I want to thank the chair for yielding your time and your leadership. This historic bill puts people over politics by lowering the cost of living, like health care, creating good-paying jobs, and ensuring that the wealthy and corporations pay their fair share of taxes. Now, we know that lower-income communities and communities of color face the brunt of pollution and climate change. This bill makes the single largest investment in combating climate change and works to reduce carbon pollution by 40% by 2030. We still have a lot ahead, though, much more work to do, like fighting for investments that have deep impacts on communities of color, such as housing, the child tax credit, investments in our caring economy, universal child care, and insulin cups beyond Medicare, which disproportionately impacts people of color. But make no mistake, this bill will make an impact on families and our planet. It's a shame and disgrace that Republicans won't vote for this bill. But you know what? This bill helps Republican constituents also. And so I'm so proud today to vote for this bill for our Republican constituents. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit notice from over 230 economists that this bill before us today would only increase inflation.
Without objection.
Thank you. I would also like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this terrible bill because this terrible bill will increase the cost of energy on every hard-working American in the United States. This bill actually calls for a doubling of the excise tax on oil and on gas, doubling of the royalties on oil and on gas. I was in my district yesterday with Americans for Prosperity at the True Cost of Washington event, where they actually bought down the price of gasoline to $2.38, the price it was before Joe Biden took office. I had families in my district crying because they could finally put gas in their car and food on their dinner table in that day. And the Democrats come here today and they want to lecture us about putting people over politics. That is a joke, and it is a lie. These tax increases on oil and gas will only hurt poor families all across America. I don't care if you're in Seattle, Washington. I don't care if you're in Miami, Florida. You could be in Chicago, Illinois, New York City, or San Francisco, California. Those tax increases hurt the very poor among us, and the Democrats are cool with it. Vote no on this bill.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now happy to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I want to dispel the myths of the smoke and mirrors that is flaming up across the way with my friends. Do they not recognize the opportunity that we have for reducing the cost of health care with subsidies so that working families can get the Affordable Care Act? Or excitedly, I'm so delighted that there is a cap on insulin. Diabetes is raging for those in Medicare. We're going to get those in private insurance as well. And let's tell the truth about taxes. No taxes on those making $400,000 or less, but getting the $160 billion in the top 1% that have refused to pay their fair share. What is this folder? It is letters, my county attorney, communities about concrete batch facilities put in neighborhoods of Hispanic and African Americans like Trinity Gardens in the East End and Aldine. This legislation, $60 billion, will help save these people who have been living in their homes and losing their homes because environmental toxics like a concrete batch facility gets put in your neighborhood and creates respiratory diseases, asthma, bad grass, parks that you can't play in. I support this legislation. Why? Because it's for the working people of America. I yield back.
Time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to point out, by doubling the size of the IRS, working people of America, 85,000 more families in the state of Texas will face additional audits. These families who make less than $200,000 because of doubling of the IRS. I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
And I thank the gentleman from Missouri for yielding. We're hearing that this bill is a tax cut, but that only applies if you sign up for Obamacare and participate in all the green tax credits. But if you don't, this bill is a tax increase of over $10.5 billion for those making under $200,000 a year. And despite what you say, there is $80 billion in this bill for 87,000 new IRS agents, and this will disproportionately increase audits on low and middle income earners at a time when even the best CPA firms cannot find qualified employees. Now, Wednesday on the Rules Committee, I tried to get an amendment of Mr. Davidson of Ohio made in order that would require that all of these new hires at least be CPAs. This was rejected by every Democrat of the Rules Committee. Look, they're coming after you. They're coming after you with poorly trained technicians, and it's just not right. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, a distinguished member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I proudly rise to support legislation that delivers relief to every kitchen table across the country, cuts health care and drug costs, and creates millions of good-paying jobs to save our planet for future generations. In my home state of Florida, the Inflation Reduction Act hands security and peace of mind to millions of seniors in my state. It caps out-of-pocket prescription costs and monthly insulin costs for Medicare recipients, and finally allows Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices. Millions of Floridians will be healthier and more financially secure by lowering premiums for 13 million Americans with expanded financial help for the Affordable Care Act's health care policies. It will slash energy costs and work to stop our warming planet from stealing their grandchildren's future. This is our biggest shot ever to tackle climate change by speeding up clean energy transitions and cutting climate pollution 40% by 2030. The Inflation Reduction Act does all this by making corporations pay their fair share, reducing the deficit, and ensuring no one who makes less than $400,000 will pay 1 penny more. This is game-changing relief for our seniors, our climate, and anyone demanding tax fairness. I urge all of my colleagues to pass this life-changing legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to a great leader on the Budget Committee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a time to raise taxes and to spend nearly $1 trillion more. The economy in a recession. Food inflation is up 12.9% over the past year. Gas is up 49%. Shelter costs rose by 5.7%. What will families get instead of relief? $10.6 billion in tax increases, and 50% more of them may get audited by the IRS. Now, the chairman on the other side has disputed this 87,000 new agents, and I'd ask him to read page 37 of the bill, which provides for $45 billion in new funding to the IRS specifically for enforcement activities, and ask if he'll dispute that as well. Where does he think $45 billion is going to go? In fact, we all know the IRS needs a lot of help to provide constituent services. 14 times more dollars going for enforcement than to helping them do their job. Our Democrat colleagues are also falsely insisting this bill will not raise taxes on small business or households with income below $400,000. Yet during the rules
expired.
15 seconds more.
I yield 15 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
Yet during the Rules Committee debate on this bill, a Ways and Means Democrat admitted that households making less than $400,000 per year will see a tax increase in this bill. He was citing the nonpartisan analysis from JCT. Don't be fooled. This bill is not a plan to address inflation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify one thing. It seems to me that Republicans just don't want people to pay taxes, even if they're owed. We know there are hundreds of billions of dollars of owed but not paid taxes in this country every year. And this is an attempt to try and recover some of that money that is owed and is not being paid by the taxpayers who are, in many cases, cheating. To be clear, IRS has made no decisions or no announcements regarding potential hiring plans under this bill. And as I said before, the Commissioner of the IRS has said they're not going to increase audits of people under $400,000. A lot of this money is designed to go to help service the legitimate, lawful taxpayers of this country by giving them better service, making the IRS more responsive, and to upgrading equipment, which is now 50 or 60 years old in many cases. So they can continue with this claim that we're going to go after taxpayers with armed IRS agents, and I know that Republicans would like to arm every tax agent as they want to arm everybody else in this country, but that's nonsense. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman from California is recognized for
Armed Services Committee, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairman for his leadership in passing the most historic climate legislation in the history of this nation, in the history of the world. It's appropriate that it would be named after Chairman Yarmouth, after his distinguished service in this Congress. But I also want to thank all the young people out there and the environmental activists who for so long had no hope that this body would do anything. And they marched, and they protested, and they organized, and they deserve credit for the $369 billion that will build solar, wind, that will build electric vehicles. I understand it's only a down payment on what we need for climate. I understand there's more work to be done, so we eliminate fossil fuel subsidies, so we have more of a commitment to environmental justice, so that we don't have mandates on oil leasing. but I am so proud of the young folks for recognizing that getting something big done is better than getting nothing done. This is the first victory in many victories to come, and they deserve credit for our passing today.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to point out to the chairman of the Budget Committee, maybe his staff has not presented to him, but the Congressional Budget Office this morning confirmed that people making less than $400,000 a year will face more audits. You keep saying, let the facts be real, no scare tactics. The fact from the Congressional Budget Office is, in fact, your legislation is increasing more audits on people who make less than $400,000 a year. I put it in the record. You can read it there. Would love to yield 1 minute to the great gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the Inflation Expansion Act, which is threatening the same industries that it purports to help. Washington Democrats who claim to champion electric vehicles are pushing a bill. You're pushing this bill that will threaten an over $5 billion investment Hyundai is making in the 1st Congressional District of Georgia now. Mr. Speaker, this is serious. This is a $5 billion investment that they are threatening. This will be the automaker's first dedicated electric vehicle manufacturing plant in the United States and will create over 8,000 jobs upon completion. This bill's new EV tax credit discriminates against and excludes South Korea, a key strategic trading partner and longtime ally of the United States, and may actually violate the KORUS Free Trade Agreement. This burdensome regulation could prevent billions of dollars of investment, thousands of jobs, and affordable electric vehicles from coming to market in the United States. The answer is clear. We need innovation, not regulation. The private sector is leading the charge. You're messing around with $5 billion investment, 8,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker. I hope that you will let my colleagues know, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, a distinguished member of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my friends across the aisle, where were you when your twice impeached president was putting billions of dollars in the pockets of the wealthy? You complain about drug prices being reduced for seniors, complain about them having out-of-pocket costs capped at $2,000. I refuse to allow the bill that is good to be defeated by the perfect bill that we won't get. I will support the bill, and I ask that my colleagues do so as well. It's time to take care of our seniors. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I'd like to yield 1 minute to the great gentleman from Mississippi.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this destructive piece of legislation. Every day I hear from fellow Mississippians who struggle to buy gas and groceries because of inflation fueled by the less reckless spending. Now, instead of acknowledging the impact their out-of-control spending has had on Americans, my colleagues across the aisle are trying to pass legislation that will increase taxes on Americans, spend hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars on far-left priorities, and pass legislation that will add an army of IRS agents. It's time to acknowledge that the American people are suffering because of legislation exactly like this. The American people are tired of this economic crisis, and they have been clear. Do not raise taxes. Do not add to this recession with more wasteful spending. Do not weaponize the IRS, and do not vote for this legislation. This Congress must listen to the American people and vote against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, a distinguished member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Pocan.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Global inflation has caused by our reopening due to COVID-19 has caused increased prices in everything from gasoline to groceries to health care. Today, we put people over politics as we lessen the impact of global inflation on the American people via the Inflation Reduction Act. Among the many things it does, it addresses some of the drivers of higher energy costs while also investing in U.S.-based renewable energy that will make us more energy independent and less dirty. It finally allows us to negotiate lower prescription drug prices through volume purchasing via Medicare while capping out-of-pocket drug expenses for seniors to more than $2,000 per year. And we make these big investments by ensuring that corporations who've often gamed the system pay a minimal share of taxes and go after wealthy tax cheats who all too often have evaded their responsibilities. I'll gladly vote for this bill today. It's time to stand up to Big Pharma and those energy companies making record profits while making our planet less safe. And it's important we make sure that corporations pay their fair share of taxes to reduce the burden on working families. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my good friend from Florida.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the Inflation Expansion Act. You know, it feels a little bit like Groundhog Day here on Capitol Hill because it wasn't but about a year ago that we found ourselves debating almost this very same legislation. It was a bad idea then, it's a bad idea now, and even Bernie Sanders isn't buying this bill and has said that it won't do much to reduce inflation. The only difference here really is the price tag from a year ago. $745 billion in new spending. You know, that's not cheap. You know what we could do with that? You could get every single working mom in America a check for $96,000. You could give hardworking American seniors, who are many of them now retired and having to go back to work, they're on fixed incomes. You could give them $14,000. You could give every homeless veteran in America a check for $5.6 million. With this bill. But instead, we are going to double the size of the IRS and target hardworking families who make $400,000 or less. We know it to be a fact. Stop denying it. The Senate Democrats refused and rejected the amendment that would have protected families making $400,000 or less. Reject this bill. Put Americans first. It is time to vote hell no.
Back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, a distinguished member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Mr. Allred.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Inflation Reduction Act. For too long, Congress has refused to act while seniors, like my mom, who's a breast cancer survivor, endured price gouging on their medicines while on Medicare. Today, Democrats in Congress are changing that. We're going to stand up to Big Pharma and let Medicare negotiate lower prices and cap out-of-pocket costs at $2,000 as well as capping the cost of insulin. For too long, Congress has refused to address the climate crisis and invest in clean energy. Today, Democrats in Congress are changing that. Through the largest ever investment to fight climate change, this bill will cut emissions by 40% by 2030 and unleashes American and, yes, Texas-made clean energy while creating 9 million jobs. Thanks to President Biden and Democrats in Congress, this historic legislation will impact our nation for generations to come, all while reducing the deficit and without raising taxes on folks making less than $400,000 a year. It's a big deal, and I cannot wait to vote yes for it. I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to my good friend from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Everybody in this chamber supports lowering prescription drug costs, lowering these outrageous costs that all of our constituents are paying across the country. We all support clean, affordable energy and access to those resources. And we all support lowering inflation. The difference is where the credibility gap exists is that the very problems, the very crisis that our country is experiencing today were actually caused by the Biden administration's policies. We went from, in my hometown, $1.80 a gallon for gasoline to I recently paid $4.20. We've seen a tripling of natural gas costs. Their own policies have caused this. Nearly a quarter of all Americans today can't even afford to pay their electricity bills. The Biden administration policies have caused record inflation, making Americans unable to even afford grocery costs. The Biden administration policies have resulted in higher emissions, not lower emissions, as compared to the previous administrations. And Biden administration policies have resulted in this president going to countries like Saudi Arabia and asking them for energy while telling Americans that we can't produce. Mr. Speaker, I can't help but reminisce over Jack Abramoff, a disgraced lobbyist convicted who created problems, then charged clients to fix it. The difference is between this bill and Jack Abramoff is that Jack Abramoff actually fixed the problems for his clients. This bill's a disaster. There's a credibility gap. They've caused the problems. Now we're being asked to trust them to fix it, and we simply can't. Oppose this legislation. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, a distinguished member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Far too many things in life just aren't fair. However, one thing should, frankly, always be fair, and that's taxes. What should always be fair is access to insulin, access to clean energy, and relief from the raging energy costs that we see across our country. This historic Inflation Reduction Act is fully paid for by requiring the biggest corporations and the ultra-wealthy to pay their fair share. And it does so without any new taxes on small businesses or those making under $400,000. I said $400,000. We can achieve this goal by strengthening IRS enforcement against wealthy tax cheats, closing tax loopholes exploited by the wealthiest few, 150 massive corporations. In opposing these provisions, my Republican colleagues are sadly aligning themselves with mega corporations and the ultra-wealthy and turning their backs on the American people. I'm proud that this bill, Democrats are once again putting people over politics, fighting for the American people. I urge full support for this measure.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to submit analysis from the nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation, which confirms that the bill increases taxes by $10.6 billion on individuals making under $200,000 in 2023 and increases taxes by $32.6 billion across all incomes.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute from the good gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the ranking member. Mr. Speaker, the American people are sick and tired of runaway government promises of how excessive spending, tax increases, and Green New Deal special interest investments are somehow going to make their lives better and reduce inflation. Yet we are here today in this chamber to raise taxes on the American people, hire 87,000 new IRS auditors forevermore, Mr. Speaker, and pass over $500 billion in new government spending. All in the name of Inflation Reduction Act? Mr. Speaker, is this some sort of joke? Do we actually think that the American people believe that? Well, they don't. And by the way, regarding the $400,000 less won't get taxed, if a pass-through business makes $400K and the partners pay themselves $100,000 each, they will fall under the audit initiative by the IRS. As well, the projections for the IRS hiring do not count into you only taxing those over $400K. So the whole thing was made up to make it sound better than it is.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I urge a no.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Nevada, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Horsford.
Gentleman from Nevada is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the chairman, thank you for yielding. I will cast my vote today to lower the cost of prescription drugs, tackle the climate crisis, and make big corporations pay their fair share in taxes, while putting people over politics. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle love to rant about fiscal responsibility, but the facts are clear. Every time a Republican president and congressional majority collude for their corporate friends and rich elite, our deficits soar. So it's up to Democrats to clean up that mess. In this Inflation Reduction Act is a historic down payment on deficit reduction of approximately $300 billion to fight inflation. For years, Nevadans have seen their cost of living rise, while my Republican colleagues across the aisle have focused on giving away tax cuts for the wealthy. Well, today, we vote for seniors in my district and across America who want one thing from Congress right now, and that is to lower prescription drug prices. So today, we will cast our votes to pass the Inflation Reduction Act because it includes an important provision to cap out-of-pocket drug costs at $2,000 for seniors and caps insulin costs at $35 a month for seniors and individuals with disabilities. And finally, the Inflation Reduction Act includes a historic step to combat the climate crisis, including $4 billion to states like Nevada to combat the effects of the 2 decades-long Western drought. I urge this body to pass this legislation for the people, putting people over politics.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out to the gentleman from Nevada that since Joe Biden's taken the oath of office, his reckless spending has led to an inflation crisis that has cost his families in Nevada $9,700 per family. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the great gentleman from Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Americans are in the midst of a recession and the worst inflation in over 40 years. Yet my friends across the aisle are set to pass $745 billion in spending bill that will raise taxes, fund the Green New Deal initiatives, and hire 87,000 IRS agents to target Americans. All this while doing nothing to reduce inflation and adding over $146 billion in debt. Now, they say it won't raise taxes or it's on people making less than $400,000. But the Joint Committee on Taxation has said at least half of all new tax revenue raised will come from those earning under $400,000. Now, probably the biggest thing for me is the 87,000 new IRS agents. And to folks back in Ohio, I just want to put this in a way that you can understand. That is 10,000 more people than live in the city of Parma. That is 17,000 more people that live in the city of Canton, 23,000 more than Youngstown. This is not Inflation Reduction Act. This is the Audit America
Gentleman's Act. time has expired. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to respond one more time to these claims about 87,000 new IRS agents. IRS has never made any announcement about plans to hire any number of agents. And the Washington Post fact checker has actually given that claim 3 Pinocchios. So again, this is Republicans making it up to scare the American people. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Virginia, a distinguished member of the Agriculture Committee, Ms. Spanberger.
Gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Today, I'm so proud to rise in support of the Inflation Reduction Act. As chair of the Conservation and Forestry Subcommittee, I am excited that this bill includes dedicated funding to further the role of Virginia's crop and livestock producers in our work to protect our planet. Farmers are the original conservationists, and their expertise cannot be ignored if we are going to meet our shared climate goals, while also bringing greater investments to rural America, strengthening our farmers' bottom lines and lowering the cost of inputs. We can make investments in our nation's producers by investing in existing voluntary conservation programs at USDA, and that's what this legislation does. I am proud that the conservation provisions in this bill reflect multiple pieces of legislation that I have championed to make possible, including my bipartisan REAP Improvement Act. These provisions include stronger investments in the Rural Energy for America program, or REAP, and support our conservation workforce and our National Resources Conservation Service. These are smart investments for the bottom lines of our farmers.
Has expired.
I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Gentleman reserves.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, a distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jones.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I am so proud to be standing here today in this chamber as we make history for the American people. Democrats fought so hard for so long to get to this moment. Even when faced with what many described as insurmountable odds, we kept at it. We never gave up. We never relented in our advocacy. We said we wanted to get back to the negotiating table and that we wanted to start with climate. And now we will make the biggest climate investment this nation has ever seen while creating millions of good-paying jobs. The stakes of the climate crisis could not be higher, especially for low-income communities and communities of color around the country who are always the hardest hit. This legislation is also for my grandmother, Alice Jones, who worked well past the age of retirement just to pay for the high cost of prescription drugs and medical procedures not fully covered by Medicare as we know it. Today, we will also lower prescription drug prices for our seniors. This is why I ran for Congress. This is government working for the people. This is Democrats delivering on our promises. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, new data from the Department of Labor released this week indicates that inflation in America remains at a 40-year high. And numerous studies, including one by the San Francisco branch of our own Federal Reserve Bank, indicate that the reasons why Americans disproportionately are suffering from this inflation is reckless levels of deficit spending by our federal government. So only the United States Congress could respond to this situation with a bill that increases federal spending by over $700 billion at the same time it increases taxes on Americans. To add insult to injury, our own Congressional Budget Office, as well as the University of Pennsylvania Wharton School of Business and hundreds of economists tell us that this bill, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, will not actually reduce inflation at all. We need to get our fiscal house in order and solve the reckless spending that is causing this inflation instead of taking action that makes the situation even worse. I urge a no vote. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Ross.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the Inflation Reduction Act. This bill is a monumental achievement that will move America forward, making important advances in everything from healthcare costs to energy prices to tax fairness. Coming from North Carolina, a state battered with increasing regularity by catastrophic storms, I'm especially proud that this act represents the most significant investment to combat climate change in U.S. history. I'm also pleased that this bill includes a measure that I have championed, which will end the prior moratorium on offshore wind. The Trump administration basically banned North Carolina from taking advantage of industrial-scale offshore wind. Our utilities support it. It's good for our economy, and it's good for our environment. This is an important game-changing bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 1 minute to a gentleman from Georgia that definitely has his experiences with the IRS.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, despite the White House's politically motivated propaganda that claims our economy is in a transition with 0% inflation, the reality is we are facing an economic recession and continue to battle 40-year high inflation. So as millions of Americans struggle to buy groceries, fill up their gas tanks, afford rent, and pay utility bills, Democrats are ramming through their tax and spend bill that will only make life worse. Now, I know the left can't quite grasp the basics of high school biology, but it appears that they also need a lesson on the fundamentals of economics and basic math. But I don't think they're interested in a much-needed schooling because their actions are intentional. Time and time again, the left proves their priorities lie with big government socialism, not the American people. And through increased IRS audits, they're willing to demolish any small business, worker, or family that gets in their way. I urge all my colleagues to reject fueling inflation and reject tax hikes during a recession by voting no on Democrats' Build Back Broke bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, gentleman from Missouri. My Democratic colleagues own this bill. Let's be clear. Tax increases for the average American? Check. $80 billion to the Internal Revenue Service to go after those Americans? To hire agents? Jobs already posted? Check. Increase electricity prices, increase gas prices to tilt at windmills with your unicorn energy policies? Check. Increase government and corporate control of health care? Check. I hear my colleagues talking about, oh, we're going to, go after pharma. Well, what did the CDC yesterday say? Oh, don't worry about all those mandates. Don't worry about all these vaccines. Don't worry about all the quarantines. Sorry. Pox on us. But my colleagues now today are going to dump hundreds of billions of dollars into corporate America, screwing over the American people every single day with tax audits, increased energy prices, and increased taxes. Congratulations. Take that to the polls. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, so I'm prepared to close whenever the ranking member is.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Speaker, could you tell us how much time we have?
The gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
All right. I yield the remainder of the time to myself.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The solution to the inflation crisis that the Democrats have set forward is to spend hundreds of billions of more dollars and to tax all hardworking Americans once again. You cannot spend your way out of inflation, and you cannot tax your way out of recession. But that is the recipe that the one-party Democrat rule in Washington, D.C. is suggesting for the hardworking Americans who are barely surviving to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars. I would like to point out to the chairman that his president's budget outlined an additional $80 billion for the IRS and highlighted in that budget he wanted 87,000 IRS agents. That is where the number's coming from your president who provided a budget. I know in the budget committee, we've never had a hearing on a budget for the last 3.5 years. That's probably why you didn't know 87,000 auditors was.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. He has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. I want to remind my Republican colleagues and the American people once again what Republicans will be voting against today. They'll be voting against cutting prescription drug prices for their constituents. They'll be voting against combating inflation and lowering energy costs. They'll be voting against the largest federal investment in dealing with climate crisis in the history of this country. And I cannot believe I still heard from the other side today the hoax comment. Climate change is a hoax. You would think that as we watch what's going on in the world, while I watch what's going on in my state, when my citizens in eastern Kentucky were devastated by historic floods, when my citizens in western Kentucky were devastated by historic tornadoes, all of which scientists have said were exacerbated by climate change, that there are still people who deny that climate change exists. But for the first time in this country, we will show true leadership to the world that we are taking action, and we are going to lead the world in combating climate change. And the gentleman from Texas said, Democrats own this bill. Yes, we do. Proud of it. I don't know one member of the Democratic caucus who is not thrilled to death today that we are doing what we're doing, because the vast majority of the American people support what we're doing. The vast majority of the American people want us to cap out-of-pocket expenses for seniors for their medications at $2,000. Republicans say no. They're going to vote against that. They're going to vote against, as they have, caps of $35 copay for insulin. Tens of millions of Americans will benefit from that. We know that 5 former Treasury secretaries from both Democratic and Republican administrations, 126 of our nation's top economists, including 7 Nobel laureates, support the Inflation Reduction Act. And on the other side, we have big pharma, corporate lobbyists, tax cheats, and congressional Republicans. This debate has made clearer than ever Democrats are working to make life better for the American people, while Republicans just don't care. It's as simple as it is harsh. This legislation is important, historic, and a significant win for American families and for the planet. I'll be voting yes on the Inflation Reduction Act, and soon we will be sending it to President Biden's desk to be signed into law. I know he will be proud to do that as well. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I might consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
As we begin the proceeding here on the Ways and Means portion of the legislation, I want to begin by calling attention to the untimely and tragic loss of our colleague, Jackie Walorski, and 2 members of her staff. Jackie was a force on the committee, as well as the ranking member of Worker and Family Subcommittee input. She led with deep commitment to children and families and was well regarded as a member of the committee, a real humanitarian. You couldn't miss her bright smile or her booming laugh. She embodied what it meant to serve. When she called me Mr. Chairman, as she always did in the hallway, loudly with a booming voice, I know she meant it. We were all lucky to have had her as a colleague, and even luckier to be able to call her a friend. The families and loved ones of Congresswoman Walorski, Emma Thompson, and Zachary Potts remain in our thoughts and prayers, and may they rest in peace as valued members of the Ways and Means family. Madam Speaker, I rise in full support of the Inflation Reduction Act. I look forward, as I have in the past, to this moment, reciting the wisdom that is often referenced by me because the words come from another son of Massachusetts, Mr. Webster. And over the Speaker's rostrum that adorns this marvelous institution, which I love, the quote is simple: "Let us develop the resources of our land, call forth its powers, build up its institutions, and promote all its great interest, and see whether we also in our day and generation may not perform something worthy to be remembered." The Inflation Reduction Act is something worthy of being remembered. This is substantive and transformative legislation, a reminder to all that in legislative life and its rhythms, we generally pursue perfection but accept the possible. Part of that is what we are marking at this moment. This is a historic win for family pocketbooks, for Americans' health, and for the future of climate security. And we fund these gains by ensuring that large, profitable companies pay their fair share, just like all members of the American family are asked to do. The Inflation Reduction Act will lower costs for the first time. Medicare will negotiate drug prices, and there will be a cap on what comes out of seniors' pockets for their life-saving prescriptions. No more rationing or foregoing necessary medicines. We are lowering health care costs for millions of lower income, and middle income Americans by extending the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credit enhancements through 2025. Let me give you a statistic that is compelling. 100% of the children in Massachusetts have health insurance. 97% of the adults in Massachusetts have health insurance, and it polls extraordinarily well in terms of its success ratios because we decided with Labor, business, Democrat, and Republican to make it work, and we did. These enhanced premium credits, first enacted by the American Rescue Plan, have made way for record low uninsured rates that have put hundreds of dollars back into the pockets of low and middle income Americans. This legislation will also make the largest investment in tackling climate change that our nation has ever witnessed, ever. The investments in clean energy, energy efficiency, and clean manufacturing will generate 9 million good-paying jobs. And these historic wins are achieved with sensible and responsible multi-year investments in the IRS. I have been a member of the Ways and Means Committee, Madam Speaker, for 30 years. Let me give our friends an interesting statistic about the American family. We have the highest voluntary compliance rate in the world. 86% of the American people pay their taxes. This idea that we're creating 87,000 armed representatives of the federal government to go out and harass the American people is nonsensical. Retirements alone are going to require a substantive investment. The IRS has fewer than 20% of the employees that it once did. What's important to remember here is this, that we want to make sure with this investment in the IRS that we continue to have a high voluntary compliance rate and also to invest in the necessary technology that will allow the modeling to make sure that compliance remains with us as well. These are historic investments and achievements, and they also are going to continue our quest on the Democratic side here for an element of tax fairness that will hold people at the very top as responsible as the other side likes to hold people who receive the EITC tax credit in terms of their requests for audits. We do this simply by asking the most powerful among us to pay their fair share. This is what a full and fair tax administration is about. The American people have been through an unthinkable hardship over the last 2.5 years, but they entrusted Joe Biden and congressional Democrats to keep them safe and to rebuild our economy. So here's a fact. On March 11th of 2020, Dr. Fauci gave his warning. He warned us of what was coming. In April of 2020, America had lost 22 million jobs. Here we are 2 years later in the Biden administration. Every job has been returned, and there are 10.6 million jobs that go unanswered right now in the American economy. We've bounced back faster than we imagined. Not only have all these jobs been returned, 51 straight days gasoline prices have fallen. That's an issue about supply and demand, by the way. It's about international events, including the Russian invasion of Ukraine, supply across the world and chains. Those chains that I've just referenced, they have been shored up, and retailers are starting to realistically address some speculation as it relates to price. And Democrats shouldn't be asked to do this alone, but we're being asked to do it today alone. We're going to hear a lot of Washington talk from folks on the other side that want to address the politics of the situation rather than cap the cost of insulin for their constituents. They want to protect the pocketbooks of those who would raise prescription drug prices unnecessarily and cut costs for workers and their families, which we intend to do. You're going to hear a lot of spin on this bill that's received a lot of endorsements, even from bipartisan former Treasury Secretary, but that's because the opponents are out of options. The Inflation Reduction Act sets our nation on a healthier, fairer, and more prosperous path. We've heard the calls of the American people, and with the Inflation Reduction Act, we continue to win this moment for them in its totality. I urge our colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. And I want to join Chairman Neal in expressing our heartbreak and sorrow in losing Congresswoman Jackie Walorski, our colleague, as well as Zach and Emma. She was so proud of her team Walorski folks. The truth of the matter is Jackie lit up every room she was in with her passion and her brilliance and just her friendship and warmness. There is no question she could do everything. She was all in on everything and worked hard to find common ground wherever she could. Last week was a shocking week and a week to mourn. This week is a time to celebrate Jackie, her legacy, and her life. With that, sadly, this massive Senate bill, drawn in secret, stuffed with government checks to the wealthy and favored interests, rushed through Congress, is a hoax on the American people. It fails to reduce inflation, fails to reduce the budget deficit, and fails to reduce the world's temperature. Who in their right mind raises taxes in a recession? The answer is only President Biden and his supporters in Congress who bungled this economic recovery think this is a good idea. You remember them. They told you they would defeat COVID, that inflation was a rich person's problem, that their $2 trillion spending spree last year would strengthen the economy. Instead, what did their promises deliver? The worst inflation in 40 years, a recession, and a crippling worker shortage that continues to hammer Main Street businesses. Today, we have a shrinking economy, shrinking paychecks, and a shrinking workforce. Families are skipping meals, running up credit card debt to pay for daily essentials, delaying retirement, and struggling to afford gas just to drive to work. Yet Democrats today insist inflation doesn't even exist. They say it's zero. Truth is, most Americans have lost confidence in President Biden's failed handling of the economy. By contrast, the majority of the jobs in the COVID recovery came under President Trump. And under Republican leadership, paychecks grew twice as fast as prices. The economy was surging, not shrinking like it is today, and 600,000 more Americans were working than today under this unpopular White House. Why would you trust the same Democrats responsible for this cruel economy with another of their misguided spending bills? While other countries are lowering taxes to fight inflation, Democrats impose over $350 billion in taxes to land on local manufacturers. The bill right here in America. It will kill jobs, slow the economy, and raise prices even higher. Small businesses, who hire nearly half of all workers in America, get hammered with $50 billion in new taxes. Senior citizens and savers will bear the impact of $74 billion in new taxes that punish companies from investing in their stock value. All these taxes will hurt the economy, drive inflation further, and harm workers' paychecks, according to the Independent Tax Foundation. Democrats promise that no American will see, quote, a penny of tax hike. Yet Congress's own budget office debunks that claim, confirming the largest burden of higher taxes will come from middle-class families starting next year. President Biden is violating his own pledge not to raise taxes on middle-class Americans. He's denying that truth. Yesterday, House Democrats insisted there are no new IRS agents funded in this bill. Read their lips. No new IRS agents. They say it's all fear-mongering. They are just hiring replacements. Unfortunately, the fact is the IRS budget already budgets for those who are leaving through attrition, and the Treasury Department itself outlines the next decade of adding 87,000 new IRS agents. That's what this bill unleashes. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office reports, quote, audit rates will increase for every income level. That almost 90% of unreported tax income comes from who? The middle class. So how will Democrats collect $204 billion in more taxes with thousands of new agents targeting what I would call Walmart shoppers? You know them. They are real, hardworking American families. They are my constituents. They are my neighbors in my district. They are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling with inflation and higher gas prices. They will be hit with over 700,000 new audits thanks to the skyrocketing surge in IRS agents. Maybe that's why Democrats blocked any language in the Senate that protects Walmart shoppers and other value shopping families against these new IRS audits. But man, this bill, they love the wealthy. If the Green New Deal and corporate welfare had a baby, it would look like this. Nearly $250 billion in Green New Deal subsidies. Government handouts go to the wealthy and to the biggest, most successful businesses in America. Look at this. A single working mom will pay higher taxes so they can be sent in a government check to the wealthy investors and massive corporations. A yard man will send his taxes in a government check to the very well-to-do family whose lawn he's cutting so they can splurge on an $80,000 luxury electric vehicle. Incredibly, to fund all these government handouts, every Senate Democrat and the Vice President chose to impose higher taxes on small businesses so that millionaires and billionaires would be protected from higher state and local taxes. Everyone facing devastating diseases like cancer, Alzheimer's, ALS, Parkinson's will pay a deadly price. This crazy bill increases the cost of health care and medicines and kills new life-saving cures, while providing Obamacare subsidies for the wealthy and those choosing not to return to work, making the worker shortage harsher. Congress's nonpartisan scorekeeper and the Penn Wharton School of Business and the University of Chicago all confirmed the government price-fixing scheme could be a death sentence for patients, raising the cost of new drugs, crushing innovation, and killing hundreds of cures. Higher taxes, harassing IRS audits on our Walmart shoppers, no relief from inflation, all as America battles a recession. Let me ask again, do you really trust the same president Democrats who drove this economy into recession and drove prices sky high with yet another spending spree? I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the very accomplished gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to start by echoing the sentiments that both you and the ranking member had about Jackie Walorski and how deeply we all feel for her and her family and the staff members who were lost. Let me start by, again, congratulating you, Mr. Chairman, and also members of this committee, most notably Mr. Thompson and Mr. Blumenauer, as well, for their work on climate and for their work throughout this period of putting forward consequential legislation. I say consequential in the time that I'm allotted because I want to talk and focus specifically on some of these claims. I don't think, and I hope the American people are listening, you don't bring about change by appealing to the sum total of the fears of the American people. You bring about change aspirationally and by doing something constructive and putting forward legislation as opposed to putting forward the collective fears of a nation and hoping that you might be able to exploit those fears for political gain. The myth that there's 87 IRS agents, 87,000 IRS agents, even Trump's former person rejects that. It's nonsense, as Mr. Neal has pointed out. But what matters to people is when you help them directly, like Rod Yearwood in West Hartford, Connecticut, who is paying $1,400 a month for his insurance, and now under this bill is paying $20 a month.
The gentleman's
and
time's
the real
expired.
savings that he gets from that allows him to provide a college education for his children. Aspiration.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record page 16 of Treasury's own tax compliance plan into the record, which shows the agency intends to hire 87,000 new IRS employees.
Without objection.
And at this moment, I yield, and proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the bill before us today. Never in our history has the federal government responded to a recession by raising taxes on Americans. It's simply unthinkable. Nearly everything our colleagues across the aisle have said about this bill has been proven false. I've noticed they've stopped calling it the inflation legislation because they know it's not true. They're hailing it as a climate and tax plan. I'll give them that because this legislation will raise Americans' taxes and give that money to hand-picked socialist green companies. I wouldn't be proud of that if I were them. What this bill will absolutely do is will not reduce inflation. In fact, even liberal economists are warning it will do the exact opposite. Just today, 56% of Democrats and 91% of independents are now gravely concerned with the direction of our economy. I've received thousands of phone calls, text messages, and emails from my constituents over the last week pleading with me to stop this bill from passing. They understand what half of this chamber does not. When the federal government spends more, American families have less. I find nothing redeemable in this legislation, and therefore I urge my colleagues to give a resounding no.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon who has had a profound influence on the renewable energy part of this legislation, Mr. Blumenauer.
The gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your leadership and your courtesy. This legislative package is something that refused to die. It will reduce inflation, lower energy costs, and lower the costs of prescription drugs. But it's not just about inflation. It's about addressing the climate crisis and the crisis of confidence in government. Last week, President Biden met with some of the foremost experts of the presidency and democracy to understand the critical state that we are now with the future of our democracy and how we avoid its destruction. We have our moment making American history now. It's a moment for the future of our planet, our children, our grandchildren, and ourselves. I'm pleased to have worked for over a decade on these provisions, dealing with wind energy, investment tax credits, energy efficiency in commercial building, and legislation to make polluter pay by reinstating the Superfund tax. Seniors and working families will see significant savings by allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices and capping the monthly cost of prescription, something the Republicans made illegal in 2004. And critically, it takes steps to restore the ability of the IRS to function, closing the $400 billion tax gap and not making the American public pay for poor customer service because of their mindless attack on this important institution. Because the Inflation Reduction Act represents more than the sum of these individual provisions, it's proof that our system works and that the United States has the capacity to solve our most pressing challenges in the years ahead.
The gentleman's time's expired.
Just when we need it most.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter the following CBO record, in a letter into the record which confirms the Affordable Care Act subsidies will boost inflation and reduce incentive for people to work.
Without objection.
Thank you. I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from West Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the last time my Democrat colleagues used reconciliation to jam through a massive partisan spending spree, it was under the pretense of COVID recovery. Not only did they fail to, quote, rescue America, they destroyed our recovery efforts and sent us spiraling into recession. Now, in the aftermath of their self-inflicted economic disaster, my Democrat colleagues' response: run the same play and expect a different result. Another false promise under the guise of a grandiose title, the Inflation Reduction Act. Nobody in America, Madam Speaker, believes that this bill will reduce inflation. In fact, it's going to make inflation worse by imposing massive tax hikes on U.S. job creators, strangling domestic oil and gas production, unleashing an army of tens of thousands of IRS agents to shake down working families and small businesses, handing out hundreds of billions of dollars in Green New Deal giveaways that will jeopardize America's energy security, putting America in the same position of weakness as our European allies. Mark my words, Madam Speaker, this bill will further fuel inflation, deepen our recession, cripple our competitiveness, and increase cost at the pump. And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased to acknowledge and yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Congressman Kine, who is retiring but has made many valued contributions to our nation and our committee.
The gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank the chairman for yielding. Madam Speaker, as a dear friend of Jackie Walorski on committee, I too share in the grief of hers and her staff's passing. Very tragic. Madam Speaker, this Inflation Reduction Act is historic legislation that puts people over politics by lowering families' kitchen table costs from prescription drugs to their energy expenses, creates millions of good-paying jobs, delivers the most significant action to combat climate change when Mother Nature is screaming at us to take action today, and it substantially reduces the deficit by over $300 billion. Now, on that last point, Madam Speaker, not once has a Republican-led Congress brought a reconciliation bill to the floor that was paid for, let alone reduces the national deficit. In fact, as an example, when they passed their prescription drug bill in 2004, not only did they not pay for it, not one nickel of it was offset, over $400 billion, the largest expansion of entitlement funding since the creation of Social Security and Medicare, but there was no offsets. When we passed the Affordable Care Act a little over 10 years ago, not only did we pay for it, but we also reduced the deficit. Just this week it was announced that health uninsured rates is at an all-time historic low for our country, no less due to that Affordable Care Act. But Madam Speaker, they made that prescription drug bill even worse when they passed it by inserting language in it that specifically made it illegal for us to discuss price or negotiate prices with the drug companies. This bill changes that today by allowing once and for all some price negotiation with the drug companies to deliver real relief for seniors. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the following Joint Committee on Taxation analysis that shows that families earning $75,000 to $100,000 are 4 times more likely to have a tax hike under this bill than a tax cut.
Without objection.
Thank you. I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I thank the ranking member. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to what the Democrats called the Inflation Reduction Act, which is really the Inflation Expansion Act. Americans are grappling with an economy in recession and the highest inflation that we've seen in 40 years. We're experiencing worker shortages, empty grocery shelves, and higher energy prices. Now congressional Democrats are doubling down on this out-of-control spending that led to this economic crisis. This package that we're voting on today will raise taxes on hardworking middle-class families. It'll authorize 87,000 new IRS agents to target individuals and small businesses. It'll reduce life-saving healthcare innovation by allowing the government to impose price controls on drugs. It'll hurt energy producers, and it'll certainly worsen inflation. I'm voting against this fundamentally flawed and defective package because families, farmers, and small businesses across West Tennessee and across the nation need real solutions to these problems, not more taxes and not more government spending.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that a statement regarding certain provisions in Subtitle D be included in the record.
Without objection.
Pleased at this time to recognize the gentleman from Paterson, New Jersey, who's always pleased to let us know what he's thinking. Mr. Pasquale for 1.5 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brady. The American people put Democrats in charge to raise our nation from its knees. Unless we got short memories. We're putting people over powerful interests. We're rebuilding our economy for working families. We're providing historically low health care premiums for nearly 12 million Americans, including over 20,000 in my own district in New Jersey. We're making the single largest investment in clean energy to secure a livable future. Our planet is at the precipice of catastrophe, so we are combating climate change and creating 9 million jobs in the process. Not bad, Mr. Chairman, not bad. Our bill includes legislation I'd happen to champion to expand zero-emission nuclear energy and offshore wind, where New Jersey leads the way. I worked bipartisanly on those two issues. Nothing said today by my friends on the other side. For years, Republicans sabotaged the IRS. The record is clear. They safeguarded loopholes to help the privileged few pay a pittance in taxes. And that ends today. 5 years ago, Republicans passed a $2 trillion tax scam for the rich and the corporate tycoons. Today, we're closing the tax gap and providing tax fairness. Democrats are making prescription drugs affordable. Democrats are leading health care costs.
The gentleman's time's expired.
God bless our great country, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the following Congressional Budget Office letter into the record, which confirms this bill will actually increase the cost of new drugs.
Without objection.
Thank you. I'm proud to yield 1 minute to my colleague on the Ways and Means Committee, gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. The tyranny of 60 seconds. Look, for everyone here, this is a subsidy bill. And this is a classic difference between the left and the right. They're functionally subsidizing. We on the right actually want to change the market. We want competition. So I'm going to pull out one very simple example. In here we have, $2.5 billion of subsidies for our ports to get greener and more efficient. But then the Democrats slip in language that says human operated. So meaning you're not going to take on the unions, you're not actually going to make it more efficient, you're not going to actually embrace disruption in technology. And we keep coming to the floor and talking about there's things that would make our ports greener, faster, more efficient, deal with the supply chains, these electric rail cars, except you functionally just made them not happen. This is a subsidy for those unions, those folks who write checks to the left. You claim you're making the environment better and cleaner, but then you build the very barriers in the language that stop those good things from happening.
The gentleman's time's expired.
Yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased to recognize one of the most talented members of the committee, Mr. Davis, for 1.5 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I associate myself with the remarks made by my colleagues relative to our tragic loss of Representative Wolarski, who was the ranking member of the subcommittee that I chair. I rise in strong support of the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. This is the most transformative pieces of legislation that I've seen. It lowers family health care costs, reduces drug and energy costs, makes the largest investment in addressing climate change in the history of this country, and cuts carbon emissions by 40%. This bill will create millions of good-paying union jobs and stimulate economic growth and development across the nation. It incentivizes manufacturing and reduces our reliance upon foreign-made products. This bill does what we've been trying to do for years, and that is it empowers Medicare to negotiate the price of prescription drugs. Millions of seniors and disabled individuals will benefit from this provision alone, not to mention what the monthly cap on insulin price will do for millions of others. Madam Speaker, this bill will cut the deficit and lower inflation, will not cost the average taxpayer one additional cent unless they earn $400,000 annually or more. One feature of this bill that I am especially proud of is the enhanced tax credit to bring solar and wind energy to low-income communities.
The gentleman's time's expired.
This tax credit will assist. It's a great bill. I urge its passage and yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter the following Congressional Budget Office report from this morning while we are on the House floor, which confirms IRS audits will generate tens of billions of dollars from middle-class families making less than $400,000.
Without objection.
With that, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to my colleague from the Ways and Means Committee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Texas, and I hate to see him leave because he's been so productive. You know, what's interesting is we have the talk on here going back and forth about what the IRS is not going to do. I would just tell my fellow citizens, and I'm not going to talk to the other side because we shouldn't be doing that anyways, but there's something wrong whenever we look at the money that's being spent to hire agents for enforcement. I would tell my fellow citizens, be afraid, be very afraid. If the events of this week don't shake you to the bottom as to what this government can do to you whenever it chooses to do it and however it chooses to do it, understand that this agency, the IRS, is the most feared agency in the United States government. It is incredible the power that it wields. It is incredible that it is going to increase the number of enforcement officers. They are not coming in to help with the processing because all of us in Congress, including my friends on the other side, have been doing the work of the IRS for the IRS. They haven't been back to work full-time for 2.5 years. I would urge my friends on both sides of the aisle to vote no on this monstrosity that does not do anything about inflation but continues to harass hardworking American taxpayers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recognize myself. This is misinformation about the IRS. They need the funding to better serve the American people. The idea that all of a sudden there's an army of IRS agents that are coming after the American family doesn't stand up under the magnifying glass of critical analysis. And with that, let me recognize a really capable member of the Ways and Means Committee, the gentleman from Buffalo, Mr. Higgins, for 1.5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Speaker, the 1970 Clean Air Act was passed by a Democratic-led Congress and a Republican president after millions of Americans demanded change. 5 decades later, a new generation of Americans are calling on Congress to act on our nation's biggest challenges. The Inflation Reduction Act is not just a good climate bill, it's also a major achievement. To address climate crisis, it makes a $369 billion investment toward decarbonizing our nation. The bill addresses environmental justice. Everyone should benefit from a cleaner environment, but especially those who are vulnerable to disease because of where they live. And the bill finally helps Medicare negotiate a better deal on drug prices. This provision will save lives and help seniors enjoy their retirement without fear of poverty due to the cost of their medications. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, which is vital to our nation's future. And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the following report from 2020 from a group that tracks government spending, which details how the IRS is currently armed with 4,600 guns and 5 million rounds of ammunition. That is not fear-mongering. These are the facts.
Without objection.
Thank you. I'm proud to yield 1 minute to a colleague of mine from the Ways and Means Committee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. There are so many things wrong with policies in this bill. It will certainly punish Americans' pocketbooks through record-high inflation, new taxes, and an army of IRS agents. But it can get even worse. This drug price setting regime in the bill, which I want to speak about briefly, may very well put American lives at risk. CBO agreed less drugs will be developed as a result of the policies in this bill. According to a study from University of Chicago, government price controls in the bill will block 342 new cures from reaching market over the coming decades. That means that our constituents, family members who are battling diseases like cancer or Alzheimer's may well be left with no hope of finding a cure. The university estimates that blocking these cures will collectively take 330 million years off of Americans' lives. That's 1 year per American, which, by the way, is a toll 31 times worse than the COVID-19 pandemic. American innovation and ingenuity got this country out of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Expired.
This bill abandons free enterprise in favor of socialism and will cost the taxpayer too many dollars and cancer patients
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman
Madam Speaker, a reminder that there are, I believe, almost 600,425 Medicare beneficiaries who have diabetes in Pennsylvania. It's important that this bill that we've done caps insulin costs. Let me yield 1.5 minutes to the very capable gentlelady from Alabama, a terrific member of the committee, Ms. Sewell.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Inflation Reduction Act. This transformational legislation will lower health care costs for millions of Americans and thousands of Alabamians by extending the ACA tax credits for an additional 3 years and reducing the prescription drug costs for our seniors by allowing HHS for the first time to negotiate drug prices with pharmaceutical companies and capping out-of-cost drug costs to $2,000 per year. This is a big deal for the American families and especially the families that I represent in Alabama. This bill is also the single largest climate investment in America's history. This bill includes my Carbon Capture Expansion Act that will extend the 45Q credit eligibilities for carbon capture projects to 2023. When I think about all of the great things that are in this particular bill, it is truly transformational for the people that I represent and for the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. Let's put people first over politics. Thank you, and I yield back the time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter the following Joint Committee on Taxation analysis that shows that American manufacturers are hardest hit by the Democrats' Made in America tax, $200 billion, and they will pay over half of that tax.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to yield to a colleague from the Ways and Means Committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
For how much time?
1 minute.
Okay,
2 hours.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this reckless bill today. I want to speak specifically to one issue, and that is medicine. As a practicing physician, I have seen miraculous curative treatments made in medicine over the last 15 years. But this partisan package will destroy medical innovation and cripple independent private physicians. Up to 342 new life-saving drugs will be prevented by this bill. We all agree that the cost of medicine is way too high in this country, but instead of attacking the real causes, we are now going to be shifting Medicare dollars away from doctors, those who actually take care of patients, and give them to insurance companies and Green New Deal policies. Some physicians will see an average of 40% reduction in reimbursement. Given the constant threats of Medicare cuts for physicians, who the hell would want to practice medicine or could afford to practice medicine in this country anymore? This scheme will have long-lasting negative effects on patients, physicians, the solvency of Medicare, and set a dangerous precedent for future medicine to use Medicare as a piggy bank to subsidize unrelated policies. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Washington, who is well known for her work in the renewable energy field, Congresswoman Del Bene.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Congresswoman Jackie Walorski was a friend, and I send my deepest condolences to her family and the families of Zachary Potts and Emma Thompson. Madam Speaker, the Inflation Reduction Act is nothing less than historic and shows our constituents that governance can still work for them. The bill extends the Affordable Care Act insurance subsidies that have saved 13 million Americans an average of $800 a year on health coverage. It will enable the U.S. to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 through investments like my clean hydrogen provision, and make it more affordable for families to purchase energy and cost-saving products like electric vehicles and solar panels. These are provisions that the New Democrat Coalition and I have been calling for from the beginning. For our seniors, the bill will lower the cost of prescription drugs by allowing Medicare to negotiate lower prices and will keep out-of-pocket drug spending at $2,000 annually. These are tangible benefits for Americans. The legislation is fully paid for by ensuring corporations pay their fair share and providing the IRS with the resources it needs after decades of Republican-driven budget cuts. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And I want to remind my colleagues there are 533,775 Medicare beneficiaries with diabetes in North Carolina. But the gentleman remains against this bill, capping insulin costs in Medicare at $35 per month. I yield back.
Reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter the following letter of opposition into the record, which represents America's independent natural gas and oil production industry, who say this bill will only exacerbate, make worse our nation's energy crisis.
Without objection.
Thank you. I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, one of the most egregious provisions in this socialist spending bill includes providing $80 billion to the IRS for hiring 87,000 new agents to audit hardworking Americans. After my small business was wrongfully targeted by the IRS back in 2013, I know a thing or two about how burdensome and costly battles with the IRS can be. And I'll tell you, it's a grueling fight that most Americans simply cannot endure. This is precisely why I introduced an amendment to eliminate the IRS enforcement provision in this severely misguided legislation. But the Democrats rejected it, confirming their intent to supercharge the IRS audits in order to pay for their big government socialist agenda. This week has also proven just how corrupt our federal agencies are and the length they're willing to go to persecute political opponents. Think about it. If the left will weaponize the FBI to raid President Trump's personal residence, they will surely weaponize the IRS's new 87,000 agents, many of whom will be trained in the use of deadly force to go after any American citizen. I urge my colleagues to vote no on supersizing and weaponizing the IRS against the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'm pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from California whose work in the arena on renewable energy is well known. Ms. Chu.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I rise today in strong support of the Inflation Reduction Act. This historic legislation will make real, tangible differences in the lives and livelihoods of people back home in Southern California and across the nation. And it is imperative we pass this once-in-a-generation bill today. The American people are struggling to afford medications, health insurance, and their energy expenses, all while battling the impacts of climate change every day. They are desperate for Congress to take action to address the real challenges they are facing in their everyday lives. And this is exactly what this bill does. It lowers the cost of prescription drugs for seniors to no more than $2,000 yearly. It curbs the rising cost of utilities and creates good-paying jobs nationwide in the process. It makes health care more affordable for millions of Americans by shoring up the Affordable Care Act. Today, we are going to combat climate change, ensure corporations pay their fair share, and reduce prices for workers and families. And in fact, we're making the largest and most ambitious investment in clean and renewable energy in our nation's history, finally reversing years of underinvestment at the IRS and building a fairer tax system that will invest in workers without raising taxes on families and small businesses. Today, we're delivering on a promise made to Americans by passing this critical bill. We must commit to putting people over politics. I urge a yes vote on this bill.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, first may I please inquire how much time Chairman Neal and I have remaining?
The gentleman from Texas has 15 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Massachusetts has 9.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this Penn Wharton School of Business Analysis that debunks the Inflation Reduction Act, showing how this bill will reduce inflation by less than 0.1% in the first 5 years and zero impact on inflation after that.
Without objection.
Thank you. I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Tennesseans are hurting from the skyrocketing cost of living everywhere they turn. Now it seems as if the United States has entered into a spending-induced recession caused by the irresponsible fiscal policies of President Biden and congressional Democrats. Instead of focusing on passing meaningful and impactful legislation to help lower the cost of living, we are voting on a bill that spends hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars. The bill will do nothing to help ease the pain my neighbors in Tennessee are experiencing, and in fact, is likely to increase inflation even more and push prices on everything even higher. It gives a tax break to wealthy Americans who can already afford to purchase expensive electric cars. It also increases taxes amidst a recession, which will only make it worse and it allows the IRS to hire an army of 87,000 new federal agents to go after the middle class. I will be voting no, and I urge my colleagues to do so as well. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, the majority whip in the Democratic caucus, whose district I have visited.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized
for
3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, but thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for giving me the time. Madam Speaker, I rise today in full support of the Inflation Reduction Act. There are a few days in the congressional career that feel truly historic. For me, this is one of them. We have passed other historic legislation to help our economy overcome the pandemic, create jobs, repair and invest in our infrastructure, and bolster critical supply chains. Passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, however, will lead to the transformative change Democrats in Congress have been working with President Biden to achieve for the past year and a half. The Inflation Reduction Act will check inflation by reducing the deficit by $300 billion over the next decade. It achieves that by ensuring tax fairness that requires corporations to pay a minimum tax of 15% and protecting families making less than $400,000 a year from paying even 1 penny more in taxes. In addition, the Inflation Reduction Act will assist families by extending subsidies for the purchase of health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. Seniors on Medicare will benefit from the government's ability to negotiate prescription drug prices and by capping out-of-pocket drug costs at $2,000 per year. Having experienced my late wife's 30-year battle with diabetes, I'm especially pleased this bill would cap insulin costs at $35 per month for those on Medicare. This is a giant step forward, but we will continue working to overcome the Republican opposition that blocked extending the same life-saving measures to those on private insurance. Finally, this bill will cut climate pollution by 40% by 2030. It does so by building a new, clean energy economy that invests in a healthy future for all our citizens, creating more than 9 million new jobs. This legislation creates a nuclear production tax credit for existing reactors, ensuring that my home state of South Carolina continues to be a leader in clean energy generation while also making electricity affordable and accessible. It also puts $60 billion toward environmental justice to help communities, especially communities of color, address the legacy of pollution in their neighborhoods. I believe today we are demonstrating that what we Democrats mean when we say we are putting people over politics, while our Republican colleagues continue to put their politics over the people's health.
The gentleman's time's expired.
I am proud to stand with the people of America and help with this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
So, Madam Speaker, I would note that every Democrat in Congress and the House and Senate strongly opposed providing prescription drugs for seniors in Medicare Part D. And then Leader Pelosi at the time said it would end Medicare as we know it to help seniors with these life-saving medicines. I also ask unanimous consent to enter the following study from the University of Chicago into the record, which shows the Democrats' drug pricing scheme and controls could kill up to 342 cures, many of them life-saving cures, in the next 2 decades alone.
Without objection.
Thank you. I'm proud to yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this reckless spending bill, which, contrary to its name, will do absolutely nothing to address inflation. In fact, the bill before us today will further threaten the prosperity of hard-working middle-class taxpayers. The same leaders who drove this economy into a recession are back. But this time, Another failed plan to raise taxes, build more bureaucracy, and create a government slush fund with taxpayer dollars. We need to call this a bill what it is. It's a $700 billion debacle that will drive up the cost for everyone, double the size of the IRS, attack medical innovations, as you've already heard, and use $350 billion to implement the Green New Deal, all while giving handouts to the wealthy. Hardworking Americans across the country are facing the reality of rising prices and a nationwide recession. They deserve leaders who are focusing on the lives of everyday
Gentleman's
Americans,
time's expired.
not politicians who pander to the president and his failed policies. With that, I yield back, and I urge a no vote on this
The gentleman
egregious
reserves.
bill.
The gentleman from Massachusetts
Thank
is
you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. Please to yield 1.5 minutes to the very capable gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle.
The gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the word historic is probably overused at times. Really, it is a day like today when the word historic is warranted. For decades, politicians of both parties talked about giving Medicare the ability to negotiate prescription drugs to bring down the cost for seniors. Today, in this bill, we are doing it. For decades, politicians talked about capping the amount of money seniors pay every year on prescription drugs. Some in my district in Philadelphia pay $5,000 a year, $10,000 a year. This bill caps it at no more than $2,000 a year. And again, for decades, politicians talked about the need to address climate change, to make a large investment so that we can finally tackle this existential challenge for America and for the world. Here in this bill, we're doing it. The largest single investment to address climate change in our nation's history. You know, I know that on social media and on TV, it tends to be the performative politics that get most of the attention. That helps breed a cynicism within our constituents. It is legislation like this that makes a difference in people's lives. This is why we are here as lawmakers, to do the people's business. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the following analysis, which shows the top 10 manufacturing industries hit hardest by the Democrats' Made in America manufacturing tax. These are predominantly minority communities and working class Americans.
Without objection.
Thank you. Proud to yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. This bill will not reduce inflation. It will pull us deeper into the current recession and take America further in the wrong direction. It's simply more government and less freedom. In the prior year, inflation is in excess of 13%, and real wages have effectively fallen by 4.5%. The Federal Reserve and big government combined to fuel inflation, and now people are being crushed by these high prices. You cannot spend your way out of inflation. But that's exactly what this bill tries to do with $745 billion in new spending. It raises taxes in a recession more than 6 times the agency's current annual budget for the IRS. It's going to more than double audits on families. And instead of addressing the 32% increase in energy prices by increasing domestic production, this bill spends billions on Green New Deal pet projects like a $27 billion EPA-run climate bank and a $250 billion federally run Department of Energy loan program. Please oppose this bill. I yield.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia who has had a profound influence on this legislation and knows it inside and out. Mr. Byer for 1.5 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today we protect the world for future generations. Madam Speaker, the Inflation Reduction Act will do untold good for the nation, for the American people. This is our generation's signature contribution to American history. Our Social Security Act, our Civil Rights Act, even the Bill of Rights. The act will lower health care costs, reduce prescription drug prices, and create jobs. we have emphatically put people over politics. Much like a proposal I introduced with Senators Warren and Angus King, it will actually reduce the deficit by preventing tax avoidance for the biggest corporations in this country, requiring them to shoulder their fair burden of the tax responsibility. Most importantly, the Congress is finally taking the sweeping, ambitious action we desperately need to prevent the worst effects of climate change. We're passing the most important environmental bill in history. I'm privileged to serve on Chairman Neal's brilliant and enlightened Ways and Means Committee, and I'm proud of the diverse tax credit provisions I partnered with many distinguished members and friends. These are the parts of the Act which will have enormous climate consequences. They'll accelerate the adoption of zero-emission mid-sized trucks, vans, and other commercial vehicles. They'll scale up direct air capture technology to remove carbon pollution directly from the atmosphere. They'll promote the development of green hydrogen, and they'll incentivize the reduction of emissions in commercial buildings. These provisions and the bill as a whole will create huge numbers of good-paying jobs. And then there's the big picture. This bill will put us on the path to reduce our target emissions and actually help save the planet. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleagues for their support, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter the following Wall Street Journal editorial into the record, which shows this bill will only reduce global temperatures by, at best, 0.028% Fahrenheit throughout this century and as little as 0.00009% over the entire century.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malatakis.
Okay, the gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. At a time when the country is facing a 40-year high inflation, Americans are struggling, economy is contracting, and we're in a recession, they're jamming through a $750 billion bill with a slush fund that will only further fuel inflation, lead to higher energy costs, drive up manufacturing costs as a supply chain crisis persists. What a lousy idea to raise taxes during a recession. This will not just hit businesses, but families earning as little as $50,000. And that's exactly why this bill is doubling the IRS by 87,000 agents, a level that's more than the population of Biden's entire hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania, more than the fans that can fill MetLife Stadium where the Giants play, 3 times the staff of the Pentagon, 4 times the Border Patrol agents when we have a border crisis, and 8 times the drug enforcement agents when fentanyl is taking record lives of young Americans. And this bill does not include one cop as crime is skyrocketing in cities like mine. This Congress is disconnected with the real problems that the Americans face, and to call it the Inflation Reduction Act is a lie.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A very valued member of the Ways and Means Committee is Congressman Snyder, and I'm pleased to recognize him for 1.5 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I proudly rise today in support of the Inflation Reduction Act. This historic bill will lower the cost of energy and health care for millions of Americans. Just as important, it makes the largest ever investment in tackling the climate crisis, helping us cut carbon emissions by 40% by 2030. These historic investments will improve the lives of hardworking Americans while reducing the deficit by $300 billion. This bill will allow the HHS Secretary to negotiate the prices of some of the most expensive drugs. It caps the price of insulin at $35 for Americans on Medicare. It also includes expanded coverage for low-income Medicare beneficiaries, which I have championed for years. On climate change, I'm particularly proud that this bill includes my legislation, the Sustainable Skies Act, that will help dramatically reduce greenhouse gas emissions from aviation, which today accounts for 2% of the world's annual emissions. The bill also tackles high energy costs that Americans face with investments in consumer home energy, from rooftop solar panels to electric HVAC systems. And let me repeat, this bill is entirely, responsibly paid for, and then some. Again, our deficit will be cut by more than $300 billion by the action Congress is taking today. Madam Speaker, Americans have been hard hit by a once-in-a-century pandemic and then the consequent effects of the global inflation and supply chain crises. And every year, the impacts of climate change become more severe and more costly. Americans need relief. I urge my colleagues to vote for the Inflation Reduction Act and give our fellow citizens the relief they deserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter to the record the following article by Americans for Tax Reforms, which debunks the Inflation Reduction Act by describing the top 5 budget gimmicks in this bill, showing over $330 billion in fake savings, more than the so-called deficit reduction in the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Fleischman.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the dying ember that is the Democratic majority in both houses once again seeks to burn the American people. $80 billion for the IRS, and they champion it. I'll stand with the hardworking American people of this nation. Democrats, you can have the IRS. Raising taxes at a time of recession, at a time of economic gloom. I will stand with the hardworking entrepreneurs of America anytime over raising taxes. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Speaker, the American people know better. The American people deserve better. The American people will get better in November. With that, I urge a no vote on this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the very capable gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of this historic legislation. The climate crisis is the single most important issue facing our future. The future we will all share, Democrats and Republicans. I understand this is a down payment on climate action, and more needs to be done, but let's focus on what this bill does. It lowers the cost of health care and prescription drugs. It lowers energy costs and delivers the largest ever climate action by investing in domestic energy production and manufacturing, while reducing carbon emissions by roughly 40% by 2030. It lowers the deficit and helps fight inflation by making an historic payment on deficit reduction of $300 billion. We do this by making the biggest corporations and ultra-wealthy pay their fair share in taxes. So enough with this, with the fear-mongering by the other side. Let's get this done on behalf of hard-working families across America. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter the following polling reality study into the record, which shows that once Americans learn the details of the so-called Medicare negotiation, which is price setting, that their choices and access to life-saving cures will be limited. Public support for negotiation plummets.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam. I yield 1 minute, Madam Speaker, to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the bill, 728 pages we got from the Senate this week. Has anybody read it? Come on. That's over $1 billion average per page. That ain't gold, that's fool's gold. Look, more IRS agents, as Art Laffer said years ago, that's not going to increase the amount of revenue to the government. And in fact, when you say it's going after the ultra-rich, what happens is the ultra-rich are the only ones that can avoid paying these taxes. They can hire attorneys, accountants, they can move, change their business structure. It comes right back to the middle class every time. These same policies are the reasons that the average black household in the 8 years of Obama lost 30% of their net worth. So we keep hearing from the other side, there's this runaway inflation and this ugly bill is going to stop it. Well, our president says it's 0% inflation. Somebody's lying. We'll find out who.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I'll be the first to acknowledge that. Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of many diabetes patients, I ask unanimous consent to enter the following article in the record, which includes a quote from my fellow Texan, Representative Lloyd Doggett, where he accurately states that the insulin caps policy included in this bill, quote, does not lower the price of insulin by 1 penny, unquote, but rather shifts costs to others.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I think the gentleman, who are they going to harass? Who are the
These thousands of IRS bureaucrats, left-wing bureaucrats, lowest learners at the IRS, who are they going to harass? Middle-class families. We know who it's going to be. It's that assistant football coach at the local high school who teaches history, who's got the side business. He mows lawns in the summer, he paints houses in the summer, he pays his taxes, but he's going to get harassed. We know how this works. We've seen it before. This bill raises taxes, creates a whole new bureaucracy to go after taxpayers. Such a deal. Using your tax money to come after you, the taxpayer. Such a deal for the taxpayer. And my guess is they'll all be working remotely. They won't have to pay the $5 to drive to work like people in our district do. They'll be working remotely, drinking their fancy coffee, going after the guy who's helping kids and has the side business in the summer who pays his. That's who this is going to come after. And we all know it. Everyone knows it. The country knows it. This is disgusting. I hope you all vote no. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Continue to reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of seniors who rely on generic drugs, I ask unanimous consent to enter the following letter from generic and biosimilar manufacturers for the record, which explains the price controls in this Democrat bill will reduce competition from lower cost generic and biosimilar medicines. That means fewer options for patients and worsening drug shortages. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am proud to yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, following Jim Jordan's was why nobody wanted to follow Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock. It's going to be tough. But you never reduce burdens or inflations by increasing taxes $740 billion. Estimated that $4,500 increase on the average family under this proposal. Instead, you simply create more government that never goes away. This is not an Inflation Reduction Act. It's a woke climate bill that will increase inflation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my Democrat friends seem to have forgotten that capitalism is not the enemy, we are. I would also remind my colleagues across the aisle that in Tennessee, we reduced taxes and regulations, and now we have record surpluses, and individuals and businesses are moving from your district to mine as fast as they can get there. Madam Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time, and I would like to say the ranking member, who I call chairman, will be incredibly missed here in these halls, but also more so out on the baseball field. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. I'm prepared to as well. First, Madam Speaker, though, I would ask unanimous consent to enter the following list of 586 credible voices of opposition to this bill. They include business leaders, taxpayer advocates, economists, and thought leaders who all say this bill will hurt Americans if passed today.
Without objection. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
So, first, I would ask unanimous consent to enter the following letter in the record from dozens of Main Street businesses opposing the Democrats' bill because the IRS targeting of their business under the bill tax hikes on small business.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now, Madam Chairman, please yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
So a year ago, we met to consider another disastrous version of this bill, and since then, American families and Main Street businesses have been continue to face historic inflation and now a recession. This bill is a hoax on the American people. And Americans who are suffering the most in President Biden's cruel economy will soon know this firsthand. They'll know it because inflation will get worse, according to the Penn Wharton School of Business Analysis. Parents sitting up at night will notice higher taxes, fewer jobs, and lower wages as they pay for the vast majority of any new revenue collected under this bill, according to Congress's own nonpartisan scorekeeper. A middle-income single mom with 2 kids who runs her own business will know it when she comes home from Walmart and finds a letter from the IRS telling her she's under audit. Seniors and loved ones with life-threatening illnesses will arrive at the pharmacy counter, will break into a sweat when they see they cannot afford their medicines. Families with loved ones newly diagnosed with Alzheimer's or cancer or ALS and desperately seeking treatment will wonder whether the cure for their disease will ever come. The wealthiest and the biggest foreign-owned corporations will do just fine. They're getting hundreds of billions of dollars of government handouts under this bill. After all, they get the government checks paid for by the middle-class taxpayers who are getting squeezed. This is a sad day for struggling American families and Main Street businesses. This economy is cruel enough, but by voting to turn this hoax into law, Congress is inflicting one more act of cruelty. I urge opposition to this bill, and Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
This is a big day, and this is a big deal. We're putting people out front and making good on the promises we've made, lowering drug prices and investing in our climate. Mountain-high legislative achievements have we. The Rescue Plan, CHIPS, Science Act, and now this achievement for the American people. Lyndon Johnson was right. Yesterday is not ours to recover, but tomorrow is ours to win or lose. The Inflation Reduction Act headed to the President's desk, and give Joe Biden credit. We stand here assured that tomorrow is ours to win. We've had bold dreams in this Congress, and we've delivered big on those dreams. None of this would have been possible without the dedication and expertise of the staff of the Ways and Means Committee, the best in the business. They've worked nonstop for 2 years for the American people, and today their hard work is on display for the world to witness and await the President's signature. The Inflation Reduction Act sets our nation on a healthier, fairer, and more prosperous path. I urge our colleagues to support this critical legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Okay. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself 3 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 5376, the Inflation Reduction Act. This is landmark legislation that is going to help reduce costs for American families while finally aggressively tackling the climate crisis. Now, Madam Speaker, we simply cannot wait any longer to confront the climate crisis. Extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and more extreme. Record high temperatures across the nation this summer, and these extreme weather events cost families, their loved ones, their homes, and their livelihoods. This bill is the single largest investment in climate action in American history. We heard from the Ways and Means Committee about the tax credits, the investment, production tax credits for renewables, for electric vehicles, but I want to talk about the provisions from the Energy and Commerce Committee. The bill makes unparalleled investments in climate, clean energy, and environmental justice so that we can slash climate pollution and meet our aggressive climate goals. I just want to highlight some of the things. A methane emissions reduction program, a greenhouse gas reduction fund to promote new green technology, investing in manufacturing that's green, reducing industrial emissions, a program for states and government entities to reduce climate pollution, a program for clean heavy-duty vehicles for trucks and school buses to make them less pollutant, an appliance and building efficiency rebate to try to deal with emissions from buildings and appliances, an industrial emissions reduction program, an environmental and climate justice block grants, and also provisions to deal with ports that are a major source of pollution. So all of these are designed basically to try to create clean jobs, reduce energy costs for the average family. We estimate about $1,800 a year, And it's estimated that this bill will actually meet our climate, reduce the amount of pollution or greenhouse gases into the climate by 40%. In terms of what the U.S. has emitted since 2005. It goes very far towards achieving our goals as a nation towards reducing the problem of greenhouse gas emissions. Now, in addition to that, the Inflation Reduction Act is also one of the most significant pieces of healthcare legislation moved through Congress in over a decade. It breaks, and I want to stress this, it breaks Big Pharma's monopoly on prescription drug prices. The bill will lower prescription drug costs for seniors by finally empowering Medicare to negotiate the cost of prescription drugs. It also caps the amount that seniors pay at $2,000 annually, caps the cost of insulin at $35 a month, and penalizes companies that unfairly hike prices by forcing them to pay a rebate to the federal government if their prices rise more than inflation. This legislation is necessary because nearly 20 years ago, Republicans prevented the federal government from negotiating prices for seniors. So today, we're finally leveling the playing field to ensure seniors are no longer forced to choose between putting food on their table and their life-saving.
The gentleman's time's expired.
I yield myself another 30 seconds.
The gentleman's recognized.
Finally, I want to say that this legislation will also dramatically lower the cost of health care for millions of Americans by extending Enhanced Affordable Care Act marketplace premium subsidy. These enhanced subsidies are making a real difference for families, delivering average savings of $2,400 a year for a family of 4. They're set to expire at the end of the year, but this bill extends them through the end of 2025. So, Madam Speaker, this legislation lays the foundation for a cleaner, more prosperous future for all Americans. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself 5 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 5376, the mislabeled Inflation Reduction Act. This is another reckless tax and spending spree that is not being accurately portrayed to the American people by Democrats. Washington Democrats are trying to convince Americans that adding more reckless government spending and raising taxes during a recession will combat inflation. Even nonpartisan organizations say this bill will have virtually no impact on inflation, and at least half of the expected tax revenue for next year is estimated to come from Americans making less than $400,000 a year. And Americans will see more IRS audits because this bill gives the IRS the ability to hire an army of new IRS agents. People should pay the taxes they owe, but instead of an army of IRS agents focusing on auditing middle to low-income Americans, we need to put our resources into hiring more Border Patrol officers to protect the border and stop the flow of illicit drugs such as illicit fentanyl. More troubling parts of this bill are the health care provisions. I strongly disagree with using Medicare money to pay for Obamacare subsidies for the wealthy. I introduced an amendment to keep Medicare savings in Medicare, which is already at risk of insolvency in the very near future, but unfortunately, House Democrats didn't even give this amendment a chance to be considered. While Democrats praise government price setting, or as they call it, negotiation, they fail to mention that such policies would lead to at least 15 fewer drugs coming to market, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. What are the 15 cures? Could it be the cure for Alzheimer's? Could it be the cure for diabetes? It could be. They also won't mention that the nonpartisan CBO said this bill will lead to higher prices on new drugs. Finally, Democrats are voting to give Secretary Becerra a $3 billion slush fund to set drug prices, despite HHS botching their response to both the COVID-19 pandemic, including politicizing guidance that kept schools closed and young children masked in Head Start programs. How can anyone support giving billions of dollars and more unrestricted authority to HHS that we know will lead to less cures for our loved ones? Let me be clear. We absolutely need to address the cost of prescription medication. There is, in the Energy and Commerce Committee, there is a bipartisan bill ready to go, H.R. 19, that could achieve this. But the Democrats have repeatedly refused to bring the bill to the floor for a vote. Our country is also facing an energy crisis created by President Biden and Washington's Democrats' war on American energy. Despite this, Democrat solution is to double down on the nearly $400 billion to be spent on far-left Green New Deal policies and impose billions of dollars of tax increases on energy that will be passed to consumers.
Unbelievably, even as energy prices are at historically high levels, they have included a new tax on natural gas and revived a tax on petroleum products that will cost consumers tens of billions of dollars. I filed an amendment to exempt our defense bases from this natural gas tax, but again, Democrats refuse even to consider it. Democrats want to create a $27 billion slush fund at the EPA for a national climate bank to subsidize the solar energy that is heavily dominated by the Chinese Communist Party, and even spend $9 billion in rebates for wealthy Americans to green up their homes with new appliances and electric vehicles. To conclude, this legislation not only crushes hope for patients and their families living with devastating diseases that currently lack a treatment or a cure, but it also significantly undermines our economic and national security. I cannot vote for the more appropriately named Inflation Expansion Act, and I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield now a minute and a half to my neighbor from the state of Delaware and a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Lisa Blunt Rochester.
The gentlewoman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, today I rise in support of the Inflation Reduction Act. Oh, what a day in America. From lowering prescription drug prices for seniors to closing tax loopholes on the wealthiest corporations to making the largest investment in clean energy in history to tackle the climate crisis. The Inflation Reduction Act will help improve the lives of every single American. And it will do it all while paying down the deficit. I'm particularly proud that the bill includes my climate smart port provisions with my colleague, Ms. Barragan, which invests in ports across the nation, like the Port of Wilmington, allowing them to upgrade their facilities, lower their carbon footprint, and create more good-paying union jobs. Madam Speaker, in a session of Congress that has already seen remarkable landmark legislation pass, the Inflation Reduction Act is the capstone of our efforts to deliver. With this bill, we continue to put people over politics. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the former chair, the chair emeritus of the Energy and Commerce Committee, retiring. We're going to miss him. My good friend from Michigan, Fred Upton.
The gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does anyone actually believe that this bill is going to reduce inflation? I didn't think so. Those of us that know me know that I'm not afraid to work across the aisle on important legislation that helps Americans. Whether it was the 21st Century Cures Act, the CHIPS Act, the PAC Veterans Act, infrastructure. But unfortunately, the bill that we're debating right now was not created in that same bipartisan manner. Our economy is in a fragile state as we emerge from this pandemic. We've seen decades-high inflation that is crushing Main Street and squeezing the middle class. Now is not the time to raise taxes to the tune of over $16 billion on middle-income folks around the country. The Inflation Reduction Act, this one, does nothing to fix the insidious problems at the IRS. Instead, they're going to throw more than $80 billion to hire more agents who are going to be tasked with hounding taxpayers that report pass-through business income through Schedule C and Schedule E. These folks are by and large middle-income, family-owned small businesses owners who busted their butts to keep their doors open through the pandemic, and now we're sending the cavalry after them, leading to higher compliance costs and time wasted that's going to increase costs for all Americans. The IRS needs to be focused on clearing the backlog of millions of personal and business returns. I've literally helped hundreds of constituents who have been waiting 1 to 2 years for their tax refunds. And with respect to inflation, a number of nonpartisan sources, including some previously touted by supporters of this bill, have said that this bill will cause inflation to increase over the first couple years. The energy sector has seen the brunt of this increase, with gas prices climbing more than $2.30 a gallon and natural gas prices going up close to doubling. On Wednesday, I offered an amendment to the Rules Committee that would direct the bill not to go into effect until the Secretary of Energy can certify that energy prices are below the cost of 2021. So with that, I ask my colleagues to vote no.
The gentleman reserves. Okay, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute now to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, last November, our House delegation went to Glasgow for the COP26 conference. We told the world that we were back. We'd rejoined the Paris Climate Accord. We were committed to building back better. We were committed to putting science over politics. It felt pretty good, but to be blunt, the world didn't believe us. When we sat at that press conference, all of these reporters from Europe, they said, well, what about the Senate? What about the filibuster? What if Republicans take over in the midterms? They had heard this song before. They admired our enthusiasm, but as you know, Mr. Chairman, they didn't really share it. Today, we're going to prove them wrong. We're going to remind them what the United States is capable of. We are about to pass the most impactful climate bill ever. You all should be proud of that. You were here to share this moment with us. We're on a path to reduce CO2 emissions by 40% by 2030. That is a really big deal. But it's only a start, because 40% ain't enough. We've reestablished U.S. credibility today, but we still have to establish U.S. leadership. The measure of our success is not what we pass today. It's whether our planet is cooler tomorrow. So today we remind the world and ourselves what we're capable of. I hope we celebrate, but tomorrow—
The gentleman's time's expired.
Let's get back to work. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is
Madam
recognized.
Speaker, I'll reserve at this time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 1.5 minutes to a member of our Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz.
The gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
As a doctor, I have taken care of many patients who put their lives and health at risk because they couldn't afford their medication. Patients who either rationed their medicine or didn't get a prescription filled at all. I'll never forget one woman who was so proud to tell me that she was able to make her insulin last longer because she would only take half of a dose at a time in order to make it last. This is unacceptable. No one should have to choose between whether to take their medicine or put food on their table, or between their health and not being able to pay their bills. That is why I support the Inflation Reduction Act, which will give seniors the relief that they need from skyrocketing drug costs. It ensures that people on Medicare with diabetes won't have to pay more than $35 a month for their insulin. It requires the Secretary of HHS to negotiate drug prices for expensive Medicare drugs, lowering costs for seniors and people with disabilities. And it caps out-of-pocket spending at $2,000 per year for Medicare Part D. These important steps will help ensure that all seniors have access to life and health-saving medications, regardless of how much money they have. But that's not all this bill does. This bill will make transformational investments to combat climate change and reduce our carbon emissions. It will push automakers to make their electric vehicle batteries with domestic materials like the lithium we're extracting at the southern end of the Salton Sea in Imperial County. With this bill and the lithium in my district, we can power our clean energy future here in America with American materials. I yield. Back my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 3 minutes to my good friend on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Burgess of Texas.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
And I thank the gentleman from Kentucky for yielding. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to place into the record a letter submitted by the members of the House GOP Doctors Caucus. This is a letter
I'm sorry. The gentleman's request will be covered by general leave.
This is a letter that explains how the health care policies included in the Inflation Reduction Act would affect American patients. There are 21 health care professionals who signed this letter. It's remarkable that none of our concerns were considered, all were ignored, not only as members of the House and Senate, but as healthcare professionals as well. The point of the letter is that this legislation will do the exact opposite of what the Democrats intend. Unfortunately, the legislation will kill research and development, reduce quality of care, and threaten patient access to life-saving drugs. Under this legislation, we're going to see changes to Part B drug reimbursements that will lead to an average of a 40% cut for healthcare providers, doctors, who provide care to Medicare patients in their office. Currently, Part B reimbursements for administering drugs in the physician's office are a calculation based off the average sales price plus 6%. Now, under this new system, Part B payments to physicians are going to be calculated off of the maximum fair price. Attractive term, but no one knows what it means because it is yet to be determined by whom? The Secretary of Health and Human Services. And we've all seen how trustworthy they have been over the past 2 years. So the current 6% average sales price add-on payments to physicians that the doctors have come to rely on now to run their practices will be based off a significantly lower government set price versus the traditional market-priced ASP. This results in significant lower payment to physicians. Now, Wednesday afternoon late, out in the Rules Committee, I offered an amendment with Dr. Murphy to fix this problem. Unfortunately, that was rejected on a party line vote. These payment cuts threaten the sustainability of medical practices and will lead, let me say that again, it will lead to physicians closing their doors. And when practices close, the patient need does not disappear. Care will then shift to hospitals. This will ultimately lead to an increase in healthcare cost, a decrease in the quality of care provided, and will limit access to treatments for patients across the country. From experience working in private practice, I can attest that there are significant consequences of consolidation. Here's the bottom line. Democrats are using Medicare as a piggy bank to pay for other things. What other things? Oh, like subsidies to insurance companies. They want to reward insurance companies and punish doctors. It makes no sense. This legislation will do the exact opposite of what Democrats intend. It is going to kill research and development, it is going to reduce the quality of care, and it is going to threaten patient access to life-saving drugs. As the most senior doctor in Congress and someone who deeply cares about the well-being of American patients, this bill is anti-doctor and anti-patient. We will live to see the consequences of this after final passage. I promise you that. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield a minute and a half now to another member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto.
The gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have been elected to Congress to solve the greatest challenges of our time. And today we are doing just that. We are taking action to combat climate change. We are taking action to lower drug prices for seniors with a $2,000 cap on out-of-pocket expenses. We are taking action to keep Obamacare affordable for millions of Floridians. We are taking action by increasing vaccine access with our HAPPY Act, and we are doing it all while reducing the deficit by over $300 billion over the next 10 years. We are lowering costs, we are fighting inflation, and we are saving the planet. This is the largest investment to resolve the climate crisis in our nation's history. It'll reduce carbon emissions by 40% by 2030. When generations look back from now, they will read about this was a turning point. How many more Category 5 hurricanes? How many more massive wildfires, deadly floods, dried up rivers, and record heat waves do you need? How many more seniors have to get sick or die because they can't afford their medication? How many more families have to get kicked off their health insurance? How much longer before you all get it? We're not waiting any longer. The Republicans' plan is to do nothing. In contrast, we in the Democratic majority will lead. Today we will act. Today we will do what is necessary to protect this generation and the next. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce into the record an editorial from the Wall Street Journal entitled Tilting at Windmills, which notes that the massive spending bill reduced global temperatures at the most by 0.28 degrees. This bill will not do what those on the floor today have said it will do. I would like to introduce that into the record and recognize my good friend from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks, for 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank Representative Guthrie for yielding me time. I rise today in opposition of H.R. 5376, the Inflation Reduction Act. As a physician and a former director of the Iowa Department of Public Health, I am uniquely positioned to understand the true implications of this bill and how this bill will affect both doctors and patients, and rural Iowans are no exception. Interestingly, I just heard my colleague talk about how families may be kicked off their health care. And it doesn't seem to me that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle cared about that when they passed the Affordable Care Act and premiums rose dramatically. Allowing the federal government to set limits on drug pricing will limit competition and drastically reduce innovation within the pharmaceutical industry. Innovation also comes even after FDA approval to determine if drugs can be used for more than just their initial purpose. Additionally, narrowing the drug formulary by drug pricing through Medicare and negotiations will end up taking medications that you may already be prescribed and taking successfully, taking them off of the formulary and not being covered. And let me also illustrate, when Medicare Part D went into effect, the fact that there was not a negotiation by Medicare allowed generic drugs as low as $4 a medication. That was tremendously helpful to millions of seniors and continues to this day. The United States is the leading developer of new drugs, but without market competition, American companies will lose the incentive to undergo cutting-edge research. What does that mean to the average person? It means less cures for rare diseases or debilitating diseases, less cures, less treatment for debilitating diseases. Inevitably, the United States will become dependent on countries like China for pharmaceutical research and development, and patients will be limited in their options. And didn't we already see that through the pandemic? Additionally, this bill will extend Obamacare subsidies enacted in the American Rescue Plan, which do not have income restrictions. Rather than helping those who are most in need, the wealthiest Americans will continue to receive the average benefit. This enormous spending package is bad for Iowans, bad for the economy, and bad for hardworking Americans, and bad for the future of American innovation. Thank you. I yield back my time.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman who is the chair of our Health Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Eshoo.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I first want to thank the chairman, Mr. Pallone, of the Energy and Commerce Committee for his leadership and all of my colleagues on the committee that have worked so hard. I think today is an Alleluia Day. And I say this because two of the greatest challenges facing our country are the following: the climate crisis. This is the single largest investment to take the climate crisis on head on. I hear from as young as first graders in my district caring about this issue. 2 years ago this time, I had 77,000 evacuees from the wildfires in my congressional district. And so taking on the climate crisis is absolutely essential. Seniors, the Medicare beneficiaries, their prescription drug prices we are changing today because Medicare will be able to directly negotiate and bring the prices down. Cap insulin at $35 a month. The Senate Republicans sabotaged that cap on insulin for all Americans. I don't know how any politician can go home and brag about that. The out-of-pocket costs for Medicare beneficiaries will not exceed $2,000 a year. We're investing in the IRS. My constituents have been waiting for too long for their refunds. Added staff, it's going to expedite the services that the IRS and the American people need from the IRS. And finally, deficit reduction. Yes, America, this is paid for. So this is truly an Alleluia Day. This is a red, white, and blue bill. It's good for all Americans, and it will advance our collective future of America.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'd like to yield now to the gentlewoman from Florida who chairs the Special Committee on Climate Change, 1.5 minutes.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, as chair of the House Select Committee on the Climate Crisis and as a mom, I'm proud to say the Inflation Reduction Act is a big climate deal. This is the largest investment in clean energy and climate solutions ever in U.S. history, and it comes at a crucial time. We must urgently slash climate pollution to avoid the worst impacts and to lower costs, create good-paying jobs, and build safer, more resilient communities. And today I'm optimistic that America will lead the world in solving the climate crisis, and I want to thank the young people all across this country who pushed us to take this historic step. The Inflation Reduction Act is also good news for Floridians, as Democrats will lower the cost of prescription drugs, empower Medicare to negotiate drug prices, institute a $2,000 cap, and much more. It's a big deal for 2.8 million Floridians who purchase high-quality health coverage under the Affordable Care Act. With these tax credits, those policies will be more affordable. Yes, this is good news indeed, a true people over politics moment for all of our neighbors, their health, their pocketbooks, and the obligation we have to our kids to provide a livable planet. I want to thank Speaker Pelosi for her vision for the Climate Committee, my chairman, Frank Pallone, and my colleagues for their inspiring work, and I urge a yes vote. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill drives a massive build-out of unreliable wind and solar power, not nuclear, not natural gas, and not baseload power. And I'd like to enter into the record a report from the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, the authority on electric reliability, which underscores the risk of blackouts from oversupply of weather-dependent energy. This bill does not do what Democrats say it will do. At this time, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the Republican whip, my good friend from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, for yielding. And I rise in strong opposition to this bill that will absolutely increase the deficit. It will absolutely increase inflation, and this bill will absolutely increase energy costs. In fact, they have a multi-billion-dollar new tax on energy. Haven't heard one person in America saying that they want to pay more money for gasoline, yet they're putting billions in new taxes on energy. So you'll be paying not only more for gasoline, but you'll be paying more for utility bills in your household, which are already skyrocketing because of President Biden and Speaker Pelosi's radical far-left spending they've already done the last year and a half. But it doesn't end there. $250 billion in cuts to Medicare drugs. That's right. For seniors, this bill cuts $250 billion out of Medicare drug spending to help people in higher income brackets be eligible for more Obamacare subsidies. So a massive wealth transfer away from seniors to higher income people to get subsidies for Obamacare. And then let's talk about these 87,000 IRS agents. You think of just about any NFL stadium in America filled completely with new IRS agents. That's right, more than doubling the size of the IRS to go after lower-income people. And they love saying on the other side, don't worry, it's not going to touch them. There's only one problem. It doesn't stand up to the facts. There was an amendment in the Senate, right here, very simple, one-page amendment to protect people making under $400,000 from new audits by the IRS. This amendment was voted down on a party line vote because they want that army of 87,000 IRS agents going after lower-income people. And in fact, the smoking gun came out this morning. They don't have a full CBO report on this bill. You heard the old adage, you got to pass the bill to find out what's in it. That's what they're doing today. That's why they're rushing this bill through today. It doesn't even have a review from the Congressional Budget Office. But just a few hours ago, we got this. And it was a confirmation that the IRS agents will be getting about $20 billion in new taxes from people making less than $400,000. That's right, the CBO just confirmed it a few hours ago. So President Biden, who made that promise multiple times, if you make under $400,000, don't worry, your taxes don't go up. This bill breaks President Biden's promise. It's confirmed by the CBO, and there was an amendment to stop it from happening, and every Democrat voted against it. They wouldn't allow us to bring that amendment here on the floor. Because they're ramming it through because they don't want people to know what's inside of this bill. $700+ billion in new taxes. Budget gimmicks, that say for the new taxes over 10 years, they're only going to account for 3 years of spending, which means if you account for full 10 years, it increases the deficit. And of course, during inflation times and this crisis we're facing economically, this bill will increase inflation and gas prices. Let's reject the bill.
The gentleman's time's expired.
I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now a minute and a half to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentlewoman from Brooklyn, New York, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank our chairman. I rise today in support of H.R. 5376, the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. This monumental generational investment in our nation's future will lower prescription drug prices, energy costs, and extend health care coverage for millions of Americans and deliver a vital down payment of resources in our stand against the climate crisis, all while creating millions of well-paying jobs across America. Moreover, it makes good on our promise to allow always fights for this country's most vulnerable communities, and now and forever. The journey to today has been challenging, to say the least, but I'm at long last elated to know that the change Americans need and demand is finally here. Thanks to the hard work and ceaseless resolve of President Joe Biden, my Democratic colleagues on the Senate side, and every individual who seriously took their duty to fight tooth and nail to better the lives of every American in our care, our pursuit of progress has never been stronger. For communities of color, our seniors, pregnant and postpartum people, individuals and families living on low wages, and everyone else who has long been borne the brunt of too many hardships to list, this legislation represents the initial steps they have long and desperately awaited. The Inflation Reduction Act will prevent thousands of premature deaths by improving the air quality in densely populated communities with high environmental justice needs. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Ohio, member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Latta.
The gentleman is recognized
Madam Speaker, I thank my friend for yielding. I rise in opposition to H.R. 5376, a bill the Democrats claim will reduce inflation when in reality it will do the exact opposite. American families are struggling to keep the lights on at home. Far too many people in this country are worrying about the costs associated with putting food on their tables and gas in their tanks. And yet, the majority has decided now is the time to double down on their tax and spend policies, with American taxpayers footing the bill. It is also concerning that this bill promotes anti-American energy policies. It will put aside $250 billion at the Department of Energy to subsidize the rush to green energy. This is picking winners and losers in the energy market and will scare away investments in baseload power sources. American small businesses need access to more reliable energy, not less. If the grid becomes too reliant on intermittent green energy sources, we will begin to see manufacturers shutter their operations. Although it is hard to see how this bill could be salvaged, I did offer an amendment to try to prevent this outcome. My amendment would have required the Secretary of Energy to certify that the bill would not negatively impact electric grid reliability before funding could be used. Considering the devastating consequences that would result for American families and businesses, it makes perfect sense that the government should do its due diligence in examining all possible outcomes. Unfortunately, the majority chose not to consider my amendment on the House floor today. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this legislation because it will increase taxes on American families, institute price controls that will block innovation in medical cures, promote irresponsible spending on Green New Deal carve-outs, and provide significant risk to the electric grid. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield in a minute and a half now to the gentleman from Oregon who's a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Schrader.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in complete support of H.R. 5376, the Inflation Reduction Act. During my time in Congress, I've dedicated my service to improving our health care system and working to lower the cost of prescription drugs. I'm ecstatic that the bill before us today includes my and Rep. Peters' drug price reduction framework that will finally rein in the cost of prescription drugs for our seniors and protect pharmaceutical innovation, contrary to what the other side will tell you. The Medicare drug cost reductions will be transformative. This bill will allow Medicare to finally negotiate drug prices, end the practice of raising prices in the Medicare program beyond the rise in inflation, and provide lasting financial relief to our most vulnerable seniors by establishing a $2,000 out-of-pocket maximum for spending on prescription drugs. The prescription drug cost portions of this bill will also preserve scientific creativity and innovation ecosystem that's been essential to the domestic job-preserving development of life-changing and life-saving treatments and cures. And the close to $300 billion in deficit reduction of this portion of the bill will be huge for the overall viability of our troubled Medicare system going forward. This will be the biggest improvement in Medicare since the inception of Part D almost 20 years ago. I'm proud to have been a leading advocate in finding a path forward to deliver relief on the high cost of prescription drugs. I would like to thank my colleagues in both chambers who worked with me directly to get this across the finish line. I thank you. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my good friend from the great state of Kentucky as well. I rise today in strong opposition to the Inflation, Recession, IRS Army Act. As the American people struggle to put food on their tables and gas in their cars, Democrats bring us here today to raise Americans' taxes and destabilize our prescription drug market. My colleagues across the aisle want everyone to believe that this bill will drive down the cost of drugs, but they fail to mention that this policy will severely stifle innovation, unfortunately. As a proud advocate for individuals suffering with cancer, rare diseases, and neurodegenerative diseases such as ALS, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's, I'm committed to seeing cures come to market. But policies like this one will heartlessly jeopardize the likelihood of these breakthroughs. I would like to see my Democratic colleagues work with us on the productive policy solutions found in the Lower Cost, More Cures Act, which would drive down the cost of drugs for the American people, but would not destroy the innovative research and development that is uniquely American. Sadly, it seems more thought was put into targeting average Americans with an IRS army and over 1 million new audits than in helping them find cures for their life-threatening ailments, unfortunately. Floridians deserve better, and the American people deserve better than this bogus piece of legislation that will raise taxes and reduce the number of cures and treatments coming to market. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half now to the gentlewoman from Michigan, a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Stingle.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of the Inflation Reduction Act. This landmark package is finally on the House floor after over a year of hard work and rolling up our sleeves. This bill will serve all Americans by bringing down energy and health costs, reversing inflation, reducing the deficit, cleaning up our environment, and sparking a new clean energy economy. It is responsibly paid for, and middle-class families will not see any increased taxes. This is a defining moment for tackling the climate crisis. This bold legislation represents the single largest investment in clean energy, environmental justice, and climate actions in American history. including the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund and increased investments in both the ATVM loan program and the Domestic Manufacturing Conversion Grant program based on legislation I helped write. The automotive industry is fully committed to going electric. While this legislation may pose some challenges in the short term, it will strengthen the long-term trajectory of the automotive industry, our domestic supply chains, and American manufacturing. It's bringing jobs home, strengthening our supply chain, and reducing our dependency on foreign manufacturing.
The gentleman's time has expired.
To support this legislation.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Ohio, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to highlight my amendment that the majority refuses to even bring to a vote. My amendment is simple. It would amend this so-called Inflation Reduction Act by striking from the bill the Methane Emissions Reduction Program, which is a fancy term for what could be more accurately described as a tax on American natural gas. In my district, in eastern and southeastern Ohio, oil and gas workers get up every day to produce our valuable natural resources that are used to generate electricity, power manufacturing, heat and cool our homes, cook our food, and more recently, to use our American natural gas to rescue our European allies who now find themselves under Vladimir Putin's tyrannical thumb. This methane tax jeopardizes all of this, and it represents yet another attack by the majority on American fossil fuels that have brought more people out of poverty around the world than any other energy source on the planet. When I talk to producers in my district, I give them a lot of credit. These companies, without being asked, are quite literally innovating every day. They use state-of-the-art technology to capture as much of their methane emissions as possible, and they are proud to do it. And what's their reward? Well, they get a new tax anyway. It is also worth noting that the EPA is already working on rulemaking for regulating methane emissions, and the authors of this bill knew that, all to appease the radical environmentalist left. So, Madam Speaker, I want to be clear that this isn't, and I quote, a methane reduction program. It's a massive tax on American producers, American businesses, and American workers. It's a tax on job creators in Ohio. It's a tax on hardworking Americans trying to heat and cool our homes, and a tax on feeding our families, and a tax on the American way of life. We should strike this provision from the bill. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota. Member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Craig.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is the day that we deliver on many of our promises to the American people. We are going to lower the cost of health care for millions of Americans. We are going to invest in American energy independence and reduce carbon emissions. We are going to do this in a responsible way as we reduce the deficit in the process. The Inflation Reduction Act takes historic strides to make health care more affordable by capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month for those on Medicare, capping out-of-pocket drug costs for our nation's seniors at $2,000 a year, and empowering Medicare to negotiate drug prices for our seniors. We also extend the ACA tax credit, ensuring that we continue along the path of these historic rates of uninsured in our nation. We are going to make the largest investment in clean energy in our nation's history, reduce carbon emissions by 40% this decade, and invest in biofuels infrastructure for Minnesota's family farmers. Colleagues, today, the will of our constituents will prevail over special interest, at least on this side of the aisle. This legislation will make a real difference in reducing costs for working families. I'm proud to support it, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I will reserve, Madam Speaker.
Also reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half now to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Dr. Kim Schreier.
The gentlewoman from Washington State is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am so excited to vote today for this climate and health care bill, and here's why. This bill is the answer to the questions that my constituents have been asking since day one. Here's what I'm hearing. Dr. Schreier, you have diabetes too. I can't afford my insulin. I'm having to ration at the end of the month. Won't you do something about it? Well, here's the answer. $35 a month insulin. Dr. Schreier, I'm a senior. I have a fixed income. I can't afford these high drug prices. Why can't Medicare negotiate them? Well, here's your answer. Medicare getting the power to negotiate the cost of prescription drugs. Also, Dr. Schreier, I'm a senior. There's too many out-of-pocket costs for me. This caps them at $2,000. And finally, right now, we have fires burning in Washington State. And I have farmers who have seen reduced crop yields because of extreme heat. And they say, Dr. Schreier, can't you do something about climate? And here's the answer, the biggest investment in climate solutions that we have ever had. This bill brings relief. It brings financial relief to families who are feeling the high inflation and gas prices. And you know how it does it? By finally making sure that the wealthiest corporations pay their fair share of taxes, and it does it without raising tax on middle-class families. I am so excited about this bill because it answers the requests of the people I represent, and that's why I am so excited to vote for it today. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I will yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my good friend from Kentucky. I rise to speak against this so-called Inflation Reduction Act, a piece of legislation that weakens America, that weakens our businesses, increases the cost of energy for all Americans and our families, and funds a new 87,000-person army of IRS agents that are coming after low and middle-income families. Here's a pretty good rule of thumb for this legislation. If you're one of Biden's chosen Green New Deal companies, you're probably going to get a handout from American taxpayers. But for small, independent American energy producers in districts like mine in the Permian Basin, your reward for keeping the lights on is a new, poorly conceived natural gas tax that will raise the cost of everything and give China an edge on our American manufacturers. In fact, I offered an amendment to strike this provision, but Democrats voted it down in Rules Committee, voting against U.S. energy and voting for foreign energy. The Democrat response is tax credits for the rich, a slush fund of loans to their favorite green companies, and more regulatory red tape to drive up energy costs for all of us. Families are having to decide whether to fill up their tank or to pay for everyday essentials at the grocery store because of high gas prices due to President Biden's policies. But the crowning achievement of this legislation won't be inflation reduction. It will be making America more dependent on our adversaries. More dependent on our adversaries for energy, dependent on China for medical manufacturing and supply chain issues, and dependent on China for critical minerals. If the Democrat goal is to reduce baseload reliable power sources and increase our dependency on foreign nations, you're succeeding. If their goal is to create regulatory red tape to drive up energy costs for Main Street businesses and families, once again, you're succeeding. And if their goal is to help American families and small businesses, this piece of legislation is a fail. America asked for relief, and instead, Democrats will deliver new and higher taxes that will be enforced by an 87,000-person IRS army. I urge my colleagues to vote for America and against this bill.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I recognize now for 1.5 minutes the gentlewoman from Texas, a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today is a historic day. Today, we will vote on the question of whether to allow Medicare to negotiate the price of prescription drugs and cap out-of-pocket costs for seniors, lower the cost of health care, implement smart energy policy to reduce emissions, fight climate change, and spur energy innovation, invest in American manufacturing, and reduce our deficit spending by $300 billion. We answer these questions yes by voting for the Inflation Reduction Act. As a representative of the energy capital of the world, where we lead in energy, technology, and investment, I want to respond to some of the things that we've just heard, because I am particularly proud of the work that we've done here to ensure that the historic methane emissions reduction program will actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions, make it possible for energy companies of all sizes to reduce their emissions through a grant program, and ensure that the United States remains the global leader in energy production and in energy innovation and technology. And we do this by voting together for this historic bill today. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, the historic Inflation Reduction Act lowers everyday costs Americans are struggling to afford. By cutting the price of prescription drugs, by making the largest ever investment in climate action, and by reducing inflation. All of this without raising taxes on middle-class Americans, and also paying down the national debt. For too long, the price of life-saving prescription drugs has bankrupted American families. No more. This bill caps out-of-pocket drug costs at $2,000 and allows Medicare, finally, to directly negotiate the price of drugs. Similarly, we must address the increasing cost Americans are bearing at the hands of climate change. This bill's $369 billion investment in climate action will unleash a renaissance in clean energy technology, creating millions of new high-paying manufacturing jobs, and build the next generation of American energy and transportation. I support this legislation. I call upon my colleagues,
the gentleman's
Democrat
time is
and
expired,
Republican, to pass this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to enter into the record a Bloomberg News story reporting how power costs are already forcing U.S. factories to shut down, featuring an aluminum mill in my district in Hallsville, Kentucky. This underscores the risk to our nation's competitiveness that these policies bring about, and this bill will not do what those on the floor say that it will do. I will now yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Without objection. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the Inflation Expansion Act, which includes deeply troubling proposals that will kneecap medical innovation and harm patients' access to cures. Madam Speaker, for 40 years, I was behind the counter. I was the one who had to tell the patient how much their prescription was going to be. I was the one who witnessed the senior citizens trying to make a decision between buying their medication or buying their groceries. I was the one who had to tell the mother how much the antibiotic was going to be, and see her in tears trying to find the money to pay for that antibiotic. I know all too well about prescription drug prices. Today, I'm behind the podium as my Democratic colleagues decide whether to mortgage those same patients' health and well-being for a political win. This is immoral, and it must be stopped. The United States leads the world in medical innovation. I've watched it. I've seen it. As terminal illnesses became treatable with a simple pill. I've seen the relief on the patient's face when they hear that a new treatment is available for their once incurable disease. This bill eradicates hope. Madam Speaker, we need to help lower drug prices and costs for patients, but this legislation goes about it in all the wrong ways. Pharmaceutical companies are the drivers of innovation that deliver life-saving cures to patients. However, this legislation will result in dozens, possibly hundreds, of fewer cures over the next decade. I tried to fix this self-imposed problem in the Rules Committee on Wednesday, but it was rejected. I also introduced an amendment to block the federal government from funding radical green lobbying groups, but that was rejected. There's no excuse for the federal government to steal billions of dollars from taxpayers, including $1.5 billion in funding for free equity, while inflation sits at a 40-year high. Medical professionals are sworn to do no harm. It's time Congress took the same oath and quit our assault on taxpayers and mostly on patients. I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute now to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Mifune.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
I want to thank the chairman for yielding. Madam Speaker, this is really about people over politics today, and I'm glad that people all over the country are watching and listening to this debate. It's not about the wealthy, the well-connected, and the well-off. It's about people who believe, like many of us, that we've gone too far without lowering the cost of medicine for everyday people by reducing and capping costs where they are, the $35 cap on insulin, finding a way to close the real gap that exists in terms of affordable care and the extension of the subsidies, making sure that we are really tackling the climate crisis by providing the things that will allow consumers and homeowners to do what they need to find a way to take advantage of the tax subsidies. And most of all, it says to everyone else that this is completely paid for. This is not a tax bill. It is paid for, and it's paid for by making sure that the wealthiest and corporations who really get out of paying taxes don't get out of paying taxes anymore. So it's not about the wealthy, the well-connected, and the well-off. It's about people all over this country, in Baltimore and elsewhere, who want and need this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone, for the time. I rise today in support of the Inflation Reduction Act, a historic measure that takes action to lower costs for individuals and families in Northwest Indiana and throughout our nation. Of particular importance to me are the provisions that finally address the unfair disadvantage our seniors face when deciding between missing a meal or missing a prescription drug. As a local elected official, I sat at the table with individuals making those choices, and we were able to find solutions. And this, I appreciate more than anything, that under this legislation, Medicare would negotiate certain prescription drug prices, limit out-of-pocket costs for insulin at $35 per month, and for the first time ever, cap Medicare D out-of-pocket drug costs at $2,000. It is to the seniors' advantage to have this passed. This is a real progress that provides real relief to seniors, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this critical legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Ohio, Mr. Balderson.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, my neighbor to the south, Mr. Guthrie. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 5376. Today, we're voting on a bill that archives the exact opposite of what its name implies. Here's what's in their $745 billion inflation reduction plan. It raises taxes on businesses in the midst of a recession, forces us into a socialist drug pricing scheme leading to fewer life-saving cures, higher cost, and less hope. It hires 87,000 more IRS agents to spy on you. Makes it more expensive to heat your home with a new tax on American natural gas, and wastes $27 billion on the EPA Climate Bank charged with handing out all your tax dollars to woke energy corporations. They're throwing your hard-earned money at their Green New Deal dream while carrying out their misguided threats to eliminate fossil fuels. Just look at Europe's energy crisis to see the true cost of the rush to green agenda. Rather than unleashing America's abundant energy resources, this legislation raises taxes on energy production and imposes restrictions on local producers in my district and in Ohio. Instead of helping bring down prices at the pump for hardworking Americans, this bill gives away a $7,500 tax credit for the wealthy to buy and upgrade their electrical vehicles. What does all this mean for Ohioans? Higher prices, energy insecurity, and tax hikes. This bill only makes matters worse. I urge a no vote on H.R. 5376. I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield a minute to my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Kim.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2018, I was at a home in a retirement community along the Jersey Shore. A gentleman pulls me aside and in a whispered voice shared with me that he pays over $500 a month for prescription drugs and couldn't keep up. He resorted to halving his pills. He told me that he was a proud man, but I could hear a quiver in his voice because he felt bad that he couldn't provide for him and his wife. He said he worked hard for his entire life, but he can't do this on his own. I told him it was not his fault, that prices have been skyrocketing and that Medicare has not been able to negotiate prices. That here in the richest, most powerful world, in the powerful nation in the world, those who worked hard over the course of their lives are left to fend for themselves, having their medication. How sad is that? I come to the floor of the House today to say that this stops here. Medicare will be able to negotiate, and because of that gentleman and many others I heard from, I decided to help author the provision to cap the out-of-pocket costs for seniors, $2,000 a year, which is about $166 a month. Seniors have been waiting too long.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Now to get this done. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I just inquire amount of time that exists on both sides?
The gentleman from New Jersey has 5 minutes.
Okay.
The gentleman from Kentucky has 4.
Okay, thank you. Madam Speaker, at this point, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Ryan.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this is an American bill. Apple pie, mom, and baseball. Red, white, and blue. This is for the exhausted majority of the people in this country. Democrats, Republicans, independents versus the extremists. If you think that this town's been spending too much money, we need to reduce the deficit, we do that by hundreds of billions of dollars. If you think seniors are taking it on the chin, we help them with prescription drugs and $35 insulin payments. If you think we need to increase production of natural gas, that's in this bill to create jobs here, lower costs here, and export
to Europe and the rest of the world to knock Putin's knees out from under him. And the most exciting thing in this bill is we double down on finally having an industrial policy in this country to outcompete China. We are going to build things. On top of the infrastructure bill and the CHIPS Act, we're going to build electric vehicles, electric cars, electric tractors, batteries, solar, wind. We are going to rebuild the middle class. And while the other side wants to defund
gentleman's
the
time
FBI,
has expired.
we want to fund our kids' future here in the United States.
The gentleman from New Jersey. Reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's nothing in the bill that increases the production of natural gas. The methane emissions reduction program is a natural gas tax that will impact the entire economy. Natural gas tax will make everything more expensive for American families. The natural gas tax will increase the price of fuel, fertilizer, and food. 180 million Americans use natural gas to heat homes and run appliances, and about 5.5 million businesses use it to run their workplaces and manufacturing facilities. This bill will give EPA sweeping authority to expand the natural gas tax to other sectors, including agriculture. There are no guardrails to prevent EPA from ratcheting up the natural gas tax in years ahead. And Madam Speaker, I will now yield 2.5 minutes to my good friend from the state of Tennessee, Ms. Harshbarger.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, sir. I rise today in opposition to the far-left Inflation Expansion Act. This bill is detrimental to Americans' wallets and their ability just to keep their heads above water. This bill is littered with economy-crushing measures that cater to climate extremists and socialists. This tax will impact every single part of our lives. It will be more expensive to heat our homes, to buy basic necessities, and will even disincentivize manufacturing of thousands upon thousands of goods that we use every day. This bill is chock full of Green New Deal slush funds with no accountability and no transparency. We cannot afford to pour billions that we don't have into programs that cut our gas and oil industry off at the knees, an industry that is already suffering greatly under the Biden administration. This attack on our refineries could lead to even higher gas prices, and I know that's hard to believe, but it's true. And it leaves us exposed and more reliant on our enemies. This bill is problematic from start to finish, but as a licensed pharmacist for over 30 years, the most concerning part of this socialist scheme is that the government will now have authority to set pricing on life-saving medication. And when they set the price, it's going to be out of the reach of the Americans who need it the most. And the tip of the day is you never want the government in control of pricing anything. This act will directly take away hope from seniors, and as many as 100+ cures will be in jeopardy. There will be no incentive for companies to develop cures for rare and ultra-rare diseases. This bill encourages drug companies to spend less on research and development and more on navigating the politics of it all. Americans are already being forced to choose between purchasing groceries or purchasing their prescriptions, and the last thing anyone needs is higher prices for prescriptions and rising insurance premiums. Members on the other side of the aisle continue to push an agenda that America does not want. This bill is horrendous. It's an abomination that Democrats would go to such lengths as far as risking the health and the safety of the people they swore an oath to represent just to push the radical liberal agenda. And I urge my colleagues to consider the lives that will be negatively impacted by this radical bill and hope to see all the members of the House of Representatives make the right decision for America with the no vote on this far-left Inflation Expansion Act. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'll recognize myself for 1 minute. I just want to take this opportunity to thank the staff, my committee staff, who worked so hard on this legislation for so many years. And this day would not be possible if it wasn't for their dedication and constant perseverance. Tiffany Garaccio, Waverly Gordon, Rick Kessler, Nuli, Jacqueline Boland, Saha Katerze, Rick Van Buren, Thule Wright, Caitlin Haberman, Adam Fisher, Anthony Gutierrez, Tyler O'Connor, Medina Sarampady, Jacqueline Cohen, Dustin Magenfar, Atimia Crisp, and Brendan Larkin. And let me just say, Madam Speaker, we're still waiting for a couple more speakers, but I just want to say that I cannot emphasize enough the significance of this legislation in terms of reducing costs for seniors through negotiated prices for Medicare, extending the Affordable Care Act, which has made so many people have health insurance that didn't have it before, and also addressing climate change, really the greatest crisis of our time. There's nothing that could be more significant than this legislation.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I would also like to continue to reserve.
Stalemate, are we? We're waiting on a couple. Okay.
Speaker?
The gentleman from New Jersey has 3 minutes remaining.
How much time on our side?
The gentleman from Kentucky has 1 minute remaining.
That's all. I'm reserved. You can give yourself a minute.
All right.
Are you ready to go?
Who seeks time?
Are you ready to go? Madam Speaker, am I recognized? I'm sorry.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great honor today to yield 1 minute to one of my good friends here in Congress, a great leader, the Republican leader of the House of Representatives, my good friend from California, Mr. McCarthy.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today feels like a little deja vu. Feels like we're sitting back, was it February of last year? America's on a brink. The world is warning the majority party if they follow through with more of their spending, they could create inflation in America. It wasn't just on our side of the aisle that warned you. No. Former Secretary of Treasury. He warned you if you went through with that $2 trillion that inflation would rise, that America would be harmed. But nobody listened on the other side. They were proud, they were going to cheer, they're going to get elected, they're going to win based upon this. And they went ahead and they passed that bill with one-party control. In the House and in the Senate, and the President signed it. If we listen to Steve Ratner, a Democratic advisor to Obama, he calls it the original sin of inflation. If you listen to the American public, Madam Speaker, I hope every single member asks their constituents, could they give 1 month's salary up? Could they afford to give a month's salary up? And I would love it, Madam Speaker, if the members would come back and tell me anyone who says yes to that. But the sad part about it, Madam Speaker, is everybody in America that's paid on a salary just lost more than a month because it was deja vu all over again. It was exactly that vote that took more than a month's salary from every American that's paid monthly. But we've got a president, Madam Speaker, that thinks inflation is zero. I guess that's why we're back to where we are again. Today, the People's House should be working to answer our country's call to address the rising prices of gas, groceries, and just about anything else that Americans buy. I haven't heard one debate on this floor today about how we're going to lower the gasoline price. I'm not sure, but I guess, Madam Speaker, on the Democratic side, they think if they raise taxes, somehow that'll make the price go down, not up. They've proven to be wrong. Instead, Madam Speaker, moments from now, we'll take up this misguided, tone-deaf bill. I believe the largest tone-deaf bill I've ever seen in this chamber in 232 years. Democrats, more than any other majority in history, are addicted to spending other people's money, regardless of what we as a country can afford. Madam Speaker, I almost see glee in their eyes. I wonder, and I know there's not a lot of them here because they can vote by proxy. It's the only chamber in the history of America that has ever allowed that. Not even on the Senate side, not even during war, not even during plague, but this body has, and this body continued it, just extended it. This bill wasn't debated here, wasn't talked about, but a lot of people are going to phone it in. They started this Congress with trillions in wasteful spending that caused runaway inflation. Their answer was to blame everybody else. Now their answer is just to deny there's inflation and say it's zero. But today, now they're choosing to end the session by spending $500 billion more of your money, raising taxes on the middle class, and giving handouts to their liberal allies. Madam Speaker, the House is not in order. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unlike most of the Democrats, Madam Speaker, I have read this bill past the title. And the facts about this bill are just astonishing. It sends $27 billion to a fraudulent national climate bank. Put that in perspective. That's triple the size of the EPA's current annual budget. Madam Speaker, as I go across the country, I look through the gas stations and people cry about how much it's costing them. You chose to raise it higher, but not to give relief to the American public by lowering the gas price. Along with that slush fund, it hands out tax credits like candy with no accountability. But when it comes to natural gas, which heats our homes, cooks our food, it raises taxes. To fund their socialist scams, your energy prices will now go through the roof. Madam Speaker, I look forward to every Democrat who votes for this bill, be it in person or how they phone it in by proxy. How do they explain to their constituents this winter when they're making a choice about whether they pay the energy to heat their homes or they cut back on the gas to fill their tank? Or they no longer even buy the food they look at the grocery store because it just comes too high, they have to change. Madam Speaker, as they continue to raise trillions after trillions, when everybody warns them what they do is wrong, they don't care. They just want to double down to the mistakes they've already made. And don't expect drug prices to come down either. This bill would cut treatments and hinder new cures by giving bureaucrats the power to decide what drugs seniors can access. It reduces your options and raises your cost. But that's okay, because that's their philosophy. They know best. Just like they knew best when they thought $2 trillion would help. They called it the American Rescue Plan. You now have time to see what you have done. Explain to me in the American Rescue Plan, when it raised inflation that took a month's salary from the American public, what did it rescue? Who did it help? Answer me this question. Is America better off today than they were 2 years ago? Is the price of gasoline lower? It is? The price of gasoline is lower today than it was 2 years. I guess you believe inflation's zero, too. I'm not quite sure about your math. Is grocery lower than it was 2 years ago? Are the car prices lower than it was 2 years ago? Are your food prices? I would love a natural debate right here. Why don't we have that? Because the American people are having a challenge. You know, one of the most successful businesses in America is Walmart. When Walmart wants to look at where the economy is in America, they don't go hire economists. You know what they do? They just check the data of Americans on what they buy. And for those who answered yes, you ought to study it too. You know what? They just look at 4 products. They look at hamburger buns, hot dog buns, whole wheat, and white bread. And you know what? If the hamburger bun sales go down, and the hot dog bun sales go down, and the whole wheat sales go down, but the white bread sales go up, you're in an economic crisis. You know why? Because people no longer can make the decision to have hamburgers with hamburger buns. They have to put the white bread there. For all of you who said yes, why don't you get out of Washington for a moment and go ask your constituents if they're better off today than they were 2 years ago? Because no, gas is not lower, gas is higher. And no, the car prices are higher, and their food prices are higher, and they're going up each and every day. I can't believe you would say yes. You probably believe the American Rescue Plan was a good bill. You probably believe it's Putin's fault, too. Passing this bill today means more expensive bills for Americans tomorrow. And everyone who says otherwise isn't telling the truth. But of all the bad parts of this 700-page bill, the massive expansion of the IRS is the most chilling. Madam Speaker, I wonder if we could ask the same question, and oh boy, I imagine America will ask that in just roughly 87 more days. They won't just ask it, they'll answer the question, even if it's not asked, if they're better off than they were 2 years ago. But they'll probably ask the question, is America better off with 87,000 more IRS agents? Currently, the IRS has almost 80,000 employees. So you're going to smile, you're going to vote for it. A lot of you are going to mail it in because you're just going to vote by proxy. You're going to pass a bill you never debated by people voting by proxy. You're going to double the size of the IRS. They have 80,000 employees. You know what the IRS also has? 4,600 guns. 5 million rounds of ammunition. Why? Democrats want to double its already massive size. You're going to spend $80 billion of hard-earned American taxpayer money to hire an army of 87,000 new IRS agents. Why would you even propose that? Because you say, oh, it pays for the bill. Madam Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order.
I got plenty of time. I think I will. I appreciate the encouragement because I think America needs the encouragement. Because you know what? America actually needs a plan that works. Why, if you passed an American Rescue Plan that caused inflation that we haven't seen in 41 years? Why, if you went after the fossil fuel of America that raised the price of gasoline that Americans haven't seen before? Why do you keep harming the American public and you think doing the exact same thing is your answer to save it? But while this bill doubles the number of IRS personnel, it does not expand due process protections for the American people. Worse, it includes no income floor who can be audited. So for the same people on the other side of the aisle, Madam Speaker, it says we are better off than we were 2 years ago, that somehow, I don't know where they get their gas, but they said their gas price is lower. Let me know, because I need to fill my tank up. So when you say that you're not going to go after every American to audit, you're not being honest. Just like you're not being honest about what you did to cause the pain to this country. And you have no plan to solve it. You simply double down to the exact same thing you did before. Based upon the past numbers, we know this would mean 710,000 new audits for people who make under $75,000. So someone who makes under $75,000, you think they need to pay for this. So what you're going to do is you don't trust them. Madam Speaker, you say you don't trust the American public, that you're not going to hire all these people for the IRS so they could be there to help people fill out their tax returns. No, these people are going to audit them. We're going to double the size, and they're going to go after you. You see, there's a philosophy here, Madam Speaker. One side of this aisle believes in the American people. One side thinks they know best. Even when the gas price has risen, you think it's lower. I'm sorry to tell you, Madam Speaker, the president even admitted the gas price is higher, but he thought it was a good thing. It was a good thing. Because you think everybody can go out and buy a new car. Well, we're going to audit you because we need to go after you because we think you're not fair, you're not honest, and we're going to make you pay for something else. Just pay for the things we care most about. It costs individuals thousands of dollars in attorney fees, compliance costs just to be audited by the IRS. Imagine what you would do with an extra $10,000 a year. Imagine how much better you could have used it than the federal government. But somehow you think it's best. You think it's best. That's how Democrats pay for their pet projects. Your pocketbook is their plan to fund more inflationary spending. This is just a train wreck just waiting to happen. And with this new power, the IRS will snoop around in your bank account, your Venmo, your small business. Then the government will shake you down for every last cent. You know, in light of this week's events, let me ask, do you really trust this administration, the IRS, to be fair, to not abuse their power? I hope that I'm wrong, but history doesn't lie. Madam Speaker, as I travel the country, a lot of people know different names of people who work at the IRS, Lois Lerner and others. And even when it comes to light, government is powerful. Government is big. Government can take, as you've proven you've taken so much from the American public, but now you want to intimidate them. I've watched Democrats weaponize the government before, and I don't trust them now. Madam Speaker, mark my words. Long after the headlines of this week fades, we'll look back on this very day and on this bill as the one that broke the camel's back. I'm sure, Madam Speaker, as the months progress, there'll be new blame, there'll be new problems. It'll be those who own the gas station. You'll probably blame the small families that had to buy the natural gas for their price going higher. Somehow you'll blame Putin again, and somehow you tell the American public, no, your price isn't higher, you're actually better off and there's zero inflation. Even though you take home less, everything costs more. Let me tell you about the future the Democrats want for America. The future that we can expect if this bill passes, much like the one before. When wealthy Americans are getting tax breaks to buy luxury cars, but you can't afford to even fill up your tank. Blame this bill, blame the Democrats. When store shelves are empty because more American manufacturers have gone under, blame this bill, blame the Democrats. When government agents are knocking at your door and threatening your business, blame this bill, blame the Democrats. And when your loved ones are left without the cures they need to fight a rare disease, blame this bill and blame the Democrats. My friends, that is the exact choice for us today. Now, I know a few Democrats showed up, and hopefully all those who are voting by proxy are watching on TV because they must be homesick, because that's what they said. I hope they spent the time to read it. I don't know if they read the American Rescue Plan, but they know the damage they have done. America feels it each and every day. Each and every day. Madam Speaker, I guess the next question would be, and it'd be interesting to hear the answer from the other side. If you think gas is cheaper than it has been 2 years ago, if you think the prices at the grocery store are lower than it was 2 years ago, do you think the border is more secure than it was 2 years ago? Someone said yes. Madam Speaker, I'm going to introduce a bill to rename this place Fantasyland. Because I hope you go home. I hope you take the smirks off. And I hope you actually read your obituaries. Because fentanyl has now become the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. It's not something to smirk about. I'm sure you got power, you're in the majority. But you abuse the power, Madam Speaker. When you abuse power like that, people die. Every walk of life, we're seeing it day in and day out. I remember a headline. 6 college kids down in Florida this summer. They weren't in a fraternity, they weren't in a sorority. They were in the military academy. 6 of them OD'd. 4 of them took the drug, 2 did not. 2 simply gave them mouth to mouth. You think it's important to double the size of the IRS, but you're not going to do one thing for the border? I remember right after you took the power, you took over the House, the Senate, and the White House, and you decided to change the policies. And we watched what has come across the border. I took a trip down there. And I remember talking to the agents. They were telling me they've never seen anything like this before. I said, what do you mean? They said, we're catching people on the terrorist watch list. I said, what? On the terrorist watch list? Really? I didn't know there was that many people on the terrorist watch list just from the triangle of Central America. No. We're catching them from Yemen. You see, there's people come from 160 different countries across this border now. They bring their fentanyl from China. I went and did a press conference, and I talked about that. Madam Speaker, I thought people from both sides of the aisle would be very concerned about hearing people on the terrorist watch list are coming into America, knowing what has happened in this country before, and would want to keep it safe. I was shocked. They didn't ask me for more information. They just simply called me a liar. We provided the proof. Nobody apologized. There's not one new piece of money in here to secure that anymore. That will stop as colleges open back up. Those college students on the weekend go to their Snapchat, think they're buying a Xanax, and they don't wake up the next morning. But that's okay, because you just gave a break to one of your big donors that makes a lot of money that's going to buy an electric car. It's okay because you feel good about what you're going to do. I guess that's why you don't show up to vote, you just vote by proxy. A vote for this bill is a vote to help the well-connected get further and further ahead, while leaving the needs of hardworking American families behind. Yet you could be forgiven for not understanding the gravity of today's vote. For such a supposedly historic occasion, few Democrats even bothered to show up. Look around this chamber, Madam Speaker. The floor is nearly empty. If Democrats really, truthfully want to raise your taxes on Americans during a recession, that's their choice. That's the power they have. They've proven it time and again, and they will do it. The very least you could do, Madam Speaker, is show up in person if you're going to vote yes. Show up in person to the American public. And for those that chant, yes, gasoline is lower than it was 2 years ago. Yes, the border is safer than it was 2 years ago. Don't say it when the cameras are off. Don't say it when people can't see who's saying it. Go to the mics. If you believe it, go to the mics and say it. Better yet, tell your district about it because they know differently. America knows differently. But if you want to vote yes, you should have the courage and the decency to show up and do that in person. Yet, Madam Speaker, Speaker Pelosi extended proxy voting again on Wednesday, allowing Democrats to hide their faces and vote to take your money from the comfort of their summer vacations. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, Madam Speaker. Famous quote. There's lots of lessons people learn. And normally, the lesson that you learn the most is when you cause the most pain. I guess creating inflation you haven't had in 41 years. Creating shortages when there's no baby formula. Gas prices that we haven't seen since Jimmy Carter was in office. A border that's wide open. A government, Madam Speaker, that had an Attorney General call parents terrorists. Because what did they do? They went to a school board meeting. Why would they go? Why would parents go to a school board meeting? Because they wanted to know what was happening to their kids' education. The lost learning of the years of the pandemic. Well, if you question authority, you're going to be called a terrorist. And how far would we go to be able to have the rights to do that? We're going to find an organization, a union, that send us a letter so we can do it. But when the public finds out why, the union pulls their letter back, but the AG doesn't pull back their power. Because they have power, they should use it. Is that why you want to double the size of the IRS? Is that why you want to double the size of the IRS to go after Americans to use it? Earlier today, we had 80 Democrats use a proxy vote. And as we approach this final vote on this bill, and determine how long I speak, I expect that number might increase. If you think about it, that's the story of this Democrat majority. They will destroy our economy and mortgage your future, but can't be personally bothered to show up to make the trip to D.C. to do their jobs. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. I'll promise the American public that will all change. And no, if you run for office, if you're going to tell the American public And you're going to ask them to lend their vote, to lend their voice, to go to Washington for 2 years to represent them, you're going to show up. And you know what? The bills are going to be in committee. The bills are going to be read. They're going to be debated on the floor. And you're not going to hide in your vacation home and raise taxes on the American public. I'll even go further. We'll lower your gas price. We'll make America energy independent. We won't punish natural gas. You know, if you care about the environment, American natural gas is 41% cleaner than Russian natural gas. We'll make abundance of it. So those people who are living on a $75,000 income, that watched it get dwindled under your leadership, under your American Rescue Plan, that simply took a whole month's salary away from them, where they had no say. You celebrated, you cheered it. Then you blamed everybody else for what you created. We'll tell you it'll cost less. For the parent that wakes up that morning, maybe it's a phone call, or maybe their kid is home, that doesn't wake up. Because they went out, they purchased something and it wasn't fentanyl, but it was laced with fentanyl. We'll make sure that stops. You know, it's August. Right now is normally the time people have barbecues. But now the price is high. Now the price, people question whether they even get the hot dog buns. And they're going to turn on the TV. They're going to watch an empty chamber. So they're going to read it online that 80 Democrats took that vacation and voted to raise more taxes, voted to spend more of their money, and looked into the camera and smiled and said, "We know best. We want to take more of your money because we got to hire and double the size of the IRS. Because we want them to knock on your door. Because we think you're not honest. Because we think you can pay more. And if you don't, we got an AOG that'll come after you. If you go to that school board meeting, we'll look in your eyes. We'll take your name down. We'll wonder why you care about your kids' education." Well, Madam Speaker, that will end too, because we're going to provide the American public with a Parents' Bill of Rights. We think the parents should have a say in their kids' education. We think parents should know what's being taught at their children's school. Madam Speaker, I haven't watched, under this leadership, a Democrat voted proxy wasn't even in America. So I wondered, were they in another country to get health care? Were they sick? No. They were in France at a wedding. When they phoned that vote in, I wasn't quite sure. Do you think at the wedding the member was reading the bill on the phone? So that member knew how to vote? Because I'm not sure it came through committee. I don't know how much debate they had on this because the Senate did this bill. What a disgrace. I urge all my colleagues to reject this out-of-touch bill. Reject the crushing new taxes. Reject the ballooning of government. Reject the spending of things that we don't need with money we don't have. Madam Speaker, I can wait if you need to continue. But most of all, I urge my colleagues to remember this day. Remember this day because it will be the last time the House will operate so reckless and irresponsible. A new day is coming with a new plan to put America back on the right track. It will be a commitment to America. That there will be fiscal responsibility. There'll be energy independent where your gasoline price will be lower and plentiful. That your home heating costs will lower, not rise. That we won't pick one energy over the other. It'll be all the above so America can be stronger. That your border will be secure because fentanyl and terrorists will not be coming across. This border is a national security issue. That we will focus on bringing the supply chain from China back to America. Not what this bill does. This bill takes American taxpayer money and sends it to China. You triple the size of the EPA of the climate. I imagine China's cheering because they see their economy is going to rise. Their government doesn't have to vote for a stimulus because that's exactly what you're doing here. And what's even great, China will look and say, well, can we make sure America can send all that money here? Don't worry, the Democrats doubled the size of the IRS. They'll get that money and make sure it comes. And in the commitment to America, we believe people show up to go to work, that you earn your paycheck. You don't phone it in. Madam Speaker, when I handed the gavel to Speaker Pelosi last year, I said that a House distracted cannot govern. Today, as this majority jams through yet another partisan spending spree, it is clear to me that an absent House cannot lead. I trust the American people. I know it is the people who will render the ultimate verdict on today's actions. And when they do, 87 days from now, my Democratic colleagues will have only themselves to blame. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure what's happening on your side of the aisle that members actually believe gasoline is less than it was 2 years ago. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure what's happening on your side of the aisle that your colleagues believe the border is more secure than it was 2 years ago. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure what's happening on your side of the aisle that your colleagues believe the price of groceries is less than it was 2 years ago. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure what's happening on the other side of the aisle that your colleagues believe doubling the size of the IRS is a positive thing. Yes, I come from a different party, and yes, I have a different philosophy. But we're all Americans. And Madam Speaker, you're going to inflict this pain on every single American. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure on your side of the aisle thinks this is going to do anything to lower the price of inflation. I do know, Madam Speaker, One person on the other side of the aisle in the other chambers, Bernie Sanders, spoke the truth and said it won't. I know on your side of the aisle, Madam Speaker, not everybody believes the same. Former Secretary of Treasury warned you before you did the American Rescue Plan that it would bring inflation, and he was right. Even the current Secretary of Treasury finally apologized, said they were wrong. The President said it was going to be transitory, said it had peaked, said it was everybody else's fault, but now he says it's zero. Madam Speaker, I guess I do understand why your side of the aisle now believes all that. I just know America doesn't. Because every day America goes to the grocery store, the price is increased. Every week when they fill up their gas tank, the price is higher. Every month when they're cashed their check, it goes less, not as far. And Madam Speaker, if the border was really more secure than it was 2 years ago, why is the D.C. mayor now asking for the National Guard when she wouldn't even ask it when there was riots in the streets? Madam Speaker, colleagues on the other side can lie to me, but they can't lie to America. In 87 days from now, doesn't matter how you try to answer those questions, the American people will. I remember when we were at this stage once before. We had somebody in the White House that put a sweater on, told me to turn the heater down, that the best days were behind us as Americans. I watched another person walk to the podium and say, "No pastels, fly the bold colors and go to that shiny city on the hill." We know what America is, that we are more than a country. We are an idea. An idea so powerful that we can overcome all the pain that you have caused. It won't be easy. And I'll offer this invitation. For all the bad votes you have taken, when the change comes, we will welcome you to correct your mistakes you have made. Because you'll be in committee. Maybe you'll learn the gas price is higher. Maybe you'll learn the groceries cost more. You'll be here to vote, so you'll hear the debate. Maybe I can't blame you for thinking that if you don't have to show up. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of days on this floor that changed the course of history. In the last 2 years, that history has not been bright. Inflation, 41-year history high. Do you understand what that does to the American public? Do you understand the pain that it causes? Do you understand the choices that people have to make? I read a story of a young family. Their daughter has cancer. For a treatment, they have to drive a long way. She was crying one day because she heard her parents talking about making the decision. They're taking out loans they cannot afford to pay for the gasoline that your side of the aisle thinks costs them less, but cost them more. The choices they had to decide. Because you title a bill American Rescue Plan that only inflicts pain. And you just doubled down. Madam Speaker, I would respect the other side of the aisle much greater if they would at least do exactly what Secretary Yellen did. Apologize for your mistake and change course. Don't double down. Don't make the same mistake 3-4 times like you're going to do today. At the very least, if you're going to vote yes, Do it in person. Do it in person. Read the bill. Put it through committee. Madam Speaker, I've watched this body take on big issues. We've got some of the biggest issues before us today, and you continue to make it just a partisan action. One that even your side of the aisle has warned you against, but somehow you want to celebrate it. Madam Speaker, in my office, in that conference room, I have this painting of Washington crossing the Delaware. You all know of the famous painting. It sits 8 feet by 16 feet. If you study history, you'll know that it happened Christmas 1776. The artist who painted that famous painting wasn't even American. He wasn't there. There was no iPhone that day to take a photo. The person who painted the painting was a German immigrant who lived in America but went back to Germany. His name was Emanuel Lentz. You know why he painted that painting? Because he understood America was more than a country, that America was an idea. He wanted Germany to have a revolution based upon the values of America, of freedom, of individual rights, of a stand against tyranny. That government would be of the people, by the people, for the people. So his talent was art, so he thought he would paint this painting to inspire the Germans to have this revolution. Now, historians will tell you he gets it incorrect. He puts 13 people in a rowboat. Why would he pick the number 13? 13 colonies. But he only shows you 12 faces. If you look at the painting, he puts Washington in a rowboat, but historians will tell you Washington probably crossed in a Durham boat. If you look at the Delaware, it kind of looks like the Rhine, but he's German. We'll give him a break for that. He puts Washington in a ceremonial uniform with his hand on his chest, standing up in a rowboat, crossing the Delaware in the middle of winter. He looks so stoic. If you look at Washington in that painting, you would say, almost you'd follow this man anywhere. You'd think he had never lost a battle or a fight. But for the students of history, they understand at that moment in time, Washington had never won a battle. We'd never won one fight as a country. But that was our first victory as we surprised the Hessians. But what I'd like you to see next time is who's in the boat. Second person's wearing a beret. He's Scottish. The person directly from across from him, the green jacket, he's African American. You come down the boat, in the middle of the boat, the person who almost looks the strongest rowing in the red is a woman. And the very back, the very last person is a Native American. I cannot tell you from a historical point of view if they were in the boat that night. But to this young immigrant who had lived in America, that's who he believed would be in the boat. Now, the second to last person in there of the boat, he has a hand across his face. It's the hand of the 13th person nobody sees. What this artist was saying, Emmanuel, I believe, here we are, not a country, but an idea. Having lost every battle before, but willing to create a nation. Why? To go against the tyranny of a government that will tax you with no say. A government that became so big they can inflict pain upon you, that tell you what to do. That we would risk it on our holiest of night. Here's a hand. Would you get in and join us? That's as true today as it was then. The challenge that we face right now is you're making that government big. You're doubling the size of the IRS. You're going against every single reason people were in that boat willing to risk their lives for a government of the people, by the people, for the people. a government that was created in a country that was conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that we're all equal. Because you think you know what's best. I could only imagine what those individuals would think today that you'd put a bill on the floor that didn't go through committee. You put a bill on the floor that would double the size of the IRS, that could go after the American public, that has no set on an income, that 710,000 people under the income of 75,000 are now going to be audited because you want them to pay for what you think is best. That you're going to tax with no limit on income some family that already lost a month's salary based upon your past actions because of inflation. You're going to make them choose how cold. You're going back to Jimmy Carter. You're simply telling the American public to put that sweater on, turn that heater down. But to your elite donors, you're going to give them the tax credit from those IRS agents so they can go buy a new Tesla. That's what you're doing in this bill. But 4 or 6 months from now, you'll blame somebody else for it. The good news is there'll be a new Congress with a new ability to change all that. That will provide the American public a commitment to America with a new plan that put this country back on the right direction. Madam Speaker, with whatever happens today, and I can only guess, if you have all the votes in your pocket, if people don't have to show up, 1 or 2 people can determine the outcome. But Madam Speaker, I implore upon you, I don't know what happens in your conference. Please allow the American public to come in to simply tell you and explain to you that no, gas is not lower, groceries do not cost less, and the money does not go as far as it did before. Maybe that's why I can only understand, if you truly believe that you would vote yes. For everybody else that's living in a real America, they will vote no, and 87 days from now, I believe most of America will have the answer to that question too, with a new Congress and a new plan. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains on both sides?
The gentleman has 3 minutes remaining.
And the other side? Has no time.
Their time has expired.
I just yield myself 1 minute. I just want to speak briefly before I introduce our 2 leaders who have done so much on the Democratic side to make this bill a possibility today. The Republican leader said that we should listen to our constituents. Well, we have. Yesterday, I was at a senior center in Woodbridge, and a woman came up to me and said, you know, Congressman Pallone, I spend $1,500 a month on prescription drugs. And I was able to say to her, I'm going to be in Washington tomorrow. I'm going to vote on a bill that's going to cap your expenditures at $2,000 a year. And then I had another woman in a telehealth meeting earlier in the week who told me that she was so hot because in New Jersey, we've had the worst drought and the highest temperatures that we know in years. And she said, I have to go to a cooling center because of the heat, because of my health and the impact on my health. And I was able to say to her, look, it's going to take a while, but tomorrow, this Friday, I'm going to vote on a bill that's going to address the climate change and the heating and the warming of this planet. So I just want to thank our 2 leaders for what they've done to bring this about today. And with that, I would yield 1 minute to our Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
Minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Today will be the culmination of the meeting of promises that President Biden made to the American people, resulting in some 7 to 8 million more people voting for President Biden than the incumbent president. My colleagues, we have just heard from a leader of the party of you're on your own. The leader who just spoke voted against the American Rescue Plan that put money in the pockets of American families, put American children back to school, and resulted in us not wearing masks today, with some exceptions, by putting vaccine in arms. The leader who just spoke voted no, as did every one of his colleagues. They said no to money to help families not fall through the cracks, to help them afford their groceries, to help them afford to pay their mortgage and send their kids to school. They voted no to make sure those vaccines were in arms. They voted no to help small businesses, restaurants, and others be lifted up. The party of you're on your own, America. And yes, when they came to office, what did they try to do? In 2017, repeal health care support for the American people. We are doing the opposite. We plead guilty. The leader of the Republican Party who just spoke voted no on the infrastructure bill to respond, to build roads and bridges, to make sure they're maintained and safe. Responded to broadband, to make sure that rural areas are connected. Airports, make sure we had a grid that made us competitive. The gentleman who just spoke voted no. The CHIPS bill. The gentleman talked about China. China was lobbying against the CHIP bill. The minority leader voted no on the CHIPS bill, which is a bill to make America competitive and create hundreds of thousands of jobs. That was bipartisan in the House by a small degree, and in the Senate as well. But the minority leader voted no. So I must say I'm not shocked that he's voting no on this bill, which is aimed at helping Americans with their health care, one of the greatest reasons for inflation. And I'm not surprised that he mischaracterized the reaction on this side of the aisle when he said gas prices were high and hadn't come down. In fact, in the last 40 days, they've come down 20%. Gentleman shaking his head, no, they haven't. I don't know where he's buying gas, but they've come down from 5 to 4, and in some cases, less than 4. Is that too high? It is. Should we be concerned about that? Yes, we should be. We passed two bills. One was a bill to make sure that we didn't have price gouging. No American wants to see price gouging. The minority leader voted no on that bill. We offered another bill that dealt with food and fuel prices and to try to make sure that we had delivery systems and supply chains that worked. The minority leader and his colleagues voted no. Not everyone. We had a bill on this floor that tried to help and is going to help millions of veterans who had been exposed to toxic burn pits, cancer, heart disease, lung disease. The minority leader, it will not shock you, voted no to help veterans. We had another bill on the floor to make sure that we could preclude and try to help women who had violent acts committed against them. It may not surprise you that the leader of the party of You're on Your Own voted no on the Violence Against Women Act. It's time to say yes. Yes to the people. To focus on people, not on politics, of 87 days from now. That's what this is about. Politics. Pure, well, impure, and simple. It's time for us to say yes to bringing prices down. Now, I want to add just a couple of things, and I want to talk about the 4 pieces of legislation that are changing America for the better. One is, he wrings his hands about the awful situation that America is in. In January of 21, before Joe Biden became President of the United States, unemployment was 6.4%. During the course of the Trump administration, we had lost 2.8 million jobs. Lost, net loss after 4 years, net loss. Over the last 18 months, we've created 9.5 million jobs. That's almost a 12 million job turnaround to the best, to the good, to the appreciation of ability of Americans to get jobs. And he mentioned something about gas prices. Are they high? They are. Let me tell you when they were higher. July of 2008, they were higher. Hear me. Go check the records. $4.14, which in real terms, for real dollars today, would be $5.62 under George Bush. Are prices too high? They are. Do we want to bring them down? Yes, we do. That's why we price gouging in the food and fuel, both of which the minority leader voted against. Unemployment, as I said in January, 6.4%. It's now 3.5%, halved. Is inflation too high? It is. We passed a bill. Some people said, well, that's going to cause inflation. What it caused was people didn't fall through the cracks. They were able to pay their bills. They were able to send their kids back to school. That's what it did. That's what the American people are going to remember. That the Democratic Party was there for them and the Republican Party was not. And then we talk about this money that we're going to give to IRS, which has been reduced 20% under the Republican leadership when they were in charge. What did they reduce? Enforcement. Why? Because they didn't want their big fat cat people to be caught not paying their fair share. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. America, you're paying a higher price because some people pay nothing. You don't think that's fair, and we don't think it's fair. And yes, we want to make sure the rules are followed. In order to have the rules followed, you need referees. And when you have 100 and some odd million taxpayers, you need a number of people to find that out and make sure that you obey the law. Yes, we support that. We believe in facts and we believe in truth. There's a Republican leader, no longer a leader, who believed in facts and truth. And Liz Cheney was fired from her position because she told the truth and confronted a former president who promotes lying. Madam Speaker, when President Biden took office with the Democratic Congress, we promised the American people results. We are delivering. We promised we would make progress on the issues where progress has been stalled for far too long. We promised, in short, responsible government that gets things done for the people. People, not politics. Responsible government that puts the needs of our people over politics. Over the past 18 months, many have questioned whether that would even be possible. Our country is too divided, they said, to achieve big goals and enact really consequential legislation that benefits the American people and our economy. 9.5 million new jobs, 18 months. Over these same 18 months, however, our Democratic majorities and the Biden-Harris administration have proven those doubters wrong. The legislation we will pass today and send to the President's desk is the fourth leg of a table of support and opportunity Democrats have built for the American people. The first leg was the American Rescue Plan. That law put more than 200 million shots in arms and made it safe again for workers to go back to their jobs, for students and teachers to go back to school, and for entrepreneurs to take risks and invest in their businesses. It worked. Since then, we've seen record job growth. As I've said, 9.5 million jobs created since last January. That's the largest number of jobs created in 18 months in the history of our country. And the lowest rate of employment in half a century. Only Republicans could call that failure because it wasn't their success. More Americans are working today than at any point in our history. We also cut child poverty in half. Perhaps that's not seen as a success by the other side of the aisle. Next, we brought Democrats and Republicans together in a historic effort to enact the bipartisan infrastructure plan, which is already rebuilding roads, bridges, transit systems, seaports, and airports in every corner of our country. After President Trump said in 2016 that he was going to do $1 trillion. 17, it didn't happen. 18, it didn't happen. 19, it didn't happen. The Republicans were in charge of the House, Senate, and the presidency of the United States. Inattention to disrepair. For years, we heard people talking about infrastructure weeks. You remember that? The minority leader and others, we're going to have an infrastructure week. It never happened. Last November, we put people over politics and got it done. That decision was so successful that even many of the Republicans who voted against it are cutting ribbons that will facilitate commerce and improve the lives of their constituents, even though they didn't support the bill. One side effect of the pandemic was to magnify the cracks in our economic system and our reliance on the unreliable in our supply chains. Any family trying to buy a new car or trying to budget for a new appliance in the last year or two understands what that means. And by the way, on inflation, Europe didn't have the rescue plan. Asia didn't have the rescue plan. Other nations didn't have the rescue plan. Guess what? All of them are experiencing inflation. Half of them greater inflation than is present in the United States of America. Does that mean we have to stop our efforts to reduce it? Of course not. Is it hurting our people? It is. Are empty shelves on grocery stores troubling? They are. And rather than blame one another, perhaps, we ought to look at the real villain, and that was the pandemic. Earlier this week, President Biden signed the CHIPS and Science Act, the third leg of our table of support and opportunity, into law. That bipartisan legislation will ease inflation by bringing manufacturing and sourcing of critical components and products back to the United States so that we make them in America and our workers make it in America. It means that we won't cede the next century of innovation to China or anybody else. China, let me repeat, lobbied against that bill, and almost every Republican voted against that bill, just like China wanted. Instead, American labor and American innovation will continue to lead the world in research, innovation, and advanced manufacturing, and continue to draw the brightest minds from around the world. That also will mean lower costs for American families. The CHIPS and Science Act was another significant piece of legislation in the Make It in America agenda. It's hard to think that somebody would vote against all four of these bills, a promise made to America and a promise that they relied on and they voted for in an election, not a poll, not a survey, not a focus group, in an election. It's because it gets to the heart of what government is supposed to do, help provide our workers and businesses and people with the tools and confidence to make it in America. Today, we're going to send to President Biden the legislation that represents the fourth leg of our table of support and opportunity, the Inflation Reduction Act. As its name suggests, it will further help lower costs for Americans. First, it will lower health care costs by extending the cost-saving premium tax credits under the Affordable Care Act that we included in the American Rescue Plan, which has gotten us to 92% coverage in America. And very frankly, would be higher if there weren't 12 states who had refused to provide the Medicaid opportunity for citizens who fell in the middle of the income spectrum. We included that, of course, but our Republican friends in the United States Senate would not agree to it. This bill will provide for quality, affordable health care to almost every person in the United States, irrespective of their income. The national uninsured rate has fallen, as I said, to an all-time low of 8%, with 5.2 million Americans gaining coverage since the start of the Biden-Harris administration, in large part due to our having made those cost savings premium credits more widely available. But my understanding is our Republican friends are going to vote against this bill. And millions of people will be unable to afford their insurance. That's extended by 3 years. Next, it brings down the cost of prescription drugs by allowing Medicare for the first time ever, but not uniquely, because the Veterans Administration does that. Makes sense. To negotiate lower prices from manufacturers. Democrats have been working for decades to achieve this goal, and as I mentioned at the outset of my remarks, our majority is delivering on that promise. The bill also caps the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Now, it would have been extended to everybody, but our Republican friends refused to support that alternative, so it's only going to apply to Medicare at the beginning, but we're not going to stop. And we also capped the cost at $2,000 per year for seniors on Medicare. We want to extend that to the private market as well, and we'll work on that. This, ladies and gentlemen of this House, is an historic achievement that will save lives and allow more seniors to access life-saving and life-sustaining medications. Additionally, the Inflation Reduction Act is the largest single investment addressing climate crisis that any nation has ever made. I don't know where it was at your place, but 95, 96, 97, 98, high humidity. We have a climate crisis. And the deniers have undermined our ability to respond. This bill responds. And it responds consistent with the desires of the American people. It will bring down the cost of energy for Americans by investing in developing and deploying cleaner, more sustainable energy technologies like electric vehicles and solar panels. At the same time, we're doing it without raising the deficit. In fact, the legislation reduces the deficit by closing loopholes so the largest corporations with profits over $1 billion will pay a minimum tax rate of just 15%. Now, the rate is 21% on corporations. But if they get over $1 billion, they're going to pay at least 15%. Why? Because we protect their shipping lanes with our Navy. We protect their roads that they transport goods across. They get a lot from their taxes, just as we all do. Maybe that's why the Republicans don't like this bill. That is well below the regular 21% tax, as I said. And we do it all while ensuring that individuals and families earning less than $400,000 a year won't see a single tax increase. Let me repeat that. Nobody making less than $400,000 a year will see a tax increase. Those four legs, the rescue plan, the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS bill, and now this Reduction in Inflation Act, will provide for growth, opportunity, and competitiveness for our economy and for our people. There is, however, another critical piece of legislation that helps keep that table sturdy. So let us recap this list of major enactments. Getting Americans back to work from the pandemic. That's what we did. Securing long overdue infrastructure investments. That's what we did. Easing the inflation by helping American companies build more chips, semiconductors, and other critical components here instead of importing them from unreliable countries. Over 100,000 new jobs. That's what we did. Reducing inflation by lowering health care, prescription drug, and energy costs while combating the climate crisis. That's what we did. And we'll keep on doing it for the American people in the next Congress. In addition to all these, the Democratic-led House has passed many, many more important bills that have yet to be considered in the Senate, blocked by Republicans. Today, the Inflation Reduction Act will answer any who still doubt whether we can deliver on our promises. Today, Democrats in this administration are showing that we can and will continue to put people over politics and ensure that our people can make it in America. Vote for America. Vote for the American people. Vote for this bill.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, to close the debate, I will yield 1 minute to the woman who has done so much to bring this bill to final passage today. Our Speaker, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi.
You're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your tremendous leadership and you and the other chairs for bringing this legislation to the floor. The hour is growing late. As a courtesy to my colleagues, I intend to shorten my remarks. For those that I shorten of the remarks, I promise to put them in the record if you promise to read them. Let me also begin by saying I associate myself with the remarks of all of my Democratic colleagues. That covers a lot of territory. Mr. Speaker, under the visionary leadership of President Biden, Democrats have forged historic progress for America's families. First, we enacted the life-saving American Rescue Plan to propel us out of the pandemic, put money in pockets, vaccines in arms, children in safely in school, people back to work. Next, we secured the transformative bipartisan infrastructure package to create good-paying union jobs, rebuilding our nation. This week, President Biden signed the CHIPS and Science Act, which declares our economic independence, strengthens our national security, enhances our family's financial future. We also honored the valiant service of our men and women in uniform with the PACT Act. And today, Madam Speaker, is a day of celebration, a day we take another giant step in our momentous agenda. Our Inflation Reduction Act is a robust cost-cutting package that meets the moment, ensuring that our families thrive and that our planet survives. This landmark education, which we send to the President text, starts, and it is a resounding victory for America's families, starting at their kitchen table. What it means to you, to our constituents, to people out there whom we serve, in terms of health care. It is one of Medicare's 64 million enrollees. This bill brings down the out-of-pocket cost in prescription drugs. We do this by empowering the Secretary of HHS to negotiate lower prices. At long last, Mr. long last, we have been fighting for this for years. We do so, again, by capping out-of-pocket prescription drug costs, and will not pay, and you, our constituent, will not pay 1 more cent for life-saving medication. This includes a $35 cap on insulin co-pays. And we do this by banning drug manufacturers from raising prices faster than inflation, protecting you against predatory price hikes. Make no mistake, these measures are a big blow to pharma, which has had a stranglehold for decades, preventing us from making this move. Now we have relaxed that stranglehold a bit, more to be done, but giving more leverage and more breathing room to America's families. At the same time, this bill, I'm not saying the title every time, okay, locks in lower premiums that Democrats secured first in the rescue package. Together, lowering the cost of prescription drugs and health care premiums are vital strides in our fight for economic justice. And this is particularly important to low-income communities, underserved communities, and communities of color. In doing so, we honor the call of Dr. King, who said of all the forms of inequality, injustice in health are the most shocking and inhuman because it often results in physical death. The inflation bill is a plan divided into three parts, as you said: prescription drugs and health care. Second, the most consequential climate action in the history of our Congress, of our country. And in doing these two things, reducing the deficit. At the same time, the legislation advances President Biden and Democrats' relentless commitment to putting justice first. And all these crucial investments are fully paid for by making sure the ultra-rich and biggest corporations pay their fair share. The climate provisions will make a meaningful difference for America's working families. I'm going to put that in the record if you promise to read it, but it's about clean air and clean water for our children. It's about 9 million good-paying union jobs. It's about preventing conflict over resources and habitat. It's about values. Values espoused by Pope Francis when he said earlier this summer, our planet has reached a breaking point in the fight against the climate crisis. Extreme weather continues to wreak havoc across the country, around the world. It is clear the cost of inaction far outweighs the cost of action. Bill saves the planet while keeping more money in your pockets. For working families, you'll save an average of $1,000 a year in lower energy bills. Underserved communities means $60 billion in environmental protection, environmental justice initiatives to ensure that everyone enjoys the benefits of a cleaner, green economy. Again, the bill pays down the deficit by $300 billion in the first decade. Here's what it means to you. What it means: slashing the deficit drives down inflation in the long term. These monumental investments are for families, and healthcare are fully paid for, ensuring the biggest corporations and wealthiest pay their fair share. And that is an estimate of about $160 billion a year of taxes they are unlawfully not paying. Right now, families are being harmed by corporate profiteering. But let me just say, I don't want you to take it from me. I want you to take it from a large number, 126 economists, including 7 Nobel Prize winners and 3 former chairs of the Council of Economic Advisors. In a letter urging passage of this bill, I want you to hear this, my Republican friends, because clearly you don't know this. But now that you do, perhaps you'll change your comments. These investments will fight inflation and lower costs for American families while setting the stage for strong, stable, and broadly shared long-term economic growth. And I submit their letter to the record. But another point that I want to make is I hear them saying that this is going to be such a thing about the audits despite the Republicans' desperate falsehoods, this bill does not increase IRS audits on America's working families. And the IRS commissioner himself, a Republican appointed by Donald Trump, said these resources are absolutely not about increasing audit scrutiny on small businesses or middle-income Americans. So there you have it. So I would just say at the end of all of this, I ask these questions when you hear about what this means to America's working families. How can you vote against lowering health care costs and prescription drugs costs for seniors and underserved communities as we continue to fight inflation? How can you vote with pharma at the cost of America's seniors and America's working families? How can you vote against protecting future generations from rising sea levels, raging wildfires, and crippling droughts? How can you vote against reducing the deficit or asking billionaires and companies and wealthy avoiders of taxes to pay their fair share? And I'm not talking about people who work the system. I'm talking about people who illegally do not pay their taxes. So, my colleagues, every member in this body is confronted with a choice. We either put people over politics or politics over people. And for centuries, members of Congress have stood exactly where we stand, facing the exact same decision as they constructed the pillars of America's economy and safety. Social Security, Medicare, the Affordable Care Act, things that the Republicans opposed all along the way. This bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, a package for the people, increases the leverage of the public interest over the special interest and expands the promise of health and financial security now and for generations to come. So, submitting the rest to the record, I urge every member to put aside their misunderstanding of this and vote for the Inflation Reduction Act as we send this historic legislation to President Biden's desk for signature this evening for him to sign into law, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmouth. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman recognized?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Bacon of Nebraska, Meyer of Michigan, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that all these members will vote no on the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Ronnie Jackson of Texas and Van Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Dr. Ronnie Jackson will vote nay and Van Taylor will vote nay on 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on 5376.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bass Brownlee, Franco, Pingree, and Mang, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gibbs from Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Rosa DeLauro of Connecticut and Mr. Adam Smith of Washington State, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur. Pennsylvania.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Chris Smith of New Jersey, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Smith will vote no on 5376.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Derek Kilmer and Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the concurring in the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Joyce and Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania and Mr. Amadei of Nevada, I inform the House that those members will vote no on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Barragan, Mr. Cooper, Ms. McBath, Ms. Kelly, and Mr. Rush, I proudly inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, Mr. Gates of Florida, Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, and Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote no on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that Chair Johnson will vote yea on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart from Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote no on H.R. 5376. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Sherfilis McCormick, Doggett, Vargas, and Liu, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Wagner, Mr. Winstrup, Mr. Barr, Mr. Comer, and Mr. Graves, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform that all members will vote no on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Tlaib, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote aye on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Kathy McMorris Rogers, I inform the House that Mrs. Rogers will vote nay on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, Ms. Wilson, and Mr. Christ, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Wahlberg will vote nay on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, the member designated by Representative Mike Thompson and Representative Doris Matsui, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Axtee, Ms. Manning, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois and Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that both members will vote no on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts,
Massachusetts and Mr. Phillips of Minnesota. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Alvio Ceres, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Peter Welch, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Paul Tonko, Mr. Hank Johnson, and Ms. Dina Titus, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Hal Rogers of Kentucky, Dusty Johnson of South Dakota, Darren LaHood of Illinois, Dr. Gosar of Arizona, and Troy Nels of Texas, I inform the House that all those members will vote no on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti and Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House and the distinguished House parliamentarian, Mr. Smith, that these two members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Moore and Mr. Curtis from Utah and Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that the members will vote nay on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Diana DeGette of Colorado, Mr. Mark DeSaulnier of California, Ms. Linda Sanchez of California, Mr. Tom Suozzi of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, Ms. Bush, Ms. Omar, Ms. Presley, Ms. Watson-Coleman, Ms. Schakowsky, and Mr. Doyle, I inform the House that the 7 members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
Does it smell like cigar smoke to you? Does it smell? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Jerry McNerney, Grace Napolitano, Jimmy Gomez, Tony Cardenas, Lucille Roybal Allard, Kai Kahele, Jimmy Panetta, Teresa Ledger Fernandez, Seth Moulton, and Andy Levin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
Everyone's stuck. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Cliff Bentz of Oregon, 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8,
I inform the House Mr. Bentz will vote no on final passage. Senate amendment to H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Barra of California, Mr. Harder of California, Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, Mr. Sherman of California, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. Connolly of Virginia, Mr. McEachin of Virginia, Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, and Mr. Huffman of California. And for in the House that these 10 members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, Ms. Lesko, Mr. Palazzo, Mr. Lamborn, Mr. Garbarino, Mr. Jacobs, Mr. LaMalfa, Mr. Desjardins, and Mr. Crawford, I inform the House that all of these members will vote nay on H.R. 5376. Thank you.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Waltz, Mr. Stubbe, and Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote no on H.R. 5376.
Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Flores of Texas, I inform the House Ms. Flores will vote no on H.R. 5376.
Make sure I get it.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Letlow of Louisiana, Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey, Ms. Hartzler of Missouri, Mr. Babin of Texas, and Ms. Van Dyne of Texas, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that these members will vote no on Senate amendment to H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, President, as member designated by the following members of the states: John Carter of Texas, Kate Granger of Texas, Lance Goodman of Texas, Robert Idaho of Alabama, Dan Muser of Pennsylvania, and Blaine Newtonmeyer of Missouri. I inform the House they will all be voting no on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by John Sarbanes, I inform the House that John Sarbanes will vote yes on the motion to pass the bill. Yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by David Cicilline of Rhode Island, I inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Budd of North Carolina, Mr. Owens of Utah, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Ms. Harrell of New Mexico, Mr. Norman of South Carolina, Mrs. Green of Georgia, Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, and Mr. Good of Virginia, I inform the House that these members will vote no on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and the Honorable Miss Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin and Ms. Trahan will both vote yes on the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376, the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, is the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan and Mr. Swalwell of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bouchon of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bouchon will vote no on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Calvert of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote no on H.R. 5376. As the member designated by Ms. Conway, I have two.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Sorry. As the member designated by Ms. Conway of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote no on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, McHenry of North Carolina, and Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn, Mr. McHenry, Mr. Lucas will vote nay on H.R. 5376.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Carol Miller of West Virginia, Jim Baird of Indiana, Mike Boast of Illinois, Michelle Steele of California, Marionette Miller Meeks of Iowa, Andy Harris of Maryland, Nancy Mace of South Carolina, and Young Kim of California, I rise to inform the House that these members will vote nay on H.R. 5376.
On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 207. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that Representative Rice of New York and Representative Smith of New Jersey be removed as co-sponsors of H.R. 1642.
Without objection, so ordered. Start?
You can start on time. You guys, hold on. Susan, you ready?
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the bill S-4458 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4458, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve the process by which the Secretary of Veterans Affairs determines whether an educational institution meets requirements relating to the percentage of students who receive educational assistance furnished by the Secretary and for other purposes.
Is there objection to the consideration of the bill? Without objection, the bill is read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 8656 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8656, a bill to designate the clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Mishawaka, Indiana, as the Jackie Walorski VA Clinic.
Is there objection to the consideration of the bill? Without objection, the bill is engrossed, read a third time, and passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Would the House will be in order? The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1319. Resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable Jackie Walorski, a representative from the state of Indiana. Resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of Zachary Potts and Emma Thompson, staff members of the Honorable Jackie Walorski. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the families of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn as a further mark of respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 1 of House Resolution 1230 and House Resolution 1319, the House stands adjourned until 1 p.m. on Tuesday, August 16, 2022, as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable Jackie Walorski, Zachary Potts, and Emma Thompson.